Morals and Dogma of the Ancient and Accepted Scottish Rite of Freemasonry, by Albert Pike, 1871. Preface. The following work has been prepared by authority of the Supreme Council of the 33rd degree, for the Southern Jurisdiction of the United States, by the Grand Commander, and is now published by its direction. It contains the lectures of the ancient and accepted Scottish Rite in that jurisdiction, and is specially intended to be read and studied by the brethren of that obedience, in connection with the rituals of the degrees. It is hoped and expected that each will furnish himself with a copy, and make himself familiar with it, for which purpose, as the cost of the work consists entirely in the printing and binding, it will be furnished at a price as moderate as possible. No individual will receive pecuniary profit from it, except the agents for its sale. It has been copyrighted, to prevent its republication elsewhere, and the copyright, like those of all the other works prepared for the Supreme Council, has been assigned to trustees for that body. Whatever profits may accrue from it will be devoted to purposes of charity. The brethren of the Rite in the United States and Canada will be afforded the opportunity to purchase it, nor is it forbidden that other Masons shall, but they will not be solicited to do so. In preparing this work, the Grand Commander has been about equally author and compiler, since he has extracted quite half its contents from the works of the best writers and most philosophic or eloquent thinkers. Perhaps it would have been better and more acceptable if he had extracted more and written less. Still, perhaps half of it is his own, and, in incorporating here the thoughts and words of others, he has continually changed and added to the language, often intermingling, in the same sentences, his own words with theirs. It not being intended for the world at large, he has felt at liberty to make, from all accessible sources, a compendium of the morals and dogma of the Rite, to remold sentences, change and add to words and phrases, combine them with his own, and use them as if they were his own, to be dealt with at his pleasure and so availed of as to make the whole most valuable for the purposes intended. He claims, therefore, little of the merit of authorship, and has not cared to distinguish his own from that which he has taken from other sources, being quite willing that every portion of the book, in turn, may be regarded as borrowed from some old and better writer. The teachings of these readings are not sacramental, so far as they go beyond the realm of morality into those of other domains of thought and truth. The ancient and accepted Scottish Rite uses the word dogma, in its true sense, of doctrine, or teaching, and is not dogmatic in the odious sense of that term. Every one is entirely free to reject and dissent from whatsoever herein may seem to him to be untrue or unsound. It is only required of him that he shall weigh what is taught, and give it fair hearing and unprejudiced judgment. Of course, the ancient theosophic and philosophic speculations are not embodied as part of the doctrines of the Rite, but because it is of interest and profit to know what the ancient intellect thought upon these subjects, and because nothing so conclusively proves the radical difference between our human and the animal nature, as the capacity of the human mind to entertain such speculations in regard to itself and the deity. But as to these opinions themselves, we may say, in the words of the learned canonist, Ludovicus Gomez, opinions, according to their variety, grow old and die out at different times, and others, different or contrary to the former, are reborn and then flourish. Titles of degrees as herein given have in some instances been changed. Correct titles are as follows. 1 degree, Apprentice. 2 degree, Fellowcraft. 3 degree, Master. 4 degree, Secret Master. 5 degree, Perfect Master. 6 degree, Intimate Secretary. 7 degree, Provost and Judge. 8 degree, Intendant of the Building. 9 degree, Elu of the 9. 10 degree, Elu of the 15. 11 degree, Elu of the 12. 12 degree, Master Architect. 13 degree, Royal Arch of Solomon. 14 degree, Perfect Elu. 15 degree, Knight of the East. 16 degree, Prince of Jerusalem. 17 degree, Knight of the East and West. 18 degree, Knight Rose Croix. 19 degree, Pontiff. 20 degree, Master of the Symbolic Lodge. 21 degree, Noachite or Prussian Knight. 22 degree, Knight of the Royal Axe or Prince of Libanus. 23°, Chief of the Tabernacle. 24°, Prince of the Tabernacle. 25°, Knight of the Brazen Serpent. 26°, Prince of Mercy. 27°, Knight Commander of the Temple. 28°, Knight of the Sun or Prince Adept. 29°, Scottish Knight of St. Andrew. 30°, Knight Kadosh. 31°, Inspector Inquisitor. 32°, Master of the Royal Secret. Albert Pike, Morals and Dogma of Freemasonry. Chapter 1, Apprentice. The 12-inch Rule and the Common Gavel. Force, unregulated or ill-regulated, is not only wasted in the void, like that of gunpowder burned in the open air, and steam unconfined by science, but, striking in the dark, and its blows meeting only the air, they recoil and bruise itself. It is destruction and ruin. It is the volcano, the earthquake, the cyclone, not growth and progress. It is Polyphemus blinded, striking at random, and falling headlong among the sharp rocks by the impetus of his own blows. The blind force of the people is a force that must be economized, and also managed, as the blind force of steam, lifting the ponderous iron arms and turning the large wheels, is made to bore and rifle the cannon and to weave the most delicate lace. It must be regulated by intellect. Intellect is to the people and the people's force, what the slender needle of the compass is to the ship, its soul, always counseling the huge mass of wood and iron, and always pointing to the north. To attack the citadels built up on all sides against the human race by superstitions, despotisms, and prejudices, the force must have a brain and a law. Then its deeds of daring produce permanent results, and there is real progress. Then there are sublime conquests. Thought is a force, and philosophy should be an energy, finding its aim and its effects in the amelioration of mankind. The two great motors are truth and love. When all these forces are combined, and guided by the intellect, and regulated by the rule of right, and justice, and of combined and systematic movement and effort, the great revolution prepared for by the ages will begin to march. The power of the deity himself is in equilibrium with his wisdom. Hence the only results are harmony. It is because force is ill-regulated, that revolutions prove failures. Therefore it is that so often insurrections, coming from those high mountains that domineer over the moral horizon, justice, wisdom, reason, right, built of the purest snow of the ideal after a long fall from rock to rock, after having reflected the sky in their transparency, and been swollen by 100 affluents, in the majestic path of triumph, suddenly lose themselves in quagmires, like a California river in the sands. The onward march of the human race requires that the heights around it should blaze with noble and enduring lessons of courage. Deeds of daring dazzle history, and form one class of the guiding lights of man. They are the stars and coruscations from that great sea of electricity, the force inherent in the people. To strive, to brave all risks, to perish, to persevere, to be true to one's self, to grapple body to body with destiny, to surprise defeat by the little terror it inspires, now to confront unrighteous power, now to defy intoxicated triumph, these are the examples that the nations need and the light that electrifies them. There are immense forces in the great caverns of evil beneath society, in the hideous degradation, squalor, wretchedness and destitution, vices and crimes that reek and simmer in the darkness in that populace below the people, of great cities. Their disinterestedness vanishes, every one howls, searches, gropes, and gnaws for himself. Ideas are ignored, and of progress there is no thought. This populace has two mothers, both of them stepmothers, ignorance and misery. Want is their only guide, for the appetite alone they crave satisfaction. Yet even these may be employed. The lowly sand we trample upon, cast into the furnace, melted, purified by fire, may become resplendent crystal. They have the brute force of the hammer, but their blows help on the great cause, when struck within the lines traced by the rule held by wisdom and discretion. Yet it is this very force of the people, this titanic power of the giants, that builds the fortifications of tyrants, and is embodied in their armies. Hence the possibility of such tyrannies as those of which it has been said, that Rome smells worse under Vitellius than under Sulla. Under Claudius and under Domitian there is a deformity of baseness corresponding to the ugliness of the tyranny. The foulness of the slaves is a direct result of the atrocious baseness of the despot. A miasma exhales from these crouching consciences that reflect the master. The public authorities are unclean, hearts are collapsed, consciences shrunken, souls puny. This is so under Caracalla, it is so under Commodus, it is so under Heliogabalus, while from the Roman Senate, under Caesar, there comes only the rank odor peculiar to the eagle's eyrie. It is the force of the people that sustains all these despotisms, the basest as well as the best. That force acts through armies, and these oftener enslave than liberate. Despotism there applies the rule. Force is the mace of steel at the saddle-bow of the knight or of the bishop in armor. Passive obedience by force supports thrones and oligarchies, Spanish kings, and Venetian senates. Might, in an army wielded by tyranny, is the enormous sum total of utter weakness, and so humanity wages war against humanity, in despite of humanity. So a people willingly submits to despotism, and its workmen submit to be despised, and its soldiers to be whipped. Therefore it is that battles lost by a nation are often progress attained. Less glory is more liberty. When the drum is silent, reason sometimes speaks. Tyrants use the force of the people to chain and subjugate, that is, yoke the people. Then they plow with them as men do with oxen yoked. Thus the spirit of liberty and innovation is reduced by bayonets, and principles are struck dumb by cannon shot, while the monks mingle with the troopers, and the church militant and jubilant, Catholic or Puritan, sings Te Deums for victories over rebellion. The military power, not subordinate to the civil power, again the hammer or mace of force, independent of the rule, is an armed tyranny, born full-grown, as Athene sprung from the brain of Zeus. It spawns a dynasty, and begins with Caesar to rot into Vitellius and Commodus. At the present day it inclines to begin where formerly dynasties ended. Constantly the people put forth immense strength, only to end in immense weakness. The force of the people is exhausted in indefinitely prolonging things long since dead, in governing mankind by embalming old dead tyrannies of faith, restoring dilapidated dogmas, regilding faded, worm-eaten shrines, whitening and rouging ancient and barren superstitions, saving society by multiplying parasites, perpetuating superannuated institutions, enforcing the worship of symbols as the actual means of salvation, and tying the dead corpse of the past, mouth to mouth, with the living present. Therefore it is that it is one of the fatalities of humanity to be condemned to eternal struggles with phantoms, with superstitions, bigotries, hypocrisies, prejudices, the formulas of error, and the pleas of tyranny. Despotisms, seen in the past, become respectable, as the mountain, bristling with volcanic rock, rugged and horrid, seen through the haze of distance is blue and smooth and beautiful. The sight of a single dungeon of tyranny is worth more, to dispel illusions, and create a holy hatred of despotism, and to direct force aright, than the most eloquent volumes. The French should have preserved the Bastille as a perpetual lesson. Italy should not destroy the dungeons of the Inquisition. The force of the people maintained the power that built its gloomy cells, and placed the living in their granite sepulchres. The force of the people cannot, by its unrestrained and fitful action, maintain and continue in action and existence a free government once created. That force must be limited, restrained, conveyed by distribution into different channels, and by roundabout courses, to outlets, whence it is to issue as the law, action, and decision of the state, as the wise old Egyptian kings conveyed in different canals, by subdivision, the swelling waters of the Nile, and compelled them to fertilize and not devastate the land. There must be the jus et norma, the law and rule, or gauge, of constitution and law, within which the public force must act. Make a breach in either, and the great steam hammer, with its swift and ponderous blows, crushes all the machinery to atoms, and, at last, wrenching itself away, lies inert and dead amid the ruin it has wrought. The force of the people, or the popular will, in action and exerted, symbolized by the gavel, regulated and guided by and acting within the limits of law and order, symbolized by the 24 rule, has for its fruit liberty, equality, and fraternity, liberty regulated by law, equality of rights in the eye of the law, brotherhood with its duties and obligations as well as its benefits. You will hear shortly of the rough ashlar and the perfect ashlar, as part of the jewels of the lodge. The rough ashlar is said to be a stone, as taken from the quarry, in its rude and natural state. The perfect ashlar is said to be a stone made ready by the hands of the workman, to be adjusted by the working tools of the fellow craft. We shall not repeat the explanations of these symbols given by the York Rite. You may read them in its printed monitors. They are declared to allude to the self-improvement of the individual craftsman, a continuation of the same superficial interpretation. The rough ashlar is the people, as a mass, rude and unorganized. The perfect ashlar, or cubical stone, symbol of perfection, is the state, the rulers deriving their powers from the consent of the governed, the constitution and laws speaking the will of the people, the government harmonious, symmetrical, efficient, its powers properly distributed and duly adjusted in equilibrium. If we delineate a cube on a plane surface thus, we have visible 3 faces, and 9 external lines, drawn between 7 points. The complete cube has 3 more faces, making 6, 3 more lines, making 12, and 1 more point, making 8. As the number 12 includes the sacred numbers, 3, 5, 7, and 3 times 3, or 9, and is produced by adding the sacred number 3 to 9, while its own 2 figures 1 and 2, the unit or monad, and duad, added together, make the same sacred number 3, it was called the perfect number, and the cube became the symbol of perfection. Produced by force, acting by rule, hammered in accordance with lines measured by the gauge, out of the rough ashlar, it is an appropriate symbol of the force of the people, expressed as the constitution and law of the state, and of the state itself. The 3 visible faces represent the 3 departments, the executive, which executes the laws, the legislative, which makes the laws, the judiciary, which interprets the laws, applies and enforces them, between man and man, between the state and the citizens. The 3 invisible faces are liberty, equality, and fraternity, the threefold soul of the state, its vitality, spirit, and intellect. Though Masonry neither usurps the place of, nor apes religion, prayer is an essential part of our ceremonies. It is the aspiration of the soul toward the absolute and infinite intelligence, which is the one supreme deity, most feebly and misunderstandingly characterized as an architect. Certain faculties of man are directed toward the unknown, thought, meditation, prayer. The unknown is an ocean, of which conscience is the compass. Thought, meditation, prayer, are the great mysterious pointings of the needle. It is a spiritual magnetism that thus connects the human soul with the deity. These majestic irradiations of the soul pierce through the shadow toward the light. It is but a shallow scoff to say that prayer is absurd, because it is not possible for us, by means of it, to persuade God to change his plans. He produces foreknown and foreintended effects, by the instrumentality of the forces of nature, all of which are his forces. Our own are part of these. Our free agency and our will are forces. We do not absurdly cease to make efforts to attain wealth or happiness, prolong life, and continue health, because we cannot by any effort change what is predestined. If the effort also is predestined, it is not the less our effort, made of our free will. So, likewise, we pray. Will is a force. Thought is a force. Prayer is a force. Why should it not be of the law of God, that prayer, like faith and love, should have its effects? Man is not to be comprehended as a starting point, or progress as a goal, without those 2 great forces, faith and love. Prayer is sublime. Orisons that beg and clamor are pitiful. To deny the efficacy of prayer, is to deny that of faith, love, and effort. Yet the effects produced, when our hand, moved by our will, launches a pebble into the ocean, never cease, and every uttered word is registered for eternity upon the invisible air. Every lodge is a temple, and as a whole, and in its detail symbolic. The universe itself supplied man with the model for the first temples reared to the divinity. The arrangement of the Temple of Solomon, the symbolic ornaments which formed its chief decorations, and the dress of the high priest, all had reference to the order of the universe, as then understood. The temple contained many emblems of the seasons: the sun, the moon, the planets, the constellations Ursa Major and Minor, the zodiac, the elements, and the other parts of the world. It is the master of this lodge, of the universe, Hermes, of whom Kurum is the representative, that is one of the lights of the lodge. For further instruction as to the symbolism of the heavenly bodies, and of the sacred numbers, and of the temple and its details, you must wait patiently until you advance in Masonry, in the meantime exercising your intellect in studying them for yourself. To study and seek to interpret correctly the symbols of the universe, is the work of the sage and philosopher. It is to decipher the writing of God, and penetrate into his thoughts. This is what is asked and answered in our catechism, in regard to the lodge. A lodge is defined to be an assemblage of Freemasons, duly congregated, having the sacred writings, square, and compass, and a charter, or warrant of constitution, authorizing them to work. The room or place in which they meet, representing some part of King Solomon's temple, is also called the lodge, and it is that we are now considering. It is said to be supported by three great columns: wisdom, force or strength, and beauty, represented by the master, the senior warden, and the junior warden, and these are said to be the columns that support the lodge, because wisdom, strength, and beauty are the perfections of everything, and nothing can endure without them. Because, the York Rite says, it is necessary that there should be wisdom to conceive, strength to support, and beauty to adorn all great and important undertakings. Know ye not, says the Apostle Paul, that ye are the temple of God, and that the Spirit of God dwelleth in you? If any man desecrate the temple of God, him shall God destroy, for the temple of God is holy, which temple ye are. The wisdom and power of the deity are in equilibrium. The laws of nature and the moral laws are not the mere despotic mandates of his omnipotent will, for, then they might be changed by him, and order become disorder, and good and right become evil and wrong, honesty and loyalty, vices, and fraud, ingratitude, and vice, virtues. Omnipotent power, infinite, and existing alone, would necessarily not be constrained to consistency. Its decrees and laws could not be immutable. The laws of God are not obligatory on us because they are the enactments of his power, or the expression of his will, but because they express his infinite wisdom. They are not right because they are his laws, but his laws because they are right. From the equilibrium of infinite wisdom and infinite force, results perfect harmony, in physics and in the moral universe. Wisdom, power, and harmony constitute one Masonic triad. They have other and profounder meanings, that may at some time be unveiled to you. As to the ordinary and commonplace explanation, it may be added, that the wisdom of the architect is displayed in combining, as only a skillful architect can do, and as God has done everywhere, for example, in the tree, the human frame, the egg, the cells of the honeycomb, strength, with grace, beauty, symmetry, proportion, lightness, ornamentation. That, too, is the perfection of the orator and poet, to combine force, strength, energy, with grace of style, musical cadences, the beauty of figures, the play and irradiation of imagination and fancy, and so, in a state, the warlike and industrial force of the people, and their titanic strength, must be combined with the beauty of the arts, the sciences, and the intellect, if the state would scale the heights of excellence, and the people be really free. Harmony in this, as in all the divine, the material, and the human, is the result of equilibrium, of the sympathy in opposite action of contraries, a single wisdom above them holding the beam of the scales. To reconcile the moral law, human responsibility, free will, with the absolute power of God, and the existence of evil with his absolute wisdom, and goodness, and mercy, these are the great enigmas of the SPHWNX. You entered the lodge between two columns. They represent the two which stood in the porch of the temple, on each side of the great eastern gateway. These pillars, of bronze, 4 fingers breadth in thickness, were, according to the most authentic account, that in the first and that in the second book of Kings, confirmed in Jeremiah, 18 cubits high, with a capital 5 cubits high. The shaft of each was 4 cubits in diameter. A cubit is 1 foot 707/1000. That is, the shaft of each was a little over 30 feet 8 inches in height, the capital of each a little over 8 feet 6 inches in height, and the diameter of the shaft 6 feet 10 inches. The capitals were enriched by pomegranates of bronze, covered by bronze network, and ornamented with wreaths of bronze, and appear to have imitated the shape of the seed vessel of the lotus or Egyptian lily, a sacred symbol to the Hindus and Egyptians. The pillar or column on the right, or in the south, was named, as the Hebrew word is rendered in our translation of the Bible, Jachin, and that on the left Boaz. Our translators say that the first word means, he shall establish, and the second, in it is strength. These columns were imitations, by Kuram, the Tyrian artist, of the great columns consecrated to the winds and fire, at the entrance to the famous temple of Maukarth, in the city of Tyre. It is customary, in lodges of the York Rite, to see a celestial globe on one, and a terrestrial globe on the other, but these are not warranted, if the object be to imitate the original 2 columns of the temple. The symbolic meaning of these columns we shall leave for the present unexplained, only adding that entered apprentices keep their working tools in the column Jachin, and giving you the etymology and literal meaning of the 2 names. The word Jachin, in Hebrew, is Hebrew. It was probably pronounced Yakayan, and meant, as a verbal noun, he that strengthens, and thence, firm, stable, upright. The word Boaz is, Hebrew, Baz. Hebrew, means strong, strength, power, might, refuge, source of strength, a fort. The Hebrew prefixed means with or in, and gives the word the force of the Latin gerund, roberando, strengthening. The former word also means he will establish, or plant in an erect position, from the verb, Hebrew, kuan, he stood erect. It probably meant active and vivifying energy and force, and Boaz, stability, permanence, in the passive sense. The dimensions of the lodge, our brethren of the York Rite say, are unlimited, and its covering no less than the canopy of heaven. To this object, they say, the mason's mind is continually directed, and thither he hopes at last to arrive by the aid of the theological ladder which Jacob in his vision saw ascending from earth to heaven, the 3 principal rounds of which are denominated faith, hope, and charity, and which admonish us to have faith in God, hope in immortality, and charity to all mankind. Accordingly a ladder, sometimes with 9 rounds, is seen on the chart, resting at the bottom on the earth, its top in the clouds, the stars shining above it, and this is deemed to represent that mystic ladder, which Jacob saw in his dream, set up on the earth, and the top of it reaching to heaven, with the angels of God ascending and descending on it. The addition of the 3 principal rounds to the symbolism, is wholly modern and incongruous. The ancients counted 7 planets, thus arranged, the Moon, Mercury, Venus, the Sun, Mars, Jupiter, and Saturn. There were 7 heavens and 7 spheres of these planets. On all the monuments of Mithras are 7 altars or pyres, consecrated to the 7 planets, as were the 7 lamps of the golden candelabrum in the temple. That these represented the planets, we are assured by Clemens of Alexandria, in his Stramata, and by Philo Judaeus. To return to its source in the infinite, the human soul, the ancients held, had to ascend, as it had descended, through the 7 spheres. The ladder by which it reascends, has, according to Marsilius Ficinus, in his commentary on the Ennead of Plotinus, 7 degrees or steps, and in the Mysteries of Mithras, carried to Rome under the emperors, the ladder, with its 7 rounds, was a symbol referring to this ascent through the spheres of the 7 planets. Jacob saw the spirits of God ascending and descending on it, and above it the deity himself. The Mithraic mysteries were celebrated in caves, where gates were marked at the 4 equinoctial and solstitial points of the zodiac, and the 7 planetary spheres were represented, which souls needs must traverse in descending from the heaven of the fixed stars to the elements that envelop the earth, and 7 gates were marked, one for each planet, through which they pass, in descending or returning. We learn this from Celsus, in Origen, who says that the symbolic image of this passage among the stars, used in the Mithraic mysteries, was a ladder reaching from earth to heaven, divided into 7 steps or stages, to each of which was a gate, and at the summit an 8th one, that of the fixed stars. The symbol was the same as that of the 7 stages of Borsippa, the pyramid of vitrified brick, near Babylon, built of 7 stages, and each of a different color. In the Mithraic ceremonies, the candidate went through 7 stages of initiation, passing through many fearful trials, and of these the high ladder with 7 rounds or steps was the symbol. You see the lodge, its details and ornaments, by its lights. You have already heard what these lights, the greater and lesser, are said to be, and how they are spoken of by our brethren of the York Rite. The Holy Bible, square, and compasses, are not only styled the great lights in Masonry, but they are also technically called the furniture of the lodge, and, as you have seen, it is held that there is no lodge without them. This has sometimes been made a pretext for excluding Jews from our lodges, because they cannot regard the New Testament as a holy book. The Bible is an indispensable part of the furniture of a Christian lodge, only because it is the sacred book of the Christian religion. The Hebrew Pentateuch in a Hebrew lodge, and the Quran in a Mohammedan one, belong on the altar, and one of these, and the square and compass, properly understood, are the great lights by which a Mason must walk and work. The obligation of the candidate is always to be taken on the sacred book or books of his religion, that he may deem it more solemn and binding, and therefore it was that you were asked of what religion you were. We have no other concern with your religious creed. The square is a right angle, formed by 2 right lines. It is adapted only to a plane surface, and belongs only to geometry, earth measurement, that trigonometry which deals only with planes, and with the earth, which the ancients supposed to be a plane. The compass describes circles, and deals with spherical trigonometry, the science of the spheres and heavens. The former, therefore, is an emblem of what concerns the earth and the body, the latter of what concerns the heavens and the soul. Yet the compass is also used in plane trigonometry, as in erecting perpendiculars, and, therefore, you are reminded that, although in this degree both points of the compass are under the square, and you are now dealing only with the moral and political meaning of the symbols, and not with their philosophical and spiritual meanings, still the divine ever mingles with the human, with the earthly the spiritual intermixes, and there is something spiritual in the commonest duties of life. The nations are not bodies politic alone, but also souls politic, and woe to that people which, seeking the material only, forgets that it has a soul. Then we have a race, petrified in dogma, which presupposes the absence of a soul and the presence only of memory and instinct, or demoralized by lucre. Such a nature can never lead civilization. Genuflection before the idol or the dollar atrophies the muscle which walks and the will which moves. Hieratic or mercantile absorption diminishes the radiance of a people, lowers its horizon by lowering its level, and deprives it of that understanding of the universal aim, at the same time human and divine, which makes the missionary nations. A free people, forgetting that it has a soul to be cared for, devotes all its energies to its material advancement. If it makes war, it is to subserve its commercial interests. The citizens copy after the state, and regard wealth, pomp, and luxury as the great goods of life. Such a nation creates wealth rapidly, and distributes it badly. Thence the 2 extremes, of monstrous opulence and monstrous misery, all the enjoyment to a few, all the privations to the rest, that is to say, to the people, privilege, exception, monopoly, feudality, springing up from labor itself, a false and dangerous situation, which, making labor a blinded and chained cyclops, in the mine, at the forge, in the workshop, at the loom, in the field, over poisonous fumes, in miasmatic cells, in unventilated factories, founds public power upon private misery, and plants the greatness of the state in the suffering of the individual. It is a greatness ill-constituted, in which all the material elements are combined, and into which no moral element enters. If a people, like a star, has the right of eclipse, the light ought to return. The eclipse should not degenerate into night. The 3 lesser, or the sublime lights, you have heard, are the sun, the moon, and the master of the lodge, and you have heard what our brethren of the York Rite say in regard to them, and why they hold them to be lights of the lodge. But the sun and moon do in no sense light the lodge, unless it be symbolically, and then the lights are not they, but those things of which they are the symbols. Of what they are the symbols the Mason in that rite is not told. Nor does the moon in any sense rule the night with regularity. The sun is the ancient symbol of the life-giving and generative power of the deity. To the ancients, light was the cause of life, and God was the source from which all light flowed, the essence of light, the invisible fire, developed as flame manifested as light in splendor. The sun was his manifestation and visible image, and the Sabaeans worshipping the light god, seemed to worship the sun, in whom they saw the manifestation of the deity. The moon was the symbol of the passive capacity of nature to produce, the female, of which the life-giving power and energy was the male. It was the symbol of Isis, Astarte, and Artemis, or Diana. The Master of Life was the supreme deity, above both, and manifested through both. Zeus, the son of Saturn, become king of the gods, Horus, son of Osiris and Isis, become the master of life, Dionysos or Bacchus, like Mithras, become the author of light and life and truth. The master of light and life, the sun and the moon, are symbolized in every lodge by the master and wardens, and this makes it the duty of the master to dispense light to the brethren, by himself, and through the wardens, who are his ministers. Thy sun, says Isaiah to Jerusalem, shall no more go down, neither shall thy moon withdraw itself, for the Lord shall be thine everlasting light, and the days of thy mourning shall be ended. Thy people also shall be all righteous, they shall inherit the land forever. Such is the type of a free people. Our northern ancestors worshipped this triune deity, Odin, the Almighty Father, Phrea, his wife, emblem of universal matter, and Thor, his son, the mediator. But above all these was the supreme God, the author of everything that existeth, the eternal, the ancient, the living and awful being, the searcher into concealed things, the being that never changeth. In the temple of Eleusis, a sanctuary lighted only by a window in the roof, and representing the universe, the images of the sun, moon, and Mercury, were represented. The sun and moon, says the learned Bro. Delaunay, represent the two grand principles of all generations, the active and passive, the male and the female. The sun represents the actual light. He pours upon the moon his fecundating rays, both shed their light upon their offspring, the blazing star, or Horus, and the three form the great equilateral triangle, in the center of which is the omnific letter of the Kabbalah, by which creation is said to have been effected. The ornaments of a lodge are said to be the mosaic pavement, the indented tessel, and the blazing star. The mosaic pavement, checkered in squares or lozenges, is said to represent the ground floor of King Solomon's temple, and the indented tessel, that beautiful tessellated border which surrounded it. The blazing star in the center is said to be an emblem of divine providence, and commemorative of the star which appeared to guide the wise men of the East to the place of our Saviour's nativity. But there was no stone seen within the temple. The walls were covered with planks of cedar, and the floor was covered with planks of fir. There is no evidence that there was such a pavement or floor in the temple, or such a bordering. In England, anciently, the tracing board was surrounded with an indented border, and it is only in America that such a border is put around the mosaic pavement. The tesserae, indeed, are the squares or lozenges of the pavement. In England, also, the indented or denticulate border is called tessellated, because it has 4 tassels, said to represent temperance, fortitude, prudence, and justice. It was termed the indented trassel, but this is a misuse of words. It is a tesserated pavement, with an indented border round it. The pavement, alternately black and white, symbolizes, whether so intended or not, the good and evil principles of the Egyptian and Persian creed. It is the warfare of Michael and Satan, of the gods and titans, of Balder and Lok, between light and shadow, which is darkness, day and night, freedom and despotism, religious liberty and the arbitrary dogmas of a church that thinks for its votaries, and whose pontiff claims to be infallible, and the decretals of its councils to constitute a gospel. The edges of this pavement, if in lozenges, will necessarily be indented or denticulate, toothed like a saw, and to complete and finish it a bordering is necessary. It is completed by tassels as ornaments at the corners. If these and the bordering have any symbolic meaning, it is fanciful and arbitrary. To find in the blazing star of 5 points an allusion to the divine providence, is also fanciful, and to make it commemorative of the star that is said to have guided the Magi, is to give it a meaning comparatively modern. Originally it represented Sirius, or the dog star, the forerunner of the inundation of the Nile, the god Anubis, companion of Isis in her search for the body of Osiris, her brother and husband. Then it became the image of Horus, the son of Osiris, himself symbolized also by the sun, the author of the seasons, and the god of time, son of Isis, who was the universal nature, himself the primitive matter, inexhaustible source of life, spark of uncreated fire, universal seed of all beings. It was Hermes, also, the master of learning, whose name in Greek is that of the god Mercury. It became the sacred and potent sign or character of the Magi, the pentalpha, and is the significant emblem of liberty and freedom, blazing with a steady radiance amid the weltering elements of good and evil of revolutions, and promising serene skies and fertile seasons to the nations, after the storms of change and tumult. In the east of the lodge, over the master, enclosed in a triangle, is the Hebrew letter YD, Hebrew, or Hebrew. In the English and American lodges the letter G is substituted for this, as the initial of the word God, with as little reason as if the letter D, initial of DIU, were used in French lodges instead of the proper letter. YD is, in the Kabbalah, the symbol of unity, of the supreme deity, the first letter of the holy name, and also a symbol of the great Kabbalistic triads. To understand its mystic meanings, you must open the pages of the Sohar and Sifra de Zenitha, and other Kabbalistic books, and ponder deeply on their meaning. It must suffice to say, that it is the creative energy of the deity, is represented as a point, and that point in the center of the circle of immensity. It is to us in this degree, the symbol of that unmanifested deity, the Absolute, who has no name. Our French brethren placed this letter YD in the center of the blazing star. And in the old lectures, our ancient English brethren said, the blazing star or glory in the center refers us to that grand luminary, the sun, which enlightens the earth, and by its genial influence dispenses blessings to mankind. They called it also in the same lectures, an emblem of prudence. The word prudentia means, in its original and fullest signification, foresight, and, accordingly, the blazing star has been regarded as an emblem of omniscience, or the all-seeing eye, which to the Egyptian initiates was the emblem of Osiris, the creator. With the YD in the center, it has the Kabbalistic meaning of the divine energy, manifested as light, creating the universe. The jewels of the lodge are said to be 6 in number. 3 are called movable, and 3 immovable. The square, the level, and the plum were anciently and properly called the movable jewels, because they pass from one brother to another. It is a modern innovation to call them immovable, because they must always be present in the lodge. The immovable jewels are the rough ashlar, the perfect ashlar or cubical stone, or, in some rituals, the double cube, and the tracing board, or trestle board. Of these jewels our brethren of the York Rite say, the square inculcates morality, the level, equality, and the plum, rectitude of conduct. Their explanation of the immovable jewels may be read in their monitors. Our brethren of the York Rite say that, there is represented in every well-governed lodge, a certain point, within a circle, the point representing an individual brother, the circle, the boundary line of his conduct, beyond which he is never to suffer his prejudices or passions to betray him. This is not to interpret the symbols of Masonry. It is said by some, with a nearer approach to interpretation, that the point within the circle represents God in the center of the universe. It is a common Egyptian sign for the sun and Osiris, and is still used as the astronomical sign of the great luminary. In the Kabbalah the point is YD, the creative energy of God, irradiating with light the circular space which God, the universal light, left vacant, wherein to create the worlds, by withdrawing his substance of light back on all sides from one point. Our brethren add that, this circle is embordered by 2 perpendicular parallel lines, representing Saint John the Baptist and Saint John the Evangelist, and upon the top rest the Holy Scriptures, an open book. In going round this circle, they say, we necessarily touch upon these two lines as well as upon the Holy Scriptures, and while a Mason keeps himself circumscribed within their precepts, it is impossible that he should materially err. It would be a waste of time to comment upon this. Some writers have imagined that the parallel lines represent the tropics of Cancer and Capricorn, which the sun alternately touches upon at the summer and winter solstices. But the tropics are not perpendicular lines, and the idea is merely fanciful. If the parallel lines ever belonged to the ancient symbol, they had some more recondite and more fruitful meaning. They probably had the same meaning as the twin columns Jachin and Boaz. That meaning is not for the apprentice. The adept may find it in the Kabbalah. The justice and mercy of God are in equilibrium, and the result is harmony, because a single and perfect wisdom presides over both. The Holy Scriptures are an entirely modern addition to the symbol, like the terrestrial and celestial globes on the columns of the portico. Thus the ancient symbol has been denaturalized by incongruous additions, like that of Isis weeping over the broken column containing the remains of Osiris at Byblos. Masonry has its Decalogue, which is a law to its initiates. These are its 10 commandments. 1. God is the eternal, omnipotent, immutable wisdom and supreme intelligence and exhaustless love. Thou shalt adore, revere, and love him. Thou shalt honor him by practicing the virtues. 2. Thy religion shall be, to do good because it is a pleasure to thee, and not merely because it is a duty. That thou mayest become the friend of the wise man, thou shalt obey his precepts. Thy soul is immortal. Thou shalt do nothing to degrade it. 3. Thou shalt unceasingly war against vice. Thou shalt not do unto others that which thou wouldst not wish them to do unto thee. Thou shalt be submissive to thy fortunes, and keep burning the light of wisdom. 4. Thou shalt honor thy parents. Thou shalt pay respect and homage to the aged. Thou shalt instruct the young. Thou shalt protect and defend infancy and innocence. 5. Thou shalt cherish thy wife and thy children. Thou shalt love thy country, and obey its laws. 6. Thy friend shall be to thee a second self. Misfortune shall not estrange thee from him. Thou shalt do for his memory whatever thou wouldst do for him, if he were living. 7. Thou shalt avoid and flee from insincere friendships. Thou shalt in everything refrain from excess. Thou shalt fear to be the cause of a stain on thy memory. 8. Thou shalt allow no passions to become thy master. Thou shalt make the passions of others profitable lessons to thyself. Thou shalt be indulgent to error. 9. Thou shalt hear much, thou shalt speak little, thou shalt act well. Thou shalt forget injuries. Thou shalt render good for evil. Thou shalt not misuse either thy strength or thy superiority. 10. Thou shalt study to know men, that thereby thou mayest learn to know thyself. Thou shalt ever seek after virtue. Thou shalt be just. Thou shalt avoid idleness. But the great commandment of Masonry is this: a new commandment give I unto you, that ye love one another. He that saith he is in the light, and hateth his brother, remaineth still in the darkness. Such are the moral duties of a Mason. But it is also the duty of Masonry to assist in elevating the moral and intellectual level of society, in coining knowledge, bringing ideas into circulation, and causing the mind of youth to grow, and in putting, gradually, by the teachings of axioms and the promulgation of positive laws, the human race in harmony with its destinies. To this duty and work the initiate is apprenticed. He must not imagine that he can effect nothing, and, therefore, despairing, become inert. It is in this, as in a man's daily life. Many great deeds are done in the small struggles of life. There is, we are told, a determined though unseen bravery, which defends itself, foot to foot, in the darkness, against the fatal invasion of necessity and of baseness. There are noble and mysterious triumphs, which no eye sees, which no renown rewards, which no flourish of trumpets salutes. Life, Misfortune, isolation, abandonment, poverty, are battlefields, which have their heroes, heroes obscure, but sometimes greater than those who become illustrious. The Mason should struggle in the same manner, and with the same bravery, against those invasions of necessity and baseness, which come to nations as well as to men. He should meet them, too, foot to foot, even in the darkness, and protest against the national wrongs and follies, against usurpation and the first inroads of that hydra, tyranny. There is no more sovereign eloquence than the truth in indignation. It is more difficult for a people to keep than to gain their freedom. The protests of truth are always needed. Continually, the right must protest against the fact. There is, in fact, eternity in the right. The Mason should be the priest and soldier of that right. If his country should be robbed of her liberties, he should still not despair. The protest of the right against the fact persists forever. The robbery of a people never becomes prescriptive. Reclamation of its rights is barred by no length of time. Warsaw can no more be Tartar than Venice can be Teutonic. A people may endure military usurpation, and subjugated states kneel to states and wear the yoke, while under the stress of necessity, but when the necessity disappears, if the people is fit to be free, the submerged country will float to the surface and reappear, and tyranny be adjudged by history to have murdered its victims. Whatever occurs, we should have faith in the justice and overruling wisdom of God, and hope for the future, and loving kindness for those who are in error. God makes visible to men his will in events, an obscure text, written in a mysterious language. Men make their translations of it forthwith, hasty, incorrect, full of faults, omissions, and misreadings. We see so short a way along the arc of the great circle. Few minds comprehend the divine tongue. The most sagacious, the most calm, the most profound, decipher the hieroglyphs slowly, and when they arrive with their text, perhaps the need has long gone by, there are already 20 translations in the public square, the most incorrect being, as of course, the most accepted and popular. From each translation, a party is born, and from each misreading, a faction. Each party believes or pretends that it has the only true text, and each faction believes or pretends that it alone possesses the light. Moreover, factions are blind men, who aim straight, errors are excellent projectiles, striking skillfully, and with all the violence that springs from false reasoning, wherever a want of logic in those who defend the right, like a defect in a cuirass, makes them vulnerable. Therefore it is that we shall often be discomfited in combating error before the people. Antæus long resisted Hercules, and the heads of the Hydra grew as fast as they were cut off. It is absurd to say that error, wounded, writhes in pain, and dies amid her worshippers. Truth conquers slowly. There is a wondrous vitality in error. Truth, indeed, for the most part, shoots over the heads of the masses, or if an error is prostrated for a moment, it is up again in a moment, and as vigorous as ever. It will not die when the brains are out, and the most stupid and irrational errors are the longest lived. Nevertheless, Masonry, which is morality and philosophy, must not cease to do its duty. We never know at what moment success awaits our efforts, generally when most unexpected, nor with what effect our efforts are or are not to be attended. Succeed or fail, Masonry must not bow to error, or succumb under discouragement. There were at Rome a few Carthaginian soldiers, taken prisoners, who refused to bow to Flaminius, and had a little of Hannibal's magnanimity. Masons should possess an equal greatness of soul. Masonry should be an energy, finding its aim and effect in the amelioration of mankind. Socrates should enter into Adam, and produce Marcus Aurelius, in other words, bring forth from the man of enjoyments, the man of wisdom. Masonry should not be a mere watchtower, built upon mystery, from which to gaze at ease upon the world, with no other result than to be a convenience for the curious. To hold the full cup of thought to the thirsty lips of men, to give to all the true ideas of deity, to harmonize conscience and science, are the province of philosophy. Morality is faith in full bloom. Contemplation should lead to action, and the absolute be practical, the ideal be made air and food and drink to the human mind. Wisdom is a sacred communion. It is only on that condition that it ceases to be a sterile love of science, and becomes the one and supreme method by which to unite humanity and arouse it to concerted action. Then philosophy becomes religion. And Masonry, like history and philosophy, has eternal duties, eternal, and, at the same time, simple, to oppose Caiaphas as bishop, Draco or Jeffreys as judge, Trimalchion as legislator, and Tiberius as emperor. These are the symbols of the tyranny that degrades and crushes, and the corruption that defile and infests. In the works published for the use of the craft we are told that the three great tenets of a Mason's profession are brotherly love, relief, and truth. And it is true that a brotherly affection and kindness should govern us in all our intercourse and relations with our brethren, and a generous and liberal philanthropy actuate us in regard to all men. To relieve the distressed is peculiarly the duty of Masons, a sacred duty, not to be omitted, neglected, or coldly or inefficiently complied with. It is also most true, that truth is a divine attribute and the foundation of every virtue. To be true, and to seek to find and learn the truth, are the great objects of every good Mason. As the ancients did, Masonry styles temperance, fortitude, prudence, and justice, the four cardinal virtues. They are as necessary to nations as to individuals. The people that would be free and independent, must possess sagacity, forethought, foresight, and careful circumspection, all which are included in the meaning of the word prudence. It must be temperate in asserting its rights, temperate in its counsels, economical in its expenses. It must be bold, brave, courageous, patient under reverses, undismayed by disasters, hopeful amid calamities, like Rome when she sold the field at which Hannibal had his camp. No Cannae or Pharsalia or Pavia or Agincourt or Waterloo must discourage her. Let her Senate sit in their seats until the Gauls pluck them by the beard. She must, above all things, be just, not truckling to the strong and warring on or plundering the weak. She must act on the square with all nations, and the feeblest tribes, always keeping her faith, honest in her legislation, upright in all her dealings. Whenever such a republic exists, it will be immortal, for rashness, injustice, intemperance and luxury in prosperity, and despair and disorder in adversity, are the causes of the decay and dilapidation of nations. Albert Pike, Morals and Dogma of Freemasonry. Chapter 2, The Fellowcraft. In the ancient Orient, all religion was more or less a mystery and there was no divorce from it of philosophy. The popular theology, taking the multitude of allegories and symbols for realities, degenerated into a worship of the celestial luminaries, of imaginary deities with human feelings, passions, appetites, and lusts, of idols, stones, animals, reptiles. The onion was sacred to the Egyptians, because its different layers were a symbol of the concentric heavenly spheres. Of course the popular religion could not satisfy the deeper longings and thoughts, the loftier aspirations of the spirit, or the logic of reason. The first, therefore, was taught to the initiated in the mysteries. There, also, it was taught by symbols. The vagueness of symbolism, capable of many interpretations, reached what the palpable and conventional creed could not. Its indefiniteness acknowledged the abstruseness of the subject, it treated that mysterious subject mystically, it endeavored to illustrate what it could not explain, to excite an appropriate feeling, if it could not develop an adequate idea, and to make the image a mere subordinate conveyance for the conception, which itself never became obvious or familiar. Thus the knowledge now imparted by books and letters, was of old conveyed by symbols, and the priests invented or perpetuated a display of rites and exhibitions, which were not only more attractive to the eye than words, but often more suggestive and more pregnant with meaning to the mind. Masonry, successor of the mysteries, still follows the ancient manner of teaching. Her ceremonies are like the ancient mystic shows, not the reading of an essay, but the opening of a problem, requiring research, and constituting philosophy the arch-expounder. Her symbols are the instruction she gives. The lectures are endeavors, often partial and one-sided, to interpret these symbols. He who would become an accomplished Mason must not be content merely to hear, or even to understand, the lectures. He must, aided by them, and they having, as it were, marked out the way for him, study, interpret, and develop these symbols for himself. Though Masonry is identical with the ancient mysteries, it is so only in this qualified sense, that it presents but an imperfect image of their brilliancy, the ruins only of their grandeur, and a system that has experienced progressive alterations, the fruits of social events, political circumstances, and the ambitious imbecility of its improvers. After leaving Egypt, the mysteries were modified by the habits of the different nations among whom they were introduced, and especially by the religious systems of the countries into which they were transplanted. To maintain the established government, laws, and religion, was the obligation of the initiate everywhere, and everywhere they were the heritage of the priests, who were nowhere willing to make the common people co-proprietors with themselves of philosophical truth. Masonry is not the Colosseum in ruins. It is rather a Roman palace of the Middle Ages, disfigured by modern architectural improvements, yet built on a cyclopean foundation laid by the Etruscans, and with many a stone of the superstructure taken from dwellings and temples of the age of Hadrian and Antoninus. Christianity taught the doctrine of fraternity, but repudiated that of political equality, by continually inculcating obedience to Caesar, and to those lawfully in authority. Masonry was the first apostle of equality. In the monastery there is fraternity and equality, but no liberty. Masonry added that also, and claimed for man the threefold heritage, liberty, equality, and fraternity. It was but a development of the original purpose of the mysteries, which was to teach men to know and practice their duties to themselves and their fellows, the great practical end of all philosophy and all knowledge. Truths are the springs from which duties flow, and it is but a few hundred years since a new truth began to be distinctly seen, that man is supreme over institutions, and not they over him. Man has natural empire over all institutions. They are for him, according to his development, not he for them. This seems to us a very simple statement, one to which all men, everywhere, ought to assent. But once it was a great new truth, not revealed until governments had been in existence for at least 5,000 years. Once revealed, it imposed new duties on men. Man owed it to himself to be free. He owed it to his country to seek to give her freedom, or maintain her in that possession. It made tyranny and usurpation the enemies of the human race. It created a general outlawry of despots and despotisms, temporal and spiritual. The sphere of duty was immensely enlarged. Patriotism had, henceforth, a new and wider meaning. Free government, free thought, free conscience, free speech. All these came to be inalienable rights, which those who had parted with them or been robbed of them, or whose ancestors had lost them, had the right summarily to retake. Unfortunately, as truths always become perverted into falsehoods, and are falsehoods when misapplied, this truth became the gospel of anarchy, soon after it was first preached. Masonry early comprehended this truth, and recognized its own enlarged duties. Its symbols then came to have a wider meaning, but it also assumed the mask of stonemasonry, and borrowed its working tools, and so was supplied with new and apt symbols. It aided in bringing about the French Revolution, disappeared with the Girondists, was born again with the restoration of order, and sustained Napoleon, because, though emperor, he acknowledged the right of the people to select its rulers, and was at the head of a nation refusing to receive back its old kings. He pleaded, with saber, musket, and cannon, the great cause of the people against royalty, the right of the French people even to make a Corsican general their emperor, if it pleased them. Masonry felt that this truth had the omnipotence of God on its side, and that neither pope nor potentate could overcome it. It was a truth dropped into the world's wide treasury, and forming a part of the heritage which each generation receives, enlarges, and holds in trust, and of necessity bequeaths to mankind, the personal estate of man, entailed of nature to the end of time. And Masonry early recognized it as true, that to set forth and develop a truth, or any human excellence of gift or growth, is to make greater the spiritual glory of the race, that whosoever aids the march of a truth, and makes the thought a thing, writes in the same line with Moses, and with him who died upon the cross, and has an intellectual sympathy with the deity himself. The best gift we can bestow on man is manhood. It is that which Masonry is ordained of God to bestow on its votaries, not sectarianism and religious dogma, not a rudimental morality, that may be found in the writings of Confucius, Zoroaster, Seneca, and the rabbis, in the Proverbs and Ecclesiastes, not a little and cheap common school knowledge, but manhood and science and philosophy. Not that philosophy or science is in opposition to religion. For philosophy is but that knowledge of God and the soul, which is derived from observation of the manifested action of God and the soul, and from a wise analogy. It is the intellectual guide which the religious sentiment needs. The true religious philosophy of an imperfect being, is not a system of creed, but, as Socrates thought, an infinite search or approximation. Philosophy is that intellectual and moral progress, which the religious sentiment inspires and ennobles. As to science, it could not walk alone, while religion was stationary. It consists of those matured inferences from experience which all other experience confirms. It realizes and unites all that was truly valuable in both the old schemes of mediation, one heroic, or the system of action and effort, and the mystical theory of spiritual, contemplative communion. Listen to me, says Galen, as to the voice of the Eleusinian Hierophant, and believe that the study of nature is a mystery no less important than theirs, nor less adapted to display the wisdom and power of the great Creator. Their lessons and demonstrations were obscure, but ours are clear and unmistakable. We deem that to be the best knowledge we can obtain of the soul of another man, which is furnished by his actions and his lifelong conduct. Evidence to the contrary, supplied by what another man informs us that this soul has said to his, would weigh little against the former. The first scriptures for the human race were written by God on the earth and heavens. The reading of these scriptures is science. Familiarity with the grass and trees, the insects and the infusoria, teaches us deeper lessons of love and faith than we can glean from the writings of Philon and Augustine. The great Bible of God is ever open before mankind. Knowledge is convertible into power, and axioms into rules of utility and duty. But knowledge itself is not power. Wisdom is power, and her prime minister is justice, which is the perfected law of truth. The purpose, therefore, of education and science is to make a man wise. If knowledge does not make him so, it is wasted, like water poured on the sands. To know the formulas of Masonry, is of as little value, by itself, as to know so many words and sentences in some barbarous African or Australasian dialect. To know even the meaning of the symbols, is but little, unless that adds to our wisdom, and also to our charity, which is to justice like one hemisphere of the brain to the other. Do not lose sight, then, of the true object of your studies in Masonry. It is to add to your estate of wisdom, and not merely to your knowledge. A man may spend a lifetime in studying a single specialty of knowledge, botany, conchology, or entomology, for instance, in committing to memory names derived from the Greek, and classifying and reclassifying, and yet be no wiser than when he began. It is the great truths as to all that most concerns a man, as to his rights, interests, and duties, that Masonry seeks to teach her initiates. The wiser a man becomes, the less will he be inclined to submit tamely to the imposition of fetters or a yoke, on his conscience or his person. For, by increase of wisdom he not only better knows his rights, but the more highly values them, and is more conscious of his worth and dignity. His pride then urges him to assert his independence. He becomes better able to assert it also, and better able to assist others or his country, when they or she stake all, even existence, upon the same assertion. But mere knowledge makes no one independent, nor fits him to be free. It often only makes him a more useful slave. Liberty is a curse to the ignorant and brutal. Political science has for its object to ascertain in what manner and by means of what institutions political and personal freedom may be secured and perpetuated, not license, or the mere right of every man to vote, but entire and absolute freedom of thought and opinion, alike free of the despotism of monarch and mob and prelate, freedom of action within the limits of the general law enacted for all. The courts of justice, with impartial judges and juries, open to all alike, weakness and poverty. Equally potent in those courts as power and wealth, the avenues to office and honor open alike to all the worthy, the military powers, in war or peace, in strict subordination to the civil power, arbitrary arrests for acts not known to the law as crimes, impossible, Romish inquisitions, star chambers, military commissions, unknown, the means of instruction within reach of the children of all, the right of free speech, and accountability of all public officers, civil and military. If Masonry needed to be justified for imposing political as well as moral duties on its initiates, it would be enough to point to the sad history of the world. It would not even need that she should turn back the pages of history to the chapters written by Tacitus, that she should recite the incredible horrors of despotism under Caligula and Domitian, Caracalla and Commodus, Vitellius and Maximin. She need only point to the centuries of calamity through which the gay French nation passed, to the long oppression of the feudal ages, of the selfish Bourbon kings, to those times when the peasants were robbed and slaughtered by their own lords and princes, like sheep, when the lord claimed the first fruits of the peasant's marriage bed, when the captured city was given up to merciless rape and massacre, when the state prisons groaned with innocent victims, and the church blessed the banners of pitiless murderers, and sang Te Deums for the crowning mercy of the eve of St. Bartholomew. We might turn over the pages, to a later chapter, that of the reign of the 15th Louis, when young girls, hardly more than children, were kidnapped to serve his lusts, when lettres de cachet filled the Bastille with persons accused of no crime, with husbands who were in the way of the pleasures of lascivious wives and of villains wearing orders of nobility, when the people were ground between the upper and the nether millstone of taxes, customs, and excises, and when the Pope's nuncio and the Cardinal de la Roche-Aymon, devoutly kneeling, one on each side of Madame du Barry, the king's abandoned prostitute, put the slippers on her naked feet, as she rose from the adulterous bed. Then, indeed, suffering and toil were the two forms of man, and the people were but beasts of burden. The true Mason is he who labors strenuously to help his order effect its great purposes. Not that the order can effect them by itself, but that it, too, can help. It also is one of God's instruments. It is a force and a power, and shame upon it, if it did not exert itself, and, if need be, sacrifice its children in the cause of humanity, as Abraham was ready to offer up Isaac on the altar of sacrifice. It will not forget that noble allegory of Curtius leaping, all in armor, into the great yawning gulf that opened to swallow Rome. It will try. It shall not be its fault if the day never comes when man will no longer have to fear a conquest, an invasion, a usurpation, a rivalry of nations with the armed hand, an interruption of civilization depending on a marriage royal, or a birth in the hereditary tyrannies, a partition of the peoples by a congress, a dismemberment by the downfall of a dynasty, a combat of two religions, meeting head to head, like two goats of darkness on the bridge of the infinite, when they will no longer have to fear famine, spoliation, prostitution from distress, misery from lack of work, and all the brigandages of chance in the forest of events, when nations will gravitate about the truth, like stars about the light, each in its own orbit, without clashing or collision, and everywhere freedom, cinctured with stars, crowned with the celestial splendors, and with wisdom and justice on either hand, will reign supreme. In your studies as a fellowcraft you must be guided by reason, love and faith. We do not now discuss the differences between reason and faith, and undertake to define the domain of each. But it is necessary to say, that even in the ordinary affairs of life we are governed far more by what we believe than by what we know, by faith and analogy, than by reason. The age of reason of the French Revolution taught, we know, what a folly it is to enthrone reason by itself as supreme. Reason is at fault when it deals with the infinite. There we must revere and believe. Notwithstanding the calamities of the virtuous, the miseries of the deserving, the prosperity of tyrants and the murder of martyrs, we must believe there is a wise, just, merciful, and loving God, an intelligence and a providence, supreme over all, and caring for the minutest things and events. A faith is a necessity to man. Woe to him who believes nothing. We believe that the soul of another is of a certain nature and possesses certain qualities, that he is generous and honest or penurious and knavish, that she is virtuous and amiable or vicious and ill-tempered, from the countenance alone, from little more than a glimpse of it, without the means of knowing. We venture our fortune on the signature of a man on the other side of the world, whom we never saw, upon the belief that he is honest and trustworthy. We believe that occurrences have taken place, upon the assertion of others. We believe that one will act upon another, and in the reality of a multitude of other phenomena that reason cannot explain. But we ought not to believe what reason authoritatively denies, that at which the sense of right revolts, that which is absurd or self-contradictory, or at issue with experience or science, or that which degrades the character of the deity, and would make him revengeful, malignant, cruel, or unjust. A man's faith is as much his own as his reason is. His freedom consists as much in his faith being free as in his will being uncontrolled by power. All the priests and augurs of Rome or Greece had not the right to require Cicero or Socrates to believe in the absurd mythology of the vulgar. All the imams of Mohammedanism have not the right to require a pagan to believe that Gabriel dictated the Quran to the prophet. All the Brahmins that ever lived, if assembled in one conclave like the cardinals, could not gain a right to compel a single human being to believe in the Hindu cosmogony. No man or body of men can be infallible, and authorized to decide what other men shall believe, as to any tenet of faith. Except to those who first receive it, every religion and the truth of all inspired writings depend on human testimony and internal evidences, to be judged of by reason and the wise analogies of faith. Each man must necessarily have the right to judge of their truth for himself, because no one man can have any higher or better right to judge than another of equal information and intelligence. Domitian claimed to be the Lord God, and statues and images of him, in silver and gold, were found throughout the known world. He claimed to be regarded as the God of all men, and, according to Suetonius, began his letters thus: "Our Lord and God commands that it should be done so, and formally decreed that no one should address him otherwise, either in writing or by word of mouth." Palfurius Sura, the philosopher, who was his chief delator, accusing those who refused to recognize his divinity, however much he may have believed in that divinity, had not the right to demand that a single Christian in Rome or the provinces should do the same. Reason is far from being the only guide, in morals or in political science. Love or loving-kindness must keep it company, to exclude fanaticism, intolerance, and persecution, to all of which a morality too ascetic, and extreme political principles, invariably lead. We must also have faith in ourselves, and in our fellows and the people, or we shall be easily discouraged by reverses, and our ardor cooled by obstacles. We must not listen to reason alone. Force comes more from faith and love, and it is by the aid of these that man scales the loftiest heights of morality, or becomes the savior and redeemer of a people. Reason must hold the helm, but these supply the motive power. They are the wings of the soul. Enthusiasm is generally unreasoning, and without it, and love and faith, there would have been no Rienzi, or Tell, or Sidney, or any other of the great patriots whose names are immortal. If the deity had been merely and only all-wise and almighty, he would never have created the universe. It is genius that gets power, and its prime lieutenants are force and wisdom. The unruliest of men bend before the leader that has the sense to see and the will to do. It is genius, that rules with godlike power, that unveils, with its counselors, the hidden human mysteries, cuts asunder with its word the huge knots, and builds up with its word the crumbled ruins. At its glance fall down the senseless idols, whose altars have been on all the high places and in all the sacred groves. Dishonesty and imbecility stand abashed before it. Its single yea or nay revokes the wrongs of ages, and is heard among the future generations. Its power is immense, because its wisdom is immense. Genius is the sun of the political sphere. Force and wisdom, its ministers, are the orbs that carry its light into darkness, and answer it with their solid reflecting truth. Development is symbolized by the use of the mallet and chisel, the development of the energies and intellect, of the individual and the people. Genius may place itself at the head of an unintellectual, uneducated, unenergetic nation, but in a free country, to cultivate the intellect of those who elect, is the only mode of securing intellect and genius for rulers. The world is seldom ruled by the great spirits, except after dissolution and new birth. In periods of transition and convulsion, the long parliaments, the Robespierres and Marats, and the semi-respectabilities of intellect, too often hold the reins of power. The Cromwells and Napoleons come later. After Marius and Sulla and Cicero the rhetorician, Sar. The great intellect is often too sharp for the granite of this life. Legislators may be very ordinary men, for legislation is very ordinary work, it is but the final issue of a million minds. The power of the purse or the sword, compared to that of the spirit, is poor and contemptible. As to lands, you may have agrarian laws, and equal partition. But a man's intellect is all his own, held direct from God, an inalienable fief. It is the most potent of weapons in the hands of a paladin. If the people comprehend force in the physical sense, how much more do they reverence the intellectual? Ask Hildebrand, or Luther, or Loyola. They fall prostrate before it, as before an idol. The mastery of mind over mind is the only conquest worth having. The other injures both, and dissolves at a breath. Rude as it is, the great cable falls down and snaps at last. But this dimly resembles the dominion of the Creator. It does not need a subject like that of Peter the Hermit. If the stream be but bright and strong, it will sweep like a spring tide to the popular heart. Not in word only, but in intellectual act lies the fascination. It is the homage to the invisible. This power, knotted with love, is the golden chain let down into the well of truth, or the invisible chain that binds the ranks of mankind together. Influence of man over man is a law of nature, whether it be by a great estate in land or in intellect. It may mean slavery, a deference to the eminent human judgment. Society hangs spiritually together, like the revolving spheres above. The free country, in which intellect and genius govern, will endure. Where they serve, and other influences govern, the national life is short. All the nations that have tried to govern themselves by their smallest, by the incapables, or merely respectables, have come to naught. Constitutions and laws, without genius and intellect to govern, will not prevent decay. In that case they have the dry rot and the life dies out of them by degrees. To give a nation the franchise of the intellect is the only sure mode of perpetuating freedom. This will compel exertion and generous care for the people from those on the higher seats, and honorable and intelligent allegiance from those below. Then political public life will protect all men from self-abasement in sensual pursuits, from vulgar acts and low greed, by giving the noble ambition of just imperial rule. To elevate the people by teaching loving-kindness and wisdom, with power to him who teaches best, and so to develop the free state from the rough ashlar, this is the great labor in which Masonry desires to lend a helping hand. All of us should labor in building up the great monument of a nation, the holy house of the temple. The cardinal virtues must not be partitioned among men, becoming the exclusive property of some, like the common crafts. All are apprenticed to the partners, duty and honor. Masonry is a march and a struggle toward the light. For the individual as well as the nation, light is virtue, manliness, intelligence, liberty. Tyranny over the soul or body, is darkness. The freest people, like the freest man, is always in danger of relapsing into servitude. Wars are almost always fatal to republics. They create tyrants and consolidate their power. They spring, for the most part, from evil counsels. When the small and the base are entrusted with power, legislation and administration become but two parallel series of errors and blunders, ending in war, calamity, and the necessity for a tyrant. When the nation feels its feet sliding backward, as if it walked on the ice, the time has come for a supreme effort. The magnificent tyrants of the past are but the types of those of the future. Men and nations will always sell themselves into slavery, to gratify their passions and obtain revenge. The tyrant's plea, necessity, is always available, and the tyrant once in power, the necessity of providing for his safety makes him savage. Religion is a power, and he must control that. Independent, its sanctuaries might rebel. Then it becomes unlawful for the people to worship God in their own way, and the old spiritual despotisms revive. Men must believe as power wills, or die, and even if they may believe as they will, all they have, lands, houses, body, and soul, are stamped with the royal brand. I am the state, said Louis XIV to his peasants, the very shirts on your backs are mine, and I can take them if I will. And dynasties so established endure, like that of the Caesars of Rome, of the Caesars of Constantinople, of the Caliphs, the Stuarts, the Spaniards, the Goths, the Valois, until the race wears out, and ends with lunatics and idiots, who still rule. There is no concord among men, to end the horrible bondage. The state falls inwardly, as well as by the outward blows of the incoherent elements. The furious human passions, the sleeping human indolence, the stolid human ignorance, the rivalry of human castes, are as good for the kings as the swords of the paladins. The worshippers have all bowed so long to the old idol, that they cannot go into the streets and choose another Grand Lama. And so the effete state floats on down the puddled stream of time, until the tempest or the tidal sea discovers that the worm has consumed its strength, and it crumbles into oblivion. Civil and religious freedom must go hand in hand, and persecution matures them both. A people content with the thoughts made for them by the priests of a church will be content with royalty by divine right, the church and the throne mutually sustaining each other. They will smother schism and reap infidelity and indifference, and while the battle for freedom goes on around them, they will only sink the more apathetically into servitude and a deep trance, perhaps occasionally interrupted by furious fits of frenzy, followed by helpless exhaustion. Despotism is not difficult in any land that has only known one master from its childhood, but there is no harder problem than to perfect and perpetuate free government by the people themselves, for it is not one king that is needed, all must be kings. It is easy to set up Masaniello, that in a few days he may fall lower than before. But free government grows slowly, like the individual human faculties, and like the forest trees, from the inner heart outward. Liberty is not only the common birthright, but it is lost as well by non-user as by misuser. It depends far more on the universal effort than any other human property. It has no single shrine or holy well of pilgrimage for the nation, for its waters should burst out freely from the whole soil. The free popular power is one that is only known in its strength in the hour of adversity, for all its trials, sacrifices and expectations are its own. It is trained to think for itself, and also to act for itself. When the enslaved people prostrate themselves in the dust before the hurricane, like the alarmed beasts of the field, the free people stand erect before it, in all the strength of unity, in self-reliance, in mutual reliance, with effrontery against all but the visible hand of God. It is neither cast down by calamity nor elated by success. This vast power of endurance, of forbearance, of patience, and of performance, is only acquired by continual exercise of all the functions, like the healthful physical human vigor, like the individual moral vigor. And the maxim is no less true than old, that eternal vigilance is the price of liberty. It is curious to observe the universal pretext by which the tyrants of all times take away the national liberties. It is stated in the statutes of Edward II, that the justices and the sheriff should no longer be elected by the people, on account of the riots and dissensions which had arisen. The same reason was given long before for the suppression of popular election of the bishops, and there is a witness to this untruth in the yet older times, when Rome lost her freedom, and her indignant citizens declared that tumultuous liberty is better than disgraceful tranquility. With the compasses and scale, we can trace all the figures used in the mathematics of planes, or in what are called geometry and trigonometry, two words that are themselves deficient in meaning. Geometry, which the letter G in most lodges is said to signify, means measurement of land or the earth, or surveying, and trigonometry, the measurement of triangles, or figures with three sides or angles. The latter is by far the most appropriate name for the science intended to be expressed by the word geometry. Neither is of a meaning sufficiently wide, for although the vast surveys of great spaces of the earth's surface, and of coasts, by which shipwreck and calamity to mariners are avoided, are effected by means of triangulation, though it was by the same method that the French astronomers measured a degree of latitude and so established a scale of measures on an immutable basis, Though it is by means of the immense triangle that has for its base a line drawn in imagination between the place of the Earth now and its place 6 months hence in space, and for its apex a planet or star, that the distance of Jupiter or Sirius from the Earth is ascertained, and though there is a triangle still more vast, its base extending either way from us, with and past the horizon into immensity, and its apex infinitely distant above us, to which corresponds a similar infinite triangle below what is above equaling what is below, immensity equaling immensity, yet the science of numbers, to which Pythagoras attached so much importance, and whose mysteries are found everywhere in the ancient religions, and most of all in the Kabbalah and in the Bible, is not sufficiently expressed by either the word geometry, or the word trigonometry. For that science includes these, with arithmetic, and also with algebra, logarithms, the integral and differential calculus, and by means of it are worked out the great problems of astronomy or the laws of the stars. Virtue is but heroic bravery to do the thing thought to be true, in spite of all enemies of flesh or spirit, in despite of all temptations or menaces. Man is accountable for the _rightness of his doctrine, but not for the rightness of it. Devout enthusiasm is far easier than a good action. The end of thought is action, the sole purpose of religion is an ethic. Theory, in political science, is worthless, except for the purpose of being realized in practice. In every credo, religious or political as in the soul of man, there are two regions, the dialectic and the ethic, and it is only when the two are harmoniously blended, that a perfect discipline is evolved. There are men who dialectically are Christians, as there are a multitude who dialectically are Masons, and yet who are ethically infidels, as these are ethically of the profane, in the strictest sense, intellectual believers, but practical atheists, men who will write you evidences, in perfect faith in their logic, but cannot carry out the Christian or Masonic doctrine, owing to the strength, or weakness, of the flesh. On the other hand, there are many dialectical skeptics, but ethical believers, as there are many Masons who have never undergone initiation, and as ethics are the end and purpose of religion, so are ethical believers the most worthy. He who does right is better than he who thinks right. But you must not act upon the hypothesis that all men are hypocrites, whose conduct does not square with their sentiments. No vice is more rare, for no task is more difficult, than systematic hypocrisy. When the demagogue becomes a usurper, it does not follow that he was all the time a hypocrite. Shallow men only so judge of others. The truth is, that creed has, in general, very little influence on the conduct, in religion, on that of the individual, in politics, on that of party. As a general thing, the Mahometan, in the Orient, is far more honest and trustworthy than the Christian. A gospel of love in the mouth, is an avatar of persecution in the heart. Men who believe in eternal damnation and a literal sea of fire and brimstone, incur the certainty of it, according to their creed, on the slightest temptation of appetite or passion. Predestination insists on the necessity of good works. In Masonry, at the least now of passion, one speaks ill of another behind his back, and so far from the brotherhood of blue Masonry being real, and the solemn pledges contained in the use of the word brother being complied with, extraordinary pains are taken to show that Masonry is a sort of abstraction, which scorns to interfere in worldly matters. The rule may be regarded as universal, that, where there is a choice to be made, a Mason will give his vote and influence, in politics and business, to the less qualified profane in preference to the better qualified Mason. One will take an oath to oppose any unlawful usurpation of power, and then become the ready and even eager instrument of a usurper. Another will call one brother, and then play toward him the part of Judas Iscariot, or strike him, as Joab did Abner, under the fifth rib, with a lie whose authorship is not to be traced. Masonry does not change human nature, and cannot make honest men out of born knaves. While you are still engaged in preparation, and in accumulating principles for future use, do not forget the words of the Apostle James, for if any be a hearer of the word, and not a doer, he is like unto a man beholding his natural face in a glass, for he beholdeth himself, and goeth away, and straightway forgetteth what manner of man he was. But whoso looketh into the perfect law of liberty, and continueth, he being not a forgetful hearer, but a doer of the work, this man shall be blessed in his work. If any man among you seem to be religious, and bridleth not his tongue, but deceiveth his own heart, this man's religion is vain. Faith, if it hath not works, is dead, being an abstraction. A man is justified by works, and not by faith only. The devils believe, and tremble. As the body without the heart is dead, so is faith without works. In political science, also, free governments are erected and free constitutions framed, upon some simple and intelligible theory. Upon whatever theory they are based, no sound conclusion is to be reached except by carrying the theory out without flinching, both in argument on constitutional questions and in practice. Shrink from the true theory through timidity, or wander from it through want of the logical faculty, or transgress against it through passion or on the plea of necessity or expediency, and you have denial or invasion of rights, laws that offend against first principles, usurpation of illegal powers, or abnegation and abdication of legitimate authority. Do not forget, either, that as the showy, superficial, impudent and self-conceited will almost always be preferred, even in utmost stress of danger and calamity of the state, to the man of solid learning, large intellect, and Catholic sympathies, because he is nearer the common popular and legislative level, so the highest truth is not acceptable to the mass of mankind. When Solon was asked if he had given his countrymen the best laws, he answered, the best they are capable of receiving. This is one of the profoundest utterances on record, and yet like all great truths, so simple as to be rarely comprehended. It contains the whole philosophy of history. It utters a truth which, had it been recognized, would have saved men an immensity of vain, idle disputes, and have led them into the clearer paths of knowledge in the past. It means this, that all truths are truths of period, and not truths for eternity, that whatever great fact has had strength and vitality enough to make itself real, whether of religion, morals, government, or of whatever else, and to find place in this world, has been a truth for the time, and as good as men were capable of receiving. So, too, with great men. The intellect and capacity of a people has a single measure, that of the great men whom Providence gives it, and whom it receives. There have always been men too great for their time or their people. Every people makes such men only its idols, as it is capable of comprehending. To impose ideal truth or law upon an incapable and merely real man, must ever be a vain and empty speculation. The laws of sympathy govern in this as they do in regard to men who are put at the head. We do not know, as yet, what qualifications the sheep insist on in a leader. With men who are too high intellectually, the mass have as little sympathy as they have with the stars. When Burke, the wisest statesman England ever had, rose to speak, the House of Commons was depopulated as upon an agreed signal. There is as little sympathy between the mass and the highest truths. The highest truth, being incomprehensible to the man of realities, as the highest man is, and largely above his level, will be a great unreality and falsehood to an unintellectual man. The profoundest doctrines of Christianity and philosophy would be mere jargon and babble to a Potawatomi Indian. The popular explanations of the symbols of Masonry are fitting for the multitude that have swarmed into the temples, being fully up to the level of their capacity. Catholicism was a vital truth in its earliest ages, but it became obsolete, and Protestantism arose, flourished, and deteriorated. The doctrines of Zoroaster were the best which the ancient Persians were fitted to receive, those of Confucius were fitted for the Chinese, those of Muhammad for the idolatrous Arabs of his age. Each was truth for the time. Each was a gospel, preached by a reformer, and if any men are so little fortunate as to remain content therewith, when others have attained a higher truth, it is their misfortune and not their fault. They are to be pitied for it, and not persecuted. Do not expect easily to convince men of the truth, or to lead them to think aright. The subtle human intellect can weave its mists over even the clearest vision. Remember that it is eccentric enough to ask unanimity from a jury, but to ask it from any large number of men on any point of political faith is amazing. You can hardly get two men in any congress or convention to agree, nay, you can rarely get one to agree with himself. The political church which chances to be supreme anywhere has an indefinite number of tongues. How then can we expect men to agree as to matters beyond the cognizance of the senses? How can we compass the infinite and the invisible with any chain of evidence? Ask the small sea waves what they murmur among the pebbles. How many of those words that come from the invisible shore are lost, like the birds, in the long passage? How vainly do we strain the eyes across the long infinite? We must be content, as the children are, with the pebbles that have been stranded, since it is forbidden us to explore the hidden depths. The fellowcraft is especially taught by this not to become wise in his own conceit. Pride in unsound theories is worse than ignorance. Humility becomes a mason. Take some quiet, sober moment of life, and add together the two ideas of pride and man. Behold him, creature of a span, stalking through infinite space in all the grandeur of littleness. Perched on a speck of the universe, every wind of heaven strikes into his blood the coldness of death, his soul floats away from his body like the melody from the string. Day and night, like dust on the wheel, he is rolled along the heavens, through a labyrinth of worlds, and all the creations of God are flaming on every side, further than even his imagination can reach. Is this a creature to make for himself a crown of glory, to deny his own flesh, to mock at his fellow, sprung with him from that dust to which both will soon return? Does the proud man not err? Does he not suffer? Does he not die? When he reasons, is he never stopped short by difficulties? When he acts, does he never succumb to the temptations of pleasure? When he lives, is he free from pain? Do the diseases not claim him as their prey? When he dies, can he escape the common grave? Pride is not the heritage of man. Humility should dwell with frailty, and atone for ignorance, error and imperfection. Neither should the mason be over-anxious for office and honor, however certainly he may feel that he has the capacity to serve the state. He should neither seek nor spurn honors. It is good to enjoy the blessings of fortune, it is better to submit without a pang to their loss. The greatest deeds are not done in the glare of light, and before the eyes of the populace. He whom God has gifted with a love of retirement possesses, as it were, an additional sense, and among the vast and noble scenes of nature, we find the balm for the wounds we have received among the pitiful shifts of policy, for the attachment to solitude is the surest preservative from the ills of life. But resignation is the more noble in proportion as it is the less passive. Retirement is only a morbid selfishness, if it prohibit exertions for others, as it is only dignified and noble, when it is the shade whence the oracles issue that are to instruct mankind, and retirement of this nature is the sole seclusion which a good and wise man will covet or command. The very philosophy which makes such a man covet the quiet, will make him eschew the inutility of the hermitage. Very little praiseworthy would Lord Bolingbroke have seemed among his haymakers and ploughmen, if among haymakers and ploughmen he had looked with an indifferent eye upon a profligate minister and a venal parliament. Very little interest would have attached to his beans and vetches, if beans and vetches had caused him to forget that if he was happier on a farm he could be more useful in a senate, and made him forego, in the sphere of a bailiff, all care for re-entering that of a legislator. Remember, also, that there is an education which quickens the intellect, and leaves the heart hollower or harder than before. There are ethical lessons in the laws of the heavenly bodies, in the properties of earthly elements, in geography, chemistry, geology, and all the material sciences. Things are symbols of truths. Properties are symbols of truths. Science, not teaching moral and spiritual truths, is dead and dry, of little more real value than to commit to the memory a long row of unconnected dates, or of the names of bugs or butterflies. Christianity, it is said, begins from the burning of the false gods by the people themselves. Education begins with the burning of our intellectual and moral idols, our prejudices, notions, conceits, our worthless or ignoble purposes. Especially it is necessary to shake off the love of worldly gain. With freedom comes the longing for worldly advancement. In that race men are ever falling, rising, running, and falling again. The lust for wealth and the abject dread of poverty delve the furrows on many a noble brow. The gambler grows old as he watches the chances. Lawful hazard drives youth away before its time, and this youth draws heavy bills of exchange on age. Men live, like the engines, at high pressure, 100 years in 100 months, the ledger becomes the Bible, and the daybook the book of the morning prayer. Hence flow overreachings and sharp practice, heartless traffic in which the capitalist buys profit with the lives of the laborers, speculations that coin a nation's agonies into wealth, and all the other devilish enginery of mammon. This, and greed for office, are the two columns at the entrance to the temple of Moloch. It is doubtful whether the latter, blossoming in falsehood, trickery, and fraud, is not even more pernicious than the former. At all events they are twins, and fitly mated, and as either gains control of the unfortunate subject, his soul withers away and decays, and at last dies out. The souls of half the human race leave them long before they die. The two greeds are twin plagues of the leprosy, and make the man unclean, and whenever they break out they spread until they cover all the skin of him that hath the plague, from his head even to his foot. Even the raw flesh of the heart becomes unclean with it. Alexander of Macedon has left a saying behind him which has survived his conquests: nothing is nobler than work. Work only can keep even kings respectable. And when a king is a king indeed, it is an honorable office to give tone to the manners and morals of a nation, to set the example of virtuous conduct, and restore in spirit the old schools of chivalry, in which the young manhood may be nurtured to real greatness. Work and wages will go together in men's minds, in the most royal institutions. We must ever come to the idea of real work. The rest that follows labor should be sweeter than the rest which follows rest. Let no fellow craft imagine that the work of the lowly and uninfluential is not worth the doing. There is no legal limit to the possible influences of a good deed or a wise word or a generous effort. Nothing is really small. Whoever is open to the deep penetration of nature knows this. Although, indeed, no absolute satisfaction may be vouchsafed to philosophy, any more in circumscribing the cause than in limiting the effect, the man of thought and contemplation falls into unfathomable ecstasies in view of all the decompositions of forces resulting in unity. All works for all. Destruction is not annihilation, but regeneration. Algebra applies to the clouds, the radiance of the star benefits the rose. No thinker would dare to say that the perfume of the hawthorn is useless to the constellations. Who, then, can calculate the path of the molecule? How do we know that the creations of worlds are not determined by the fall of grains of sand? Who, then, understands the reciprocal flow and ebb of the infinitely great and the infinitely small, the echoing of causes in the abysses of beginning, and the avalanches of creation? A flesh-worm is of account, the small is great, the great is small, all is in equilibrium in necessity. There are marvelous relations between beings and things, in this inexhaustible whole, from sun to grub, there is no scorn, all need each other. Light does not carry terrestrial perfumes into the azure depths, without knowing what it does with them. Night distributes the stellar essence to the sleeping plants. Every bird which flies has the thread of the infinite in its claw. Germination includes the hatching of a meteor, and the tap of a swallow's bill, breaking the egg, and it leads forward the birth of an earthworm and the advent of a Socrates. Where the telescope ends the microscope begins. Which of them the grander view? A bit of mold is a pleiad of flowers, a nebula is an anthill of stars. There is the same and a still more wonderful interpenetration between the things of the intellect and the things of matter. Elements and principles are mingled, combined, espoused, multiplied one by another, to such a degree as to bring the material world and the moral world into the same light. Phenomena are perpetually folded back upon themselves. In the vast cosmical changes the universal life comes and goes in unknown quantities, enveloping all in the invisible mystery of the emanations, losing no dream from no single sleep, sowing an animalcule here, crumbling a star there, oscillating and winding in curves, making a force of light, and an element of thought, disseminated and indivisible, dissolving all save that point without length, breadth, or thickness. The myself, reducing everything to the sole atom, making everything blossom into God, entangling all activities, from the highest to the lowest, in the obscurity of a dizzying mechanism, hanging the flight of an insect upon the movement of the earth, subordinating, perhaps, if only by the identity of the law, the eccentric evolutions of the comet in the firmament, to the whirlings of the infusoria in the drop of water. A mechanism made of mind, the first motor of which is the gnat, and its last wheel the zodiac. A peasant boy, guiding Blucher by the right one of two roads, the other being impassable for artillery, enables him to reach Waterloo in time to save Wellington from a defeat that would have been a rout, and so enables the kings to imprison Napoleon on a barren rock in mid-ocean. An unfaithful smith, by the slovenly shoeing of a horse, causes his lameness, and, he stumbling, the career of his world-conquering rider ends, and the destinies of empires are changed. A generous officer permits an imprisoned monarch to end his game of chess before leading him to the block, and meanwhile the usurper dies, and the prisoner reascends the throne. An unskillful workman repairs the compass, or malice or stupidity disarranges it, the ship mistakes her course, the waves swallow a Caesar, and a new chapter is written in the history of a world. What we call accident is but the adamantine chain of indissoluble connection between all created things. The locust, hatched in the Arabian sands, the small worm that destroys the cotton boll, one making famine in the Orient, the other closing the mills and starving the workmen and their children in the Occident, with riots and massacres, are as much the ministers of God as the earthquake, and the fate of nations depends more on them than on the intellect of its kings and legislators. A civil war in America will end in shaking the world, and that war may be caused by the vote of some ignorant prizefighter or crazed fanatic in a city or in a congress, or of some stupid boor in an obscure country parish. The electricity of universal sympathy, of action and reaction, pervades everything, the planets and the motes in the sunbeam. Faust, with his types, or Luther, with his sermons, worked greater results than Alexander or Hannibal. A single thought sometimes suffices to overturn a dynasty. A silly song did more to unseat James II than the acquittal of the bishops. Voltaire, Condorcet, and Rousseau uttered words that will ring, in change and revolutions, throughout all the ages. Remember, that though life is short, thought and the influences of what we do or say are immortal, and that no calculus has yet pretended to ascertain the law of proportion between cause and effect. The hammer of an English blacksmith, smiting down an insolent official, led to a rebellion which came near being a revolution. The word well spoken, the deed fitly done, even by the feeblest or humblest, cannot help but have their effect. More or less, the effect is inevitable and eternal. The echoes of the greatest deeds may die away like the echoes of a cry among the cliffs, and what has been done seem to the human judgment to have been without result. The unconsidered act of the poorest of men may fire the train that leads to the subterranean mine, and an empire be rent by the explosion. The power of a free people is often at the disposal of a single and seemingly an unimportant individual, a terrible and truthful power, for such a people feel with one heart and therefore can lift up their myriad arms for a single blow. And, again, there is no graduated scale for the measurement of the influences of different intellects upon the popular mind. Peter the Hermit held no office, yet what a work he wrought. From the political point of view there is but a single principle, the sovereignty of man over himself. This sovereignty of oneself over oneself is called liberty. Where two or several of these sovereignties associate, the state begins. But in this association there is no abdication. Each sovereignty parts with a certain portion of itself to form the common right. That portion is the same for all. There is equal contribution by all to the joint sovereignty. This identity of concession which each makes to all, is equality. The common right is nothing more or less than the protection of all, pouring its rays on each. This protection of each by all, is fraternity. Liberty is the summit, equality the base. Equality is not all vegetation on a level, a society of big spears of grass and stunted oaks, a neighborhood of jealousies, emasculating each other. It is, civilly, all aptitudes having equal opportunity, politically, all votes having equal weight, religiously, all consciences having equal rights. Equality has an organ, gratuitous and obligatory instruction. We must begin with the right to the alphabet. The primary school obligatory upon all, the higher school offered to all. Such is the law. From the same school for all springs equal society. Instruction. Light. All comes from light, and all returns to it. We must learn the thoughts of the common people, if we would be wise and do any good work. We must look at men, not so much for what fortune has given to them with her blind old eyes, as for the gifts nature has brought in her lap, and for the use that has been made of them. We profess to be equal in a church and in the lodge, we shall be equal in the sight of God when he judges the earth. We may well sit on the pavement together here, in communion and conference, for the few brief moments that constitute life. A democratic government undoubtedly has its defects, because it is made and administered by men, and not by the wise gods. It cannot be concise and sharp, like the despotic. When its ire is aroused it develops its latent strength, and the sturdiest rebel trembles. But its habitual domestic rule is tolerant, patient, and indecisive. Men are brought together, first to differ, and then to agree. Affirmation, negation, discussion, solution, these are the means of attaining truth. Often the enemy will be at the gates before the babble of the disturbers is drowned in the chorus of consent. In the legislative office deliberation will often defeat decision. Liberty can play the fool like the tyrants. Refined society requires greater minuteness of regulation, and the steps of all advancing states are more and more to be picked among the old rubbish and the new materials. The difficulty lies in discovering the right path through the chaos of confusion. The adjustment of mutual rights and wrongs is also more difficult in democracies. We do not see and estimate the relative importance of objects so easily and clearly from the level or the waving land as from the elevation of a lone peak, towering above the plain, for each looks through his own mist. Abject dependence on constituents, also, is too common. It is as miserable a thing as abject dependence on a minister or the favorite of a tyrant. It is rare to find a man who can speak out the simple truth that is in him, honestly and frankly, without fear, favor, or affection either to emperor or people. Moreover, in assemblies of men, faith in each other is almost always wanting, unless a terrible pressure of calamity or danger from without produces cohesion. Hence the constructive power of such assemblies is generally deficient. The chief triumphs of modern days, in Europe, have been in pulling down and obliterating, not in building up. But repeal is not reform. Time must bring with him the restorer and rebuilder. Speech, also, is grossly abused in republics, and if the use of speech be glorious, its abuse is the most villainous of vices. Rhetoric, Plato says, is the art of ruling the minds of men. But in democracies it is too common to hide thought in words, to overlay it, to babble nonsense. The gleams and glitter of intellectual soap and water bubbles are mistaken for the rainbow glories of genius. The worthless Parides is continually mistaken for gold. Even intellect condescends to intellectual jugglery, balancing thoughts as a juggler balances pipes on his chin. In all congresses we have the inexhaustible flow of babble, and factions' clamorous knavery in discussion, until the divine power of speech, that privilege of man and great gift of God, is no better than the screech of parrots or the mimicry of monkeys. The mere talker, however fluent, is barren of deeds in the day of trial. There are men voluble as women, and as well skilled in fencing with the tongue, prodigies of speech, misers in deeds. Too much talking, like too much thinking, destroys the power of action. In human nature, the thought is only made perfect by deed. Silence is the mother of both. The trumpeter is not the bravest of the brave. Steel and not brass wins the day. The great doer of great deeds is mostly slow and slovenly of speech. There are some men born and bred to betray. Patriotism is their trade, and their capital is speech. But no noble spirit can plead like Paul and be false to itself as Judas. Imposture too commonly rules in republics, they seem to be ever in their minority, their guardians are self-appointed, and the unjust thrive better than the just. The despot, like the night lion roaring, drowns all the clamor of tongues at once, and speech, the birthright of the free man, becomes the bauble of the enslaved. It is quite true that republics only occasionally, and as it were accidentally, select their wisest, or even the less incapable among the incapables, to govern them and legislate for them. If genius, armed with learning and knowledge, will grasp the reins, the people will reverence it. If it only modestly offers itself for office, it will be smitten on the face, even when, in the straits of distress and the agonies of calamity, it is indispensable to the salvation of the state. Put it upon the track with the showy and superficial, the conceited, the ignorant, and impudent, the trickster and charlatan, and the result shall not be a moment doubtful. The verdicts of legislatures and the people are like the verdicts of juries, sometimes right by accident. Offices, it is true, are showered, like the rains of heaven, upon the just and the unjust. The Roman augurs that used to laugh in each other's faces at the simplicity of the vulgar, were also tickled with their own guile, but no augur is needed to lead the people astray. They readily deceive themselves. Let a republic begin as it may, it will not be out of its minority before imbecility will be promoted to high places, and shallow pretense, getting itself puffed into notice, will invade all the sanctuaries. The most unscrupulous partisanship will prevail, even in respect to judicial trusts, and the most unjust appointments constantly be made, although every improper promotion not merely confers one undeserved favor, but may make 100 honest cheeks smart with injustice. The country is stabbed in the front when those are brought into the stalled seats who should slink into the dim gallery. Every stamp of honor, ill-clutched, is stolen from the treasury of merit. Yet the entrance into the public service, and the promotion in it, affect both the rights of individuals and those of the nation. Injustice in bestowing or withholding office ought to be so intolerable in democratic communities that the least trace of it should be like the scent of treason. It is not universally true that all citizens of equal character have an equal claim to knock at the door of every public office and demand admittance. When any man presents himself for service he has a right to aspire to the highest body at once, if he can show his fitness for such a beginning, that he is fitter than the rest who offer themselves for the same post. The entry into it can only justly be made through the door of merit. And whenever anyone aspires to and attains such high post, especially if by unfair and disreputable and indecent means, and is afterward found to be a signal failure, he should at once be beheaded. He is the worst among the public enemies. When a man sufficiently reveals himself, all others should be proud to give him due precedence. When the power of promotion is abused in the grand passages of life whether by people, legislature, or executive, the unjust decision recoils on the judge at once. That is not only a gross, but a willful shortness of sight, that cannot discover the deserving. If one will look hard, long, and honestly, he will not fail to discern merit, genius, and qualification, and the eyes and voice of the press and public should condemn and denounce injustice wherever she rears her horrid head. The tools to the workman, no other principle will save a republic from destruction either by civil war or the dry rot. They tend to decay, do all we can to prevent it, like human bodies. If they try the experiment of governing themselves by their smallest, they slide downward to the unavoidable abyss with tenfold velocity, and there never has been a republic that has not followed that fatal course. But however palpable and gross the inherent defects of democratic governments, and fatal as the results finally and inevitably are, we need only glance at the reigns of Tiberius, Nero, and Caligula, of Heliogabalus and Caracalla, of Domitian and Commodus, to recognize that the difference between freedom and despotism is as wide as that between heaven and hell. The cruelty, baseness, and insanity of tyrants are incredible. Let him who complains of the fickle humors and inconstancy of a free people, read Pliny's character of Domitian. If the great man in a republic cannot win office without descending to low arts and whining beggary and the judicious use of sneaking lies, let him remain in retirement, and use the pen. Tacitus and Juvenal held no office. Let history and satire punish the pretender as they crucify the despot. The revenges of the intellect are terrible and just. Let Masonry use the pen and the printing press in the free state against the demagogue, in the despotism against the tyrant. History offers examples and encouragement. All history, for 4,000 years, being filled with violated rights and the sufferings of the people, each period of history brings with it such protest as is possible to it. Under the Caesars there was no insurrection, but there was a juvenile. The arousing of indignation replaces the Gracchi. Under the Caesars there is the exile of Syene, there is also the author of the Annals. As the Neros reign darkly they should be pictured so. Work with the graver only would be pale, into the groove should be poured a concentrated prose that bites. Despots are an aid to thinkers. Speech enchained is speech terrible. The writer doubles and triples his style, when silence is imposed by a master upon the people. There springs from this silence a certain mysterious fullness, which filters and freezes into brass in the thoughts. Compression in the history produces conciseness in the historian. The granitic solidity of some celebrated prose is only a condensation produced by the tyrant. Tyranny constrains the writer to shortenings of diameter which are increases of strength. The Ciceronian period, hardly sufficient upon Verres, would lose its edge upon Caligula. The demagogue is the predecessor of the despot. One springs from the other's loins. He who will basely fawn on those who have office to bestow, will betray like Iscariot, and prove a miserable and pitiable failure. Let the new Junius lash such men as they deserve, and history make them immortal in infamy, since their influences culminate in ruin. The republic that employs and honors the shallow, the superficial, the base, who crouch unto the offal of an office promised, at last weeps tears of blood for its fatal error. Of such supreme folly, the sure fruit is damnation. Let the nobility of every great heart, condensed into justice and truth, strike such creatures like a thunderbolt. If you can do no more, you can at least condemn by your vote, and ostracize by denunciation. It is true that, as the czars are absolute, they have it in their power to select the best for the public service. It is true that the beginner of a dynasty generally does so, and that when monarchies are in their prime, pretense and shallowness do not thrive and prosper and get power, as they do in republics. All do not gabble in the parliament of a kingdom, as in the congress of a democracy. The incapables do not go undetected there, all their lives. But dynasties speedily decay and run out. At last they dwindle down into imbecility, and the dull or flippant members of congresses are at least the intellectual peers of the vast majority of kings. The great man, the Julius Caesar, the Charlemagne, Cromwell, Napoleon, reigns of right. He is the wisest and the strongest. The incapables and imbeciles succeed and are usurpers, and fear makes them cruel. After Julius came Caracalla and Galba, after Charlemagne, the lunatic Charles VI. So the Saracenic dynasty dwindled out, the Capots, the Stuarts, the Bourbons, the last of these producing Bomba, the ape of Domitian. Man is by nature cruel, like the tigers. The barbarian, and the tool of the tyrant, and the civilized fanatic, enjoy the sufferings of others, as the children enjoy the contortions of maimed flies. Absolute power, once in fear for the safety of its tenure, cannot but be cruel. As to ability, dynasties invariably cease to possess any after a few lives. They become mere shams, governed by ministers, favorites, or courtesans, like those old Etruscan kings, slumbering for long ages in their golden royal robes, dissolving forever at the first breath of day. Let him who complains of the shortcomings of democracy ask himself if he would prefer a Du Barry or a Pompadour, governing in the name of a Louis XV, a Caligula making his horse a consul, a Domitian, that most savage monster, who sometimes drank the blood of relatives, sometimes employing himself with slaughtering the most distinguished citizens before whose gates fear and terror kept watch, a tyrant of frightful aspect, pride on his forehead, fire in his eye, constantly seeking darkness and secrecy, and only emerging from his solitude to make solitude. After all, in a free government, the laws and the constitution are above the incapables, the courts correct their legislation, and posterity is the grand inquest that passes judgment on them. What is the exclusion of worth and intellect and knowledge from civil office compared with trials before Jeffreys, tortures in the dark caverns of the Inquisition, Alva butcheries in the Netherlands, the eve of St. Bartholomew, and the Sicilian Vespers. The Abbé Bérault in his Memoirs for the History of Jacobinism, declares that Masonry in France gave, as its secret, the words equality and liberty, leaving it for every honest and religious Mason to explain them as would best suit his principles, but retained the privilege of unveiling in the higher degrees the meaning of those words, as interpreted by the French Revolution. And he also accepts English Masons from his anathemas, because in England a Mason is a peaceable subject of the civil authorities, no matter where he resides, engaging in no plots or conspiracies against even the worst government. England, he says, disgusted with an equality and a liberty, the consequences of which she had felt in the struggles of her Lollards, Anabaptists, and Presbyterians, had purged her Masonry from all explanations tending to overturn empires, but there still remained adepts whom disorganizing principles bound to the ancient mysteries. Because true Masonry, unemasculated, bore the banners of freedom and equal rights, and was in rebellion against temporal and spiritual tyranny, its lodges were proscribed in 1735, by an edict of the States of Holland. In 1737, Louis XV forbade them in France. In 1738, Pope Clement XII issued against them his famous bull of excommunication, which was renewed by Benedict XIV, and in 1743 the Council of Bern also proscribed them. The title of the Bull of Clement is, The Condemnation of the Society of Conventicles de Liberi Muritari, or of the Freemasons, under the penalty of ipso facto excommunication, the absolution from which is reserved to the Pope alone, except at the point of death. And by it all bishops, ordinaries, and inquisitors were empowered to punish Freemasons, as vehemently suspected of heresy, and to call in, if necessary, the help of the secular arm, that is, to cause the civil authority to put them to death. Also, false and slavish political theories end in brutalizing the state. For example, adopt the theory that offices and employments in it are to be given as rewards for services rendered to party, and they soon become the prey and spoil of faction, the booty of the victory of faction, and leprosy is in the flesh of the state. The body of the commonwealth becomes a mass of corruption, like a living carcass rotten with syphilis. All unsound theories in the end develop themselves in one foul and loathsome disease or other of the body politic. The state, like the man, must use constant effort to stay in the paths of virtue and manliness. The habit of electioneering and begging for office culminates in bribery with office, and corruption in office. A chosen man has a visible trust from God, as plainly as if the commission were engrossed by the notary. A nation cannot renounce the executorship of the divine decrees. As little can Masonry. It must labor to do its duty knowingly and wisely. We must remember that, in free states, as well as in despotisms, injustice, the spouse of oppression, is the fruitful parent of deceit, distrust, hatred, conspiracy, treason, and unfaithfulness. Even in assailing tyranny we must have truth and reason as our chief weapons. We must march into that fight like the old Puritans, or into the battle with the abuses that spring up in free government, with the flaming sword in one hand, and the oracles of God in the other. The citizen who cannot accomplish well the smaller purposes of public life, cannot compass the larger. The vast power of endurance, forbearance, patience, and performance, of a free people, is acquired only by continual exercise of all the functions, like the healthful physical human vigor. If the individual citizens have it not, the state must equally be without it. It is of the essence of a free government, that the people should not only be concerned in making the laws, but also in their execution. No man ought to be more ready to obey and administer the law than he who has helped to make it. The business of government is carried on for the benefit of all, and every co-partner should give counsel and cooperation. Remember also, as another shoal on which states are wrecked, that free states always tend toward the depositing of the citizens in strata, the creation of castes, the perpetuation of the jus divinum to office in families. The more democratic the state, the more sure this result. For, as free states advance in power, there is a strong tendency toward centralization, not from deliberate evil intention, but from the course of events and the indolence of human nature. The executive powers swell and enlarge to inordinate dimensions, and the executive is always aggressive with respect to the nation. Offices of all kinds are multiplied to reward partisans, the brute force of the sewerage and lower strata of the mob obtains large representation, first in the lower offices, and at last in senates, and bureaucracy raises its bald head, bristling with pens, girded with spectacles, and bunched with ribbon. The art of government becomes like a craft, and its guilds tend to become exclusive, as those of the Middle Ages. Political science may be much improved as a subject of speculation, but it should never be divorced from the actual national necessity. The science of governing men must always be practical, rather than philosophical. There is not the same amount of positive or universal truth here as in the abstract sciences. What is true in one country may be very false in another, what is untrue today may become true in another generation, and the truth of today be reversed by the judgment of tomorrow. To distinguish the casual from the enduring, to separate the unsuitable from the suitable, and to make progress even possible, are the proper ends of policy. But without actual knowledge and experience, and communion of labor, the dreams of the political doctors may be no better than those of the doctors of divinity. The reign of such a caste, with its mysteries, its myrmidons, and its corrupting influence, may be as fatal as that of the despots. 30 tyrants are 30 times worse than one. Moreover, there is a strong temptation for the governing people to become as much slothful and sluggards as the weakest of absolute kings. Only give them the power to get rid, when caprice prompts them, of the great and wise men, and elect the little, and as to all the rest they will relapse into indolence and indifference. The central power, creation of the people, organized and cunning if not enlightened, is the perpetual tribunal set up by them for the redress of wrong and the rule of justice. It soon supplies itself with all the requisite machinery, and is ready and apt for all kinds of interference. The people may be a child all its life. The central power may not be able to suggest the best scientific solution of a problem, but it has the easiest means of carrying an idea into effect. If the purpose to be attained is a large one, it requires a large comprehension, it is proper for the action of the central power. If it be a small one, it may be thwarted by disagreement. The central power must step in as an arbitrator and prevent this. The people may be too averse to change, too slothful in their own business, unjust to a minority or a majority. The central power must take the reins when the people drop them. France became centralized in its government more by the apathy and ignorance of its people than by the tyranny of its kings. When the inmost parish life is given up to the direct guardianship of the state, and the repair of the belfry of a country church requires a written order from the central power, a people is in its dotage. Men are thus nurtured in imbecility, from the dawn of social life. When the central government feeds part of the people it prepares all to be slaves. When it directs parish and county affairs, they are slaves already. The next step is to regulate labor and its wages. Nevertheless, whatever follies the free people may commit, even to the putting of the powers of legislation in the hands of the little competent and less honest, despair not of the final result. The terrible teacher, experience, writing his lessons on hearts desolated with calamity and wrung by agony, will make them wiser in time. Pretense and grimace and sordid beggary for votes will some day cease to avail. Have faith, and struggle on, against all evil influences and discouragements. Faith is the Savior and Redeemer of nations. When Christianity had grown weak, profitless, and powerless, the Arab restorer and iconoclast came, like a cleansing hurricane. When the battle of Damascus was about to be fought, the Christian bishop, at the early dawn, in his robes, at the head of his clergy, with the cross once so triumphant raised in the air, came down to the gates of the city, and laid open before the army the testament of Christ. The Christian general, Thomas, laid his hand on the book, and said, O God! If our faith be true, aid us, and deliver us not into the hands of its enemies. But Khaled, the sword of God, who had marched from victory to victory, exclaimed to his wearied soldiers, Let no man sleep. There will be rest enough in the bowers of paradise, sweet will be the repose never more to be followed by labor. The faith of the Arab had become stronger than that of the Christian, and he conquered. The sword is also, in the Bible, an emblem of speech, or of the utterance of thought. Thus, in that vision or apocalypse of the sublime exile of Patmos, a protest in the name of the ideal, overwhelming the real world, a tremendous satire uttered in the name of religion and liberty, and with its fiery reverberations smiting the throne of the Caesars, a sharp two-edged sword comes out of the mouth of the semblance of the Son of Man, encircled by the 7 golden candlesticks, and holding in his right hand 7 stars. The Lord, says Isaiah, hath made my mouth like a sharp sword. I have slain them, says Hosea, by the words of my mouth. The word of God, says the writer of the apostolic letter to the Hebrews, is quick and powerful, and sharper than any two-edged sword, piercing even to the dividing asunder of soul and spirit. The sword of the Spirit, which is the word of God, says Paul, writing to the Christians at Ephesus. I will fight against them with the sword of my mouth, it is said in the Apocalypse, to the angel of the church at Pergamos. The spoken discourse may roll on strongly as the great tidal wave, but, like the wave, it dies at last feebly on the sands. It is heard by few, remembered by still fewer, and fades away, like an echo in the mountains, leaving no token of power. It is nothing to the living and coming generations of men. It was the written human speech, that gave power and permanence to human thought. It is this that makes the whole human history but one individual life. To write on the rock is to write on a solid parchment, but it requires a pilgrimage to see it. There is but one copy, and time wears even that. To write on skins or papyrus was to give, as it were, but one tardy edition, and the rich only could procure it. The Chinese stereotyped not only the unchanging wisdom of old sages, but also the passing events. The process tended to suffocate thought, and to hinder progress, for there is continual wandering in the wisest minds, and truth writes her last words, not on clean tablets, but on the scrawl that error has made and often mended. Printing made the movable letters prolific. Thenceforth the orator spoke almost visibly to listening nations, and the author wrote, like the Pope, his ecumenic decrees, Urbi et Orbi, and ordered them to be posted up in all the marketplaces, remaining, if he chose, impervious to human sight. The doom of tyrannies was thenceforth sealed. Satire and invective became potent as armies. The unseen hands of the geniuses could launch the thunderbolts, and make the ministers tremble. One whisper from this giant fills the earth as easily as Demosthenes filled the agora. It will soon be heard at the antipodes as easily as in the next street. It travels with the lightning under the oceans. It makes the mass one man, speaks to it in the same common language, and elicits a sure and single response. Speech passes into thought, and thence promptly into act. A nation becomes truly one, with one large heart and a single throbbing pulse. Men are invisibly present to each other, as if already spiritual beings, and the thinker who sits in an alpine solitude, unknown to or forgotten by all the world, among the silent herds and hills, may flash his words to all the cities and over all the seas. Select the thinkers to be legislators, and avoid the gabblers. Wisdom is rarely loquacious. Weight and depth of thought are unfavorable to volubility. The shallow and superficial are generally voluble and often pass for eloquent. More words, less thought, is the general rule. The man who endeavors to say something worth remembering in every sentence, becomes fastidious, and condenses like Tacitus. The vulgar love a more diffuse stream. The ornamentation that does not cover strength is the gewgaws of Babel. Neither is dialectic subtlety valuable to public men. The Christian faith has it, had it formerly more than now, a subtlety that might have entangled Plato, and which has rivaled in a fruitless fashion the mystic lore of Jewish rabbis and Indian sages. It is not this which converts the heathen. It is a vain task to balance the great thoughts of the earth, like hollow straws, on the fingertips of disputation. It is not this kind of warfare which makes the cross triumphant in the hearts of the unbelievers, but the actual power that lives in the faith. So there is a political scholasticism that is merely useless. The dexterities of subtle logic rarely stir the hearts of the people, or convince them. The true apostle of liberty, fraternity, and equality makes it a matter of life and death. His combats are like those of Bossuet, combats to the death. The true apostolic fire is like the lightning, it flashes conviction into the soul. The true word is verily a two-edged sword. Matters of government and political science can be fairly dealt with only by sound reason, and the logic of common sense, not the common sense of the ignorant, but of the wise. The acutest thinkers rarely succeed in becoming leaders of men. A watchword or a catchword is more potent with the people than logic, especially if this be the least metaphysical. When a political prophet arises, to stir the dreaming, stagnant nation, and hold back its feet from the irretrievable descent, to heave the land as with an earthquake, and shake the silly shallow idols from their seats, his words will come straight from God's own mouth, and be thundered into the conscience. He will reason, teach, warn, and rule. The real sword of the Spirit is keener than the brightest blade of Damascus. Such men rule a land, in the strength of justice, with wisdom and with power. Still, the men of dialectic subtlety often rule well, because in practice they forget their finely spun theories, and use the trenchant logic of common sense. But when the great heart and large intellect are left to the rust in private life, and small attorneys, brawlers in politics, and those who in the cities would be only the clerks of notaries, or practitioners in the disreputable courts, are made national legislators, the country is in her dotage, even if the beard has not yet grown upon her chin. In a free country, human speech must needs be free, and the state must listen to the maunderings of folly, and the screechings of its geese, and the brayings of its asses, as well as to the golden oracles of its wise and great men. Even the despotic old kings allowed their wise fools to say what they liked. The true alchemist will extract the lessons of wisdom from the babblings of folly. He will hear what a man has to say on any given subject, even if the speaker end only in proving himself prince of fools. Even a fool will sometimes hit the mark. There is some truth in all men who are not compelled to suppress their souls and speak other men's thoughts. The finger even of the idiot may point to the great highway. A people, as well as the sages, must learn to forget. If it neither learns the new nor forgets the old, it is fated, even if it has been royal for 30 generations. To unlearn is to learn, and also it is sometimes needful to learn again the forgotten. The antics of fools make the current follies more palpable, as fashions are shown to be absurd by caricatures, which so lead to their extirpation. The buffoon and the zany are useful in their places. The ingenious artificer and craftsman, like Solomon, searches the earth for his materials, and transforms the misshapen matter into glorious workmanship. The world is conquered by the head even more than by the hands. Nor will any assembly talk forever. After a time, when it has listened long enough, it quietly puts the silly, the shallow, and the superficial to one side, it thinks, and sets to work. The human thought, especially in popular assemblies, runs in the most singularly crooked channels, harder to trace and follow than the blind currents of the ocean. No notion is so absurd that it may not find a place there. The master workman must train these notions and vagaries with his two-handed hammer. They twist out of the way of the sword thrusts, and are invulnerable all over, even in the heel, against logic. The martel or mace, the battle-axe, the great double-edged two-handed sword must deal with follies, the rapier is no better against them than a wand, unless it be the rapier of ridicule. The sword is also the symbol of war and of the soldier. Wars, like thunderstorms, are often necessary to purify the stagnant atmosphere. War is not a demon, without remorse or reward. It restores the brotherhood in letters of fire. When men are seated in their pleasant places, sunken in ease and indolence, with pretense and incapacity in littleness usurping all the high places of state, war is the baptism of blood and fire, by which alone they can be renovated. It is the hurricane that brings the elemental equilibrium, the concord of power and wisdom. So long as these continue obstinately divorced, it will continue to chasten. In the mutual appeal of nations to God, there is the acknowledgement of his might. It lights the beacons of faith and freedom, and heats the furnace through which the earnest and loyal pass to immortal glory. There is in war the doom of defeat, the quenchless sense of duty, the stirring sense of honor, the measureless solemn sacrifice of devotedness, and the incense of success. Even in the flame and smoke of battle, the Mason discovers his brother, and fulfills the sacred obligations of fraternity. 2, or the duad, is the symbol of antagonism, of good and evil, light and darkness. It is Cain and Abel, Eve and Lilith, Jachin and Boaz, Ormuzd and Ahriman, Osiris and Typhon. 3, or the triad, is most significantly expressed by the equilateral and the right-angled triangles. There are 3 principal colors or rays in the rainbow, which by intermixture make 7. The 3 are the blue, the yellow, and the red. The Trinity of the deity, in one mode or other, has been an article in all creeds. He creates, preserves, and destroys. He is the generative power, the productive capacity, and the result. The immaterial man, according to the Kabbalah, is composed of vitality, or life, the breath of life, of soul or mind, and spirit. Salt, sulfur, and mercury are the great symbols of the alchemists. To them man was body, soul, and spirit. 4 is expressed by the square, or four-sided right-angled figure. Out of the symbolic Garden of Eden flowed a river, dividing into 4 streams, Pison, which flows around the land of gold, or light, Gihon, which flows around the land of Ethiopia or darkness, Hiddekel, running eastward to Assyria, and the Euphrates. Zechariah saw 4 chariots coming out from between 2 mountains of bronze, in the first of which were red horses, in the second, black, in the third, white, and in the fourth, grizzled, and these were the 4 winds of the heavens, that go forth from standing before the Lord of all the earth. Ezekiel saw the 4 living creatures, each with 4 faces and 4 wings, the faces of a man and a lion, an ox and an eagle, and the 4 wheels going upon their 4 sides, and St. John beheld the 4 beasts, full of eyes before and behind, the lion, the young ox, the man, and the flying eagle. 4 was the signature of the earth. Therefore, in the 148th Psalm, of those who must praise the Lord on the land, there are 4 times 4, and 4 in particular of living creatures. Visible nature is described as the 4 quarters of the world, and the 4 corners of the earth. There are 4, says the old Jewish saying, which take the first place in this world, man, among the creatures, the eagle among birds, the ox among cattle, and the lion among wild beasts. Daniel saw 4 great beasts come up from the sea. 5 is the duad added to the triad. It is expressed by the 5-pointed or blazing star, the mysterious pentalpha of Pythagoras. It is indissolubly connected with the number 7. Christ fed his disciples and the multitude with 5 loaves and 2 fishes, and of the fragments there remained 12, that is, 5 and 7, baskets full. Again he fed them with 7 loaves and a few little fishes, and there remained 7 baskets full. The 5 apparently small planets, Mercury, Venus, Mars, Jupiter, and Saturn, with the 2 greater ones, the Sun and Moon, constituted the 7 celestial spheres. 7 was the peculiarly sacred number. There were 7 planets and spheres presided over by 7 archangels. There were 7 colors in the rainbow, and the Phoenician deity was called the Heptakes or god of 7 rays, 7 days of the week, and 7 and 5 made the number of months, tribes, and apostles. Zechariah saw a golden candlestick, with 7 lamps and 7 pipes to the lamps, and an olive tree on each side. Since he says, the 7 eyes of the Lord shall rejoice, and shall see the plummet in the hand of Zerubbabel. John, in the Apocalypse, writes 7 epistles to the 7 churches. In the 7 epistles there are 12 promises. What is said of the churches in praise or blame, is completed in the number 3. The refrain, who has ears to hear, etc., has 10 words, divided by 3 and 7, and the 7 by 3 and 4, and the 7 epistles are also so divided. In the seals, trumpets, and vials, also, of this symbolic vision, the 7 are divided by 4 and 3. He who sends his message to Ephesus, holds the 7 stars in his right hand, and walks amid the 7 golden lamps. In 6 days, or periods, God created the universe, and paused on the 7th day. Of clean beasts, Noah was directed to take by 7s into the ark, and of fowls by 7s, because in 7 days the rain was to commence. On the _7_10th day of the month, the rain began, on the _7_10th day of the 7th month, that ark rested on Ararat. When the dove returned, Noah waited 7 days before he sent her forth again, and again 7, after she returned with the olive leaf. Enoch was the 7th patriarch, Adam included, and Lamech lived 777 years. There were 7 lamps in the great candlestick of the tabernacle and temple, representing the 7 planets. 7 times Moses sprinkled the anointing oil upon the altar. The days of consecration of Aaron and his sons were 7 in number. A woman was unclean 7 days after childbirth, one infected with leprosy was shut up 7 days, 7 times the leper was sprinkled with the blood of a slain bird, and 7 days afterwards he must remain abroad out of his tent. 7 times, in purifying the leper, the priest was to sprinkle the consecrated oil, and 7 times to sprinkle with the blood of the sacrificed bird the house to be purified. 7 times the blood of the slain bullock was sprinkled on the mercy seat, and 7 times on the altar. The 7th year was a Sabbath of rest, and at the end of 7 times 7 years came the great year of Jubilee. 7 days the people ate unleavened bread, in the month of Abib. 7 weeks were counted from the time of first putting the sickle to the wheat. The Feast of the Tabernacles lasted 7 days. Israel was in the hand of Midian 7 years before Gideon delivered them. The bullock sacrificed by him was 7 years old. Samson told Delilah to bind him with 7 green wives, and she wove the 7 locks of his head, and afterwards shaved them off. Balaam told Barak to build for him 7 altars. Jacob served 7 years for Leah and 7 for Rachel. Job had 7 sons and 3 daughters, making the perfect number 10. He had also 7,000 sheep and 3,000 camels. His friends sat down with him 7 days and 7 nights. His friends were ordered to sacrifice 7 bullocks and 7 rams, and again, at the end, he had 7 sons and 3 daughters, and twice 7,000 sheep, and lived in 140, or twice 7 times 10 years. Pharaoh saw in his dream 7 fat and 7 lean kine, 7 good ears and 7 blasted ears of wheat, and there were 7 years of plenty, and 7 of famine. Jericho fell, when 7 priests, with 7 trumpets, made the circuit of the city on 7 successive days, once each day for 6 days, and 7 times on the 7th. The 7 eyes of the Lord, says Zechariah, run to and fro through the whole earth. Solomon was 7 years in building the temple. 7 angels, in the Apocalypse, pour out 7 plagues, from 7 vials of wrath. The scarlet-colored beast, on which the woman sits in the wilderness, has 7 heads and 10 horns. So also has the beast that rises up out of the sea. 7 thunders uttered their voices. 7 angels sounded 7 trumpets. 7 lamps, of fire, the 7 spirits of God, burned before the throne, and the Lamb that was slain had 7 horns and 7 eyes. 8 is the first cube, that of 2. 9 is the square of 3, and represented by the triple triangle. 10 includes all the other numbers. It is especially 7 and 3, and is called the number of perfection. Pythagoras represented it by the tetractys, which had many mystic meanings. This symbol is sometimes composed of dots or points, sometimes of commas or yods, and in the Kabbalah, of the letters of the name of deity. It is thus arranged. The patriarchs from Adam to Noah, inclusive, are 10 in number, and the same number is that of the commandments. 12 is the number of the lines of equal length that form a cube. It is the number of the months, the tribes, and the apostles, of the oxen under the brazen sea, of the stones on the breastplate of the high priest. Albert Pike, Morals and Dogma of Freemasonry. Chapter 3, The Master. To understand literally the symbols and allegories of Oriental books as to anti-historical matters, is willfully to close our eyes against the light. To translate the symbols into the trivial and commonplace, is the blundering of mediocrity. All religious expression is symbolism, since we can describe only what we see, and the true objects of religion are the seen. The earliest instruments of education were symbols, and they and all other religious forms differed and still differ according to external circumstances and imagery, and according to differences of knowledge and mental cultivation. All language is symbolic, so far as it is applied to mental and spiritual phenomena and action. All words have, primarily, a material sense, however they may afterward get, for the ignorant, a spiritual nonsense. To retract, for example, is to draw back, and when applied to a statement, is symbolic, as much so as a picture of an arm drawn back, to express the same thing, would be. The very word spirit means breath, from the Latin verb, breathe. To present a visible symbol to the eye of another is not necessarily to inform him of the meaning which that symbol has to you. Hence the philosopher soon superadded to the symbol's explanations addressed to the ear, susceptible of more precision, but less effective and impressive than the painted or sculptured forms which he endeavored to explain. Out of these explanations grew by degrees a variety of narrations, whose true object and meaning were gradually forgotten, or lost in contradictions and incongruities. And when these were abandoned, and philosophy resorted to definitions and formulas, its language was but a more complicated symbolism, attempting in the dark to grapple with and picture ideas impossible to be expressed. For as with the visible symbol, so with the word, to utter it to you does not inform you of the exact meaning which it has to me, and thus religion and philosophy became to a great extent disputes as to the meaning of words. The most abstract expression for deity, which language can supply, is but a sign or symbol for an object beyond our comprehension, and not more truthful and adequate than the images of Osiris and Vishnu, or their names, except as being less sensuous and explicit. We avoid sensuousness only by resorting to simple negation. We come at last to define spirit by saying that it is not matter. Spirit is spirit. A single example of the symbolism of words will indicate to you one branch of Masonic study. We find in the English Rite this phrase, I will always hail, ever conceal, and never reveal, and in the Catechism, these. Q. I hail. A. I conceal. And ignorance, misunderstanding the word hail, has interpolated the phrase, from whence do you hail? But the word is really hele, from the Anglo-Saxon verb delan, helan, to cover, hide, or conceal. And this word is rendered by the Latin verb tedra, to cover or roof over. That ye fro me no thinge wall hele, says Gower. They hele fro me no priuite, says the Romaunt of the Rose. To heal a house, is a common phrase in Sussex, and in the west of England, he that covers a house with slates is called a healer. Wherefore, to heal means the same thing as to tile, itself symbolic, as meaning, primarily, to cover a house with tiles, and means to cover, hide, or conceal. Thus language too is symbolism, and words are as much misunderstood and misused as more material symbols are. Symbolism tended continually to become more complicated, and all the powers of heaven were reproduced on earth, until a web of fiction and allegory was woven, partly by art and partly by the ignorance of error, which the wit of man, with his limited means of explanation, will never unravel. Even the Hebrew theism became involved in symbolism and image worship, borrowed probably from an older creed and remote regions of Asia, the worship of the great Semitic nature god Al or Els and its symbolical representations of Jehovah himself were not even confined to poetical or illustrative language. The priests were monotheists, the people idolaters. There are dangers inseparable from symbolism, which afford an impressive lesson in regard to the similar risks attendant on the use of language. The imagination, called in to assist the reason, usurps its place or leaves its ally helplessly entangled in its web. Names which stand for things are confounded with them, the means are mistaken for the end, the instrument of interpretation for the object, and thus symbols come to usurp an independent character as truths and persons. Though perhaps a necessary path, they were a dangerous one by which to approach the deity, in which many, says Plutarch, mistaking the sign for the thing signified, fell into a ridiculous superstition, while others, in avoiding one extreme, plunged into the no less hideous gulf of irreligion and impiety. It is through the mysteries, Cicero says, that we have learned the first principles of life, wherefore the term initiation is used with good reason, and they not only teach us to live more happily and agreeably, but they soften the pains of death by the hope of a better life hereafter. The mysteries were a sacred drama, exhibiting some legend significant of nature's changes, of the visible universe in which the divinity is revealed, and whose import was in many respects as open to the pagan as to the Christian. Nature is the great teacher of man, for it is the revelation of God. It neither dogmatizes nor attempts to tyrannize by compelling to a particular creed or special interpretation. It presents its symbols to us, and adds nothing by way of explanation. It is the text without the commentary, and, as we well know, it is chiefly the commentary and gloss that lead to error and heresy and persecution. The earliest instructors of mankind not only adopted the lessons of nature, but as far as possible adhered to her method of imparting them. In the mysteries, beyond the current traditions or sacred and enigmatic recitals of the temples, few explanations were given to the spectators, who were left, as in the school of nature, to make inferences for themselves. No other method could have suited every degree of cultivation and capacity. To employ nature's universal symbolism instead of the technicalities of language, rewards the humblest inquirer, and discloses its secrets to every one in proportion to his preparatory training and his power to comprehend them. If their philosophical meaning was above the comprehension of some, their moral and political meanings are within the reach of all. These mystic shows and performances were not the reading of a lecture, but the opening of a problem. Requiring research, they were calculated to arouse the dormant intellect. They implied no hostility to philosophy, because philosophy is the great expounder of symbolism, although its ancient interpretations were often ill-founded and incorrect. The alteration from symbol to dogma is fatal to beauty of expression, and leads to intolerance and assumed infallibility. If, in teaching the great doctrine of the divine nature of the soul, and in striving to explain its longings after immortality, and in proving its superiority over the souls of the animals, which have no aspirations heavenward, the ancients struggled in vain to express the nature of the soul, by comparing it to fire and light, it will be well for us to consider whether, with all our boasted knowledge, we have any better or clearer idea of its nature, and whether we have not despairingly taken refuge in having none at all. And if they erred as to its original place of abode, and understood literally the mode and path of its descent, these were but the accessories of the great truth, and probably, to the initiates, mere allegories, designed to make the idea more palpable and impressive to the mind. They are at least no more fit to be smiled at by the self-conceit of a vain ignorance, the wealth of whose knowledge consists solely in words, than the bosom of Abraham, as a home for the spirits of the just dead, the gulf of actual fire, for the eternal torture of spirits, and the city of the New Jerusalem, with its walls of jasper and its edifices of pure gold like clear glass, its foundations of precious stones, and its gates each of a single pearl. I knew a man, says Paul, caught up to the third heaven, that he was caught up into paradise, and heard ineffable words, which it is not possible for a man to utter. And nowhere is the antagonism and conflict between the spirit and body more frequently and forcibly insisted on than in the writings of this apostle, nowhere the divine nature of the soul more strongly asserted. With the mind, he says, I serve the law of God, but with the flesh the law of sin. As many as are led by the Spirit of God, are the sons of God. The earnest expectation of the created waits for the manifestation of the sons of God. The created shall be delivered from the bondage of corruption, of the flesh liable to decay, into the glorious liberty of the children of God. Two forms of government are favorable to the prevalence of falsehood and deceit. Under a despotism, men are false, treacherous, and deceitful through fear, like slaves dreading the lash. Under a democracy they are so as a means of attaining popularity in office, and because of the greed for wealth. Experience will probably prove that these odious and detestable vices will grow most rankly and spread most rapidly in a republic. When office and wealth become the gods of a people, and the most unworthy and unfit most aspire to the former, and fraud becomes the highway to the latter, the land will reek with falsehood and sweat lies and chicane. When the offices are open to all, merit and stern integrity and the dignity of unsullied honor will attain them only rarely and by accident. To be able to serve the country well, will cease to be a reason why the great and wise and learned should be selected to render service. Other qualifications, less honorable, will be more available. To adapt one's opinions to the popular humor, to defend, apologize for, and justify the popular follies, to advocate the expedient and the plausible, to caress, cajole, and flatter the elector, to beg like a spaniel for his vote, even if he be a Negro 3 removes from barbarism, to profess friendship for a competitor and stab him by innuendo, to set on foot that which at third hand shall become a lie, being cousin german to it when uttered, and yet capable of being explained away, who is there that has not seen these low arts and base appliances put into practice, and becoming general, until success cannot be surely had by any more honorable means, the result being a state ruled and ruined by ignorant and shallow mediocrity, pert self-conceit, the greenness of unripe intellect, vain of a schoolboy's smattering of knowledge. The faithless and the false in public and in political life, will be faithless and false in private. The jockey in politics, like the jockey on the racecourse, is rotten from skin to core. Everywhere he will see first to his own interests, and whoso leans on him will be pierced with a broken reed. His ambition is ignoble, like himself, and therefore he will seek to attain office by ignoble means, as he will seek to attain any other coveted object, land, money, or reputation. At length, office and honor are divorced. The place that the small and shallow, the knave or the trickster, is deemed competent and fit to fill, ceases to be worthy the ambition of the great and capable, or if not, these shrink from a contest, the weapons to be used wherein are unfit for a gentleman to handle. Then the habits of unprincipled advocates in law courts are naturalized in senates, and pettifoggers wrangle there, when the fate of the nation and the lives of millions are at stake. States are even begotten by villainy and brought forth by fraud, and rascalities are justified by legislators claiming to be honorable. Then contested elections are decided by perjured votes or party considerations, and all the practices of the worst times of corruption are revived and exaggerated in republics. It is strange that reverence for truth, that manliness and genuine loyalty, and scorn of littleness and unfair advantage, and genuine faith and godliness and large-heartedness should diminish, among statesmen and people, as civilization advances, and freedom becomes more general, and universal suffrage implies universal worth and fitness. In the age of Elizabeth, without universal suffrage or societies for the diffusion of useful knowledge, or popular lecturers, or Lycia, the statesman, the merchant, the burgher, the sailor, were all alike heroic, fearing God only, and man not at all. Let but 100 or 2 years elapse, and in a monarchy or republic of the same race, nothing is less heroic than the merchant, the shrewd speculator, the office-seeker, fearing man only, and God not at all. Reverence for greatness dies out, and is succeeded by base envy of greatness. Every man is in the way of many, either in the path to popularity or wealth. There is a general feeling of satisfaction when a great statesman is displaced, or a general, who has been for his brief hour the popular idol, is unfortunate and sinks from his high estate. It becomes a misfortune, if not a crime, to be above the popular level. We should naturally suppose that a nation in distress would take counsel with the wisest of its sons. But, on the contrary, great men seem never so scarce as when they are most needed, and small men never so bold to insist on infesting place, as when mediocrity and incapable pretense and sophomoric greenness, and showy and sprightly incompetency, are most dangerous. When France was in the extremity of revolutionary agony, she was governed by an assembly of provincial pettifoggers, and Robespierre, Marat, and Couthon ruled in the place of Mirabeau, Vergniaud, and Carnot. England was governed by the Rump Parliament, after she had beheaded her king. Cromwell extinguished one body, and Napoleon the other. Fraud, falsehood, trickery, and deceit in national affairs are the signs of decadence in states and precede convulsions or paralysis. To bully the weak and crouch to the strong, is the policy of nations governed by small mediocrity. The tricks of the canvass for office are reenacted in senates. The executive becomes the dispenser of patronage, chiefly to the most unworthy, and men are bribed with offices instead of money, to the greater ruin of the commonwealth. The divine in human nature disappears, and interest, greed, and selfishness takes its place. That is a sad and true allegory which represents the companions of Ulysses changed by the enchantments of Circe into swine. Ye cannot, said the great teacher, serve God and mammon. When the thirst for wealth becomes general, it will be sought for as well dishonestly as honestly, by frauds and overreachings, by the knaveries of trade, the heartlessness of greedy speculation, by gambling in stocks and commodities that soon demoralizes a whole community. Men will speculate upon the needs of their neighbors and the distresses of their country. Bubbles that, bursting, impoverish multitudes, will be blown up by cunning knavery, with stupid credulity as its assistance and instrument. Huge bankruptcies, that startle a country like the earthquakes, and are more fatal, fraudulent assignments, engulfment of the savings of the poor, expansions and collapses of the currency, the crash of banks, the depreciation of government securities, prey on the savings of self-denial, and trouble with their depredations the first nourishment of infancy and the last sands of life, and fill with inmates the churchyards and lunatic asylums. But the sharper and speculator thrives and fattens. If his country is fighting by a levy en masse for her very existence, he aids her by depreciating her paper, so that he may accumulate fabulous amounts with little outlay. If his neighbor is distressed, he buys his property for a song. If he administers upon an estate, it turns out insolvent, and the orphans are paupers. If his bank explodes, he is found to have taken care of himself in time. Society worships its paper and credit kings, as the old Hindus and Egyptians worshipped their worthless idols, and often the most obsequiously when in actual solid wealth they are the veriest paupers. No wonder men think there ought to be another world, in which the injustices of this may be atoned for, when they see the friends of ruined families begging the wealthy sharpers to give alms to prevent the orphan victims from starving, until they may find ways of supporting themselves. States are chiefly avaricious of commerce and of territory. The latter leads to the violation of treaties, encroachments upon feeble neighbors, and rapacity toward their wards whose lands are coveted. Republics are, in this, as rapacious and unprincipled as despots, never learning from history that inordinate expansion by rapine and fraud has its inevitable consequences in dismemberment or subjugation. When a republic begins to plunder its neighbors, the words of doom are already written on its walls. There is a judgment already pronounced of God upon whatever is unrighteous in the conduct of national affairs. When civil war tears the vitals of a republic, let it look back and see if it has not been guilty of injustices, and if it has, let it humble itself in the dust. When a nation becomes possessed with a spirit of commercial greed, beyond those just and fair limits set by a due regard to a moderate and reasonable degree of general and individual prosperity, it is a nation possessed by the devil of commercial avarice, a passion as ignoble and demoralizing as avarice in the individual, and as this sordid passion is baser and more unscrupulous than ambition, so it is more hateful, and at last makes the infected nation to be regarded as the enemy of the human race. To grasp at the lion's share of commerce, has always at last proven the ruin of states, because it invariably leads to injustices that make a state detestable, to a selfishness and crooked policy that forbid other nations to be the friends of a state that cares only for itself. Commercial avarice in India was the parent of more atrocities and greater rapacity, and cost more human lives, than the nobler ambition for extended empire of consular Rome. The nation that grasps at the commerce of the world cannot but become selfish, calculating, dead to the noblest impulses and sympathies which ought to actuate states. It will submit to insults that wound its honor, rather than endanger its commercial interests by war, while, to subserve those interests, it will wage unjust war, on false or frivolous pretexts, its free people cheerfully allying themselves with despots to crush a commercial rival that has art to exile its kings and elect its own ruler. Thus the cold calculations of a sordid self-interest, in nations commercially avaricious, always at last displaced the sentiments and lofty impulses of honor and generosity by which they rose to greatness, which made Elizabeth and Cromwell alike the protectors of Protestants beyond the 4 seas of England, against crown tyranny and mitred persecution, and, if they had lasted, would have forbidden alliances with czars and autocrats and Bourbons to re-enthrone the tyrannies of incapacity, and arm the Inquisition anew with its instruments of torture. The soul of the avaricious nation petrifies, like the soul of the individual who makes gold his god. The despot will occasionally act upon noble and generous impulses, and help the weak against the strong, the right against the wrong. But commercial avarice is essentially egotistic, grasping, faithless, overreaching, crafty, cold, ungenerous, selfish, and calculating, controlled by considerations of self-interest alone. Heartless and merciless, it has no sentiments of pity, sympathy, or honor, to make it pause in its remorseless career, and it crushes down all that is of impediment in its way, as its keels of commerce crush under them the murmuring in unheeded waves. A war for a great principle ennobles a nation. A war for commercial supremacy, upon some shallow pretext, is despicable, and more than aught else demonstrates to what immeasurable depths of baseness men and nations can descend. Commercial greed values the lives of men no more than it values the lives of ants. The slave trade is as acceptable to a people enthralled by that greed, as the trade in ivory or spices, if the profits are as large. It will by and by endeavor to compound with God and quiet its own conscience, by compelling those to whom it sold the slaves it bought or stole, to set them free, and slaughtering them by hecatombs if they refuse to obey the edicts of its philanthropy. Justice in no wise consists in meting out to another that exact measure of reward or punishment which we think and decree his merit, or what we call his crime, which is more often merely his error, deserves. The justice of the Father is not incompatible with forgiveness by him of the errors and offenses of his child. The infinite justice of God does not consist in meting out exact measures of punishment for human frailties and sins. We are too apt to erect our own little and narrow notions of what is right and just into the law of justice, and to insist that God shall adopt that as his law, to measure off something with our own little tape line, and call it God's love of justice. Continually we seek to ennoble our own ignoble love of revenge and retaliation, by misnaming it justice. Nor does justice consist in strictly governing our conduct toward other men by the rigid rules of legal right. If there were a community anywhere, in which all stood upon the strictness of this rule, there should be written over its gates, as a warning to the unfortunates desiring admission to that inhospitable realm, the words which Dante says are written over the great gate of hell: "Let those who enter here leave hope behind." It is not just to pay the laborer in field or factory or workshop his current wages and no more, the lowest market value of his labor, for so long only as we need that labor and he is able to work, for when sickness or old age overtakes him, that is to leave him and his family to starve, and God will curse with calamity the people in which the children of the laborer out of work eat the boiled grass of the field, and mothers strangle their children, that they may buy food for themselves with the charitable pittance given for burial expenses. The rules of what is ordinarily termed justice may be punctiliously observed among the fallen spirits that are the aristocracy of hell. Justice, divorced from sympathy, is selfish indifference, not in the least more laudable than misanthropic isolation. There is sympathy even among the hair-like oscillatorias, a tribe of simple plants, armies of which may be discovered, with the aid of the microscope, in the tiniest bit of scum from a stagnant pool. For these will place themselves, as if it were by agreement, in separate companies, on the side of a vessel containing them, and seem marching upward in rows, and when a swarm grows weary of its situation, and has a mind to change its quarters, each army holds on its way without confusion or intermixture, proceeding with great regularity and order, as if under the directions of wise leaders. The ants and bees give each other mutual assistance, beyond what is required by that which human creatures are apt to regard as the strict law of justice. Surely we need but reflect a little, to be convinced that the individual man is but a fraction of the unit of society, and that he is indissolubly connected with the rest of his race. Not only the actions, but the will and thoughts of other men make or mar his fortunes, control his destinies, are unto him life or death, dishonor or honor. The epidemics, physical and moral, contagious and infectious, public opinion, popular delusions, enthusiasms, and the other great electric phenomena and currents, moral and intellectual, prove the universal sympathy. The vote of a single and obscure man, the utterance of self-will, ignorance, conceit, or spite, deciding an election and placing folly or incapacity or baseness in a senate, involves the country in war, sweeps away our fortunes, slaughters our sons, renders the labors of a life unavailing, and pushes on, helpless, with all our intellect to resist, into the grave. These considerations ought to teach us that justice to others and to ourselves is the same, that we cannot define our duties by mathematical lines ruled by the square, but must fill with them the great circle traced by the compasses, that the circle of humanity is the limit, and we are but the point in its center, the drops in the great Atlantic, the atom or particle, bound by a mysterious law of attraction which we term sympathy to every other atom in the mass, that the physical and moral welfare of others cannot be indifferent to us, that we have a direct and immediate interest in the public morality and popular intelligence, in the well-being and physical comfort of the people at large. The ignorance of the people, their pauperism and destitution, and consequent degradation, their brutalization and demoralization, are all diseases, and we cannot rise high enough above the people, nor shut ourselves up from them enough, to escape the miasmatic contagion and the great magnetic currents. Justice is peculiarly indispensable to nations. The unjust state is doomed of God to calamity and ruin. This is the teaching of the eternal wisdom and of history. Righteousness exalteth a nation, but wrong is a reproach to nations. The throne is established by righteousness. Let the lips of the ruler pronounce the sentence that is divine, and his mouth do no wrong in judgment. The nation that adds province to province by fraud and violence, that encroaches on the weak and plunders its wards, and violates its treaties and the obligation of its contracts, and for the law of honor and fair dealing substitutes the exigencies of greed and the base precepts of policy and craft and the ignoble tenets of expediency, is predestined to destruction, for here, as with the individual, the consequences of wrong are inevitable and eternal. A sentence is written against all that is unjust, written by God in the nature of man and in the nature of the universe, because it is in the nature of the infinite God. No wrong is really successful. The gain of injustice is a loss, its pleasure, suffering. Iniquity often seems to prosper, but its success is its defeat and shame. If its consequences pass by the doer, they fall upon and crush his children. It is a philosophical, physical, and moral truth, in the form of a threat, that God visits the iniquity of the fathers upon the children, to the third and fourth generation of those who violate his laws. After a long while, the day of reckoning always comes, to nation as to individual, and always the knave deceives himself, and proves a failure. Hypocrisy is the homage that vice and wrong pay to virtue and justice. It is Satan attempting to clothe himself in the angelic vesture of light. It is equally detestable in morals, politics, and religion, in the man and in the nation. To do injustice under the pretense of equity and fairness, to reprove vice in public and commit it in private, to pretend to charitable opinion and censoriously condemn, to profess the principles of Masonic beneficence, and close the ear to the wail of distress and the cry of suffering, to eulogize the intelligence of the people, and plot to deceive and betray them by means of their ignorance and simplicity, to prate of purity, and peculate, of honor, and basely abandon a sinking cause, of disinterestedness, and sell one's vote for place and power, are hypocrisies as common as they are infamous and disgraceful. To steal the livery of the court of God to serve the devil withal, to pretend to believe in a God of mercy and a Redeemer of love, and persecute those of a different faith, to devour widows' houses, and for a pretense make long prayers, to preach continence, and wallow in lust, to inculcate humility, and in pride surpass Lucifer, to pay tithe, and omit the weightier matters of the law, judgment, mercy and faith, to strain at a gnat, and swallow a camel, to make clean the outside of the cup and platter, keeping them full within of extortion and excess, to appear outwardly righteous unto men, but within be full of hypocrisy and iniquity, is indeed to be like unto whited sepulchres, which appear beautiful outward, but are within full of bones of the dead and of all uncleanness. The Republic cloaks its ambition with the pretense of a desire and duty to extend the area of freedom, and claims it as its manifest destiny to annex other republics or the states or provinces of others to itself, by open violence, or under obsolete, empty, and fraudulent titles. The empire founded by a successful soldier, claims its ancient or natural boundaries, and makes necessity and its safety the plea for open robbery. The great merchant nation, gaining foothold in the Orient, finds a continual necessity for extending its dominion by arms, and subjugates India. The great royalties and despotisms, without a plea, partition among themselves a kingdom, dismember Poland, and prepare to wrangle over the dominions of the Crescent. To maintain the balance of power is a plea for the obliteration of states. Carthage, Genoa, and Venice, commercial cities only, must acquire territory by force or fraud, and become states. Alexander marches to the Indus, Tamerlane seeks universal empire, the Saracens conquer Spain and threaten Vienna. The thirst for power is never satisfied. It is insatiable. Neither men nor nations ever have power enough. When Rome was the mistress of the world, the emperors caused themselves to be worshipped as gods. The Church of Rome claimed despotism over the soul, and over the whole life from the cradle to the grave. It gave and sold absolutions for past and future sins. It claimed to be infallible in matters of faith. It decimated Europe to purge it of heretics. It decimated America to convert the Mexicans and Peruvians. It gave and took away thrones, and by excommunication and interdict closed the gates of paradise against nations. Spain, haughty with its dominion over the Indies, endeavored to crush out Protestantism in the Netherlands, while Philip II married the Queen of England, and the pair sought to win that kingdom back to its allegiance to the papal throne. Afterwards Spain attempted to conquer it with her invincible armada. Napoleon set his relatives and captains on thrones, and parceled among them half of Europe. The Tsar rules over an empire more gigantic than Rome. The history of all is or will be the same: acquisition, dismemberment, ruin. There is a judgment of God against all that is unjust. To seek to subjugate the will of others and take the soul captive, because it is the exercise of the highest power, seems to be the highest object of human ambition. It is at the bottom of all proselyting and propagandism, from that of Mesmer to that of the Church of Rome and the French Republic. That was the apostolate alike of Joshua and of Mahomet. Masonry alone preaches toleration, the right of man to abide by his own faith, the right of all states to govern themselves. It rebukes alike the monarch who seeks to extend his dominions by conquest, the Church that claims the right to repress heresy by fire and steel, and the confederation of states that insist on maintaining a union by force and restoring brotherhood by slaughter and subjugation. It is natural, when we are wronged, to desire revenge, and to persuade ourselves that we desire it less for our own satisfaction than to prevent a repetition of the wrong, to which the doer would be encouraged by immunity coupled with the profit of the wrong. To submit to be cheated is to encourage the cheater to continue, and we are quite apt to regard ourselves as God's chosen instruments to inflict his vengeance, and for him and in his stead to discourage wrong by making it fruitless and its punishment sure. Revenge has been said to be a kind of wild justice, but it is always taken in anger, and therefore is unworthy of a great soul, which ought not to suffer its equanimity to be disturbed by ingratitude or villainy. The injuries done us by the base are as much unworthy of our angry notice as those done us by the insects and the beasts, and when we crush the adder, or slay the wolf or hyena, we should do it without being moved to anger, and with no more feeling of revenge than we have in rooting up a noxious weed. And if it be not in human nature not to take revenge by way of punishment, let the Mason truly consider that in doing so he is God's agent, and so let his revenge be measured by justice and tempered by mercy. The law of God is, that the consequences of wrong and cruelty and crime shall be their punishment, and the injured and the wronged and the indignant are as much his instruments to enforce that law, as the diseases and public detestation, and the verdict of history and the execration of posterity are. No one will say that the inquisitor who has racked and burned the innocent, the Spaniard who hewed Indian infants, living, into pieces with his sword, and fed the mangled limbs to his bloodhounds, the military tyrant who has shot men without trial, the knave who has robbed or betrayed his state, the fraudulent banker or bankrupt who has beggared orphans, the public officer who has violated his oath, the judge who has sold injustice, the legislator who has enabled incapacity to work the ruin of the state, ought not to be punished. Let them be so, and let the injured or the sympathizing be the instruments of God's just vengeance, but always out of a higher feeling than mere personal revenge. Remember that every moral characteristic of man finds its prototype among creatures of lower intelligence, that the cruel foulness of the hyena, the savage rapacity of the wolf, the merciless rage of the tiger, the crafty treachery of the panther, are found among mankind, and ought to excite no other emotion, when found in the man, than when found in the beast. Why should the true man be angry with the geese that hiss, the peacocks that strut, the asses that bray, and the apes that imitate and chatter, although they wear the human form? Always, also, it remains true, that it is more noble to forgive than to take revenge, and that, in general, we ought too much to despise those who wrong us, to feel the emotion of anger, or to desire revenge. At the sphere of the sun, you are in the region of light. The Hebrew word for gold, zahab, also means light, of which the sun is to the earth the great source. So, in the great Oriental allegory of the Hebrews, the river Pison encompasses the land of gold or light, and the river Gihon the land of Ethiopia or darkness. What light is, we no more know than the ancients did. According to the modern hypothesis, it is not composed of luminous particles shot out from the sun with immense velocity, but that body only impresses, on the ether which fills all space, a powerful vibratory movement that extends, in the form of luminous waves, beyond the most distant planets, supplying them with light and heat. To the ancients, it was an outflowing from the deity. To us, as to them, it is the apt symbol of truth and knowledge. To us, also, the upward journey of the soul through the spheres is symbolical, but we are as little informed as they whence the soul comes, where it has its origin, and whither it goes after death. They endeavored to have some belief and faith, some creed, upon those points. At the present day, men are satisfied to think nothing in regard to all that, and only to believe that the soul is a something separate from the body in outliving it, but whether existing before it, neither to inquire nor care. No one asks whether it emanates from the deity, or is created out of nothing, or is generated like the body, and the issue of the souls of the father and the mother. Let us not smile, therefore, at the ideas of the ancients, until we have a better belief, but accept their symbols as meaning that the soul is of a divine nature, originating in a sphere nearer the deity, and returning to that when freed from the enthrallment of the body, and that it can only return there when purified of all the sordidness and sin which have, as it were, become part of its substance, by its connection with the body. It is not strange that, thousands of years ago, men worshipped the sun, and that today that worship continues among the Parsas. Originally they looked beyond the orb to the invisible God, of whom the sun's light, seemingly identical with generation and life, was the manifestation and outflowing. Long before the Chaldean shepherds watched it on their plains, it came up regularly, as it now does, in the morning, like a god, and again sank, like a king retiring, in the west, to return again in due time in the same array of majesty. We worship immutability. It was that steadfast, immutable character of the sun that the men of Baalbek worshipped. His light-giving and life-giving powers were secondary attributes. The one grand idea that compelled worship was the characteristic of God which they saw reflected in his light, and fancied they saw in its originality the changelessness of deity. He had seen thrones crumble, earthquakes shake the world and hurl down mountains. Beyond Olympus, beyond the pillars of Hercules, he had gone daily to his abode, and had come daily again in the morning to behold the temples they built to his worship. They personified him as Brahma, Amun, Osiris, Bel, Adonis, Makarth, Mithras, and Apollo, and the nations that did so grew old and died. Moss grew on the capitals of the great columns of his temples, and he shone on the moss. Grain by grain the dust of his temples crumbled and fell, and was borne off on the wind, and still he shone on crumbling column and architrave. The roof fell crashing on the pavement, and he shone in on the Holy of Holies with unchanging rays. It was not strange that men worshipped the sun. There is a water plant, on whose broad leaves the drops of water roll about without uniting, like drops of mercury. So arguments on points of faith, in politics or religion, roll over the surface of the mind. An argument that convinces one mind has no effect on another. Few intellects, or souls that are the negations of intellect, have any logical power or capacity. There is a singular obliquity in the human mind that makes the false logic more effective than the true with 9/10 of those who are regarded as men of intellect. Even among the judges, not 1 in 10 can argue logically. Each mind sees the truth, distorted through its own medium. Truth, to most men, is like matter in the spheroidal state. Like a drop of cold water on the surface of a red-hot metal plate, it dances, trembles, and spins, and never comes into contact with it, and the mind may be plunged into truth, as the hand moistened with sulfurious acid may into melted metal, and be not even warmed by the immersion. The word chirum or curum is a compound one. Jacenius renders curum by the word noble or freeborn, cur meaning white, noble. It also means the opening of a window, the socket of the eye. Cri also means white, or an opening, and Chris, the orb of the sun, in Job 8:13 and X 7. Krishna is the Hindu sun god. Kur, the Parsi word, is the literal name of the sun. From Kur or Kur, the sun, comes Korah, a name of Lower Egypt. The sun, Bryant says in his mythology, was called Kur, and Plutarch says that the Persians called the sun Kyrios. Kyrios, Lord, in Greek, like Adonai, Lord, in Phoenician and Hebrew, was applied to the sun. Many places were sacred to the sun, and called Kura, Curia, Kurapolis, Kurine, Kuriskata, Kuresta, and Kuruzia in Scythia. The Egyptian deity called by the Greeks Horus, was Hurare or Haroris, Hor or Har. The sun Hari is a Hindu name of the sun Arial, Aries, Ar, Ariman, Aramonios, the Ar meaning fire or flame, are of the same kindred. Hermes or Haramies, Aram, Remus, Haram, Heremias, was Cadmos, the divine light or wisdom. Markuri, says Movers, is Mar, the sun. In the Hebrew, Eor, is light, fire, or the sun Cyrus, said Ctesias, was so named from Curis, the sun Curis, Hesychius says, was Adonis. Apollo, the sun god, was called Kureos, from Kura, a city in Phocis. The people of Kurene, originally Ethiopians or Cuthites, worshipped the sun under the title of Akor and Aker. We know, through a precise testimony in the ancient annals of Tsur, that the principal festivity of Malkarth, the incarnation of the sun at the winter solstice, held at Tsur, was called his rebirth or his awakening, and that it was celebrated by means of a pyre, on which the god was supposed to regain, through the aid of fire, a new life. This festival was celebrated in the month Parishus, Berith, the second day of which corresponded to the 25th of December. Khrum, king of Tyre, Movers says, first performed this ceremony. These facts we learn from Josephus, Servius on the Aeneid, and the Dionysiacs of Nonus, and through a coincidence that cannot be fortuitous, the same day was at Rome the Dies Natalis Solis Invicti, the festal day of the invincible sun. Under this title, Hercules, Heracles, was worshipped at Tsur. Thus, while the temple was being erected, the death and resurrection of a sun god was annually represented at Tsur, by Solomon's ally, at the winter solstice, by the pyre of Malkartich, the Tsurian Heracles. Auroris or Auroris, the elder Horus, is from the same old root that in the Hebrew has the form or, with the definite article prefixed, hor, light, or the light, splendor, flame, the sun and his rays. The hieroglyphic of the younger Horus was the point in a circle, of the elder, a pair of eyes, and the festival of the 30th day of the month Epiphi, when the sun and moon were supposed to be in the same right line with the earth, was called the birthday of the eyes of Horus. In a papyrus published by Champollion, this god is styled Harori, lord of the solar spirits, the beneficent eye of the sun. Plutarch calls him Harpocrates, but there is no trace of the latter part of the name in the hieroglyphic legends. He is the son of Osiris and Isis, and is represented sitting on a throne supported by lions, the same word, in Egyptian, meaning lion in Sunday. So Solomon made a great throne of ivory, plated with gold, with 6 steps, at each arm of which was a lion, and 1 on each side to each step, making 7 on each side. Again, the Hebrew word kai, means living, and Hebrew ram, was, or shall be, raised or lifted up. The latter is the same as Hebrew ram, arom, haram, whence Aram, for Syria, or Aramea, highland. Kairam, therefore, would mean, was raised up to life, or living. So, in Arabic, hrm, an unused root, meant, was high, made great, exalted, and herm means an ox, the symbol of the sun in Taurus, at the vernal equinox. Kuram, therefore, improperly called Hiram, is Khurom, the same as Hurare, Hermes, and Heracles, the Heracles Tyrius Invictus, the personification of light and the sun, the mediator, redeemer, and savior. From the Egyptian word Ara came the Coptic Auro, and the Hebrew or light. Harori, is Hor or Har, the chief or master. Hor is also heat, and Ora, season or hour, and hence in several African dialects, as names of the sun, Ero, Iro, Ir, Wiro, Gura, and the like. The royal name rendered Pharaoh, was Phra, that is, Pyare, the sun. The legend of the contest between Horare and Set, or Set Nubai, the same as Bar or Baal, is older than that of the strife between Osiris and Typhon, as old, at least, as the 19th dynasty. It is called in the Book of the Dead, the day of the battle between Horus and Set. The later myth connects itself with Phoenicia and Syria. The body of Osiris went ashore at Jebel or Byblos, 60 miles above Tsur. You will not fail to notice that in the name of each murderer of Kuram, that of the evil god Baal is found. Harori was the god of time, as well as of life. The Egyptian legend was that the king of Byblos cut down the tamarisk tree containing the body of Osiris, and made of it a column for his palace. Isis, employed in the palace, obtained possession of the column, took the body out of it, and carried it away. Apuleius describes her as, a beautiful female, over whose divine neck her long thick hair hung in graceful ringlets, and in the procession female attendants, with ivory combs, seemed to dress and ornament the royal hair of the goddess. The palm tree, and the lamp in the shape of a boat, appeared in the procession. If the symbol we are speaking of is not a mere modern invention, it is to these things it alludes. The identity of the legends is also confirmed by this hieroglyphic picture, copied from an ancient Egyptian monument, which may also enlighten you as to the lion's grip and the master's gavel. Hebrew, in the ancient Phoenician character, symbols, and in the Samaritan, symbols, AB, the two letters representing the numbers 1, 2, or unity in duality, means father, and is a primitive noun, common to all the Semitic languages. It also means an ancestor, originator, inventor, head, chief or ruler. Manager, overseer, master, priest, prophet. Hebrew, simply father, when it is in construction, that is, when it precedes another word, and in English the preposition of is interposed, as Hebrew, Abial, the father of Al. Also, the final yod means my, so that Hebrew, by itself means my father. Hebrew, David my father, 2 Chron, 2. 3. Hebrew, final is the possessive pronoun his, and abayu, which we read abif, means, of my fathers. Its full meaning, as connected with the name of Kuram, no doubt is, formerly one of my father's servants, or slaves. The name of the Phoenician artificer is, in Samuel and Kings. It is merely absurd to add the word abif or abif, as part of the name of the artificer. And it is almost as absurd to add the word Abi, which was a title and not part of the name. Joseph says, Gen XLV. 8. God has constituted me, Abel Para, as father to Para, i.e., vizier or prime minister. So Haman was called the second father of Artaxerxes, and when King Kuram used the phrase, Kuram Abi, he meant that the artificer he sent Shlomo was the principal or chief workman in his line at Tsur. A medal copied by Montfaucon exhibits a female nursing a child, with ears of wheat in her hand, and the legend, Iao. She is seated on clouds, a star at her head, and 3 ears of wheat rising from an altar before her. Horus was the mediator, who was buried 3 days, was regenerated, and triumphed over the evil principle. The word Hari, in Sanskrit, means shepherd, as well as savior. Krishna is called Hari, as Jesus called himself the Good Shepherd. Hebrew, Kur, means an aperture of a window, a cave, or the eye. Also it means white. In Syriac, also means an opening, and noble, freeborn, highborn. Hebrew Kerm means consecrated, devoted. In Ethiopic it is the name of a city, and of a man. Kaira means nobility, a noble race. Buddha is declared to comprehend in his own person the essence of the Hindu Trimurti, and hence the triliteral monosyllable Om or Aum is applied to him as being essentially the same as Brahma Vishnu Shiva. He is the same as Hermes, Thoth, Tot, and Tutates. One of his names is Harimaya or Hermaya, which are evidently the same name as Hermes, and Kerm or Kerm, Hari, in Sanskrit, means Lord. A learned brother places over the two symbolic pillars, from right to left, the two words Ihu and Bal, followed by the hieroglyphic equivalent, of the sun god, Ammonius Ra. Is it an accidental coincidence, that in the name of each murderer are the two names of the good and evil deities of the Hebrews, for Yubel is but Yehubal or Yehobal? And that the three final syllables of the names, A, O, make a the sacred word of the Hindus, meaning the triune God, life-giving, life-preserving, life-destroying, represented by the mystic character, Y. The genuine acacia, also, is the thorny tamarisk, the same tree which grew up around the body of Osiris. It was a sacred tree among the Arabs, who made of it the idol Al-Uzza, which Muhammad destroyed. It is abundant as a bush in the desert of Thursday, and of it the crown of thorns was composed, which was set on the forehead of Jesus of Nazareth. It is a fit type of immortality on account of its tenacity of life, for it has been known, when planted as a doorpost, to take root again and shoot out budding boughs over the threshold. Every commonwealth must have its periods of trial and transition, especially if it engages in war. It is certain at some time to be wholly governed by agitators appealing to all the baser elements of the popular nature, by moneyed corporations, by those enriched by the depreciation of government securities or paper, by small attorneys, schemers, money jobbers, speculators and adventurers, an ignoble oligarchy, enriched by the distresses of the state, and fattened on the miseries of the people. Then all the deceitful visions of equality in the rights of man end, and the wronged and plundered state can regain a real liberty only by passing through great varieties of untried being, purified in its transmigration by fire and blood. In a republic, it soon comes to pass that parties gather round the negative and positive poles of some opinion or notion, and that the intolerant spirit of a triumphant majority will allow no deviation from the standard of orthodoxy which it has set up for itself. Freedom of opinion will be professed and pretended to, but every one will exercise it at the peril of being banished from political communion with those who hold the reins and prescribe the policy to be pursued. Slavishness to party and obsequiousness to the popular whims go hand in hand. Political independence only occurs in a fossil state, and men's opinions grow out of the acts they have been constrained to do or sanction. Flattery, either of individual or people, corrupts both the receiver and the giver, and adulation is not of more service to the people than to kings. A Caesar, securely seated in power, cares less for it than a free democracy, nor will his appetite for it grow to exorbitance, as that of a people will, until it becomes insatiate. The effect of liberty to individuals is, that they may do what they please; to a people, it is to a great extent the same. If accessible to flattery, as this is always interested, and resorted to on low and base motives, and for evil purposes, either individual or people is sure, in doing what it pleases, to do what in honor and conscience should have been left undone. One ought not even to risk congratulations, which may soon be turned into complaints, and as both individuals and peoples are prone to make a bad use of power, to flatter them, which is a sure way to mislead them, well deserves to be called a crime. The first principle in a republic ought to be, that no man or set of men is entitled to exclusive or separate emoluments or privileges from the community, but in consideration of public services, which not being descendable, neither ought the offices of magistrate, legislature, nor judge, to be hereditary. It is a volume of truth and wisdom, a lesson for the study of nations, embodied in a single sentence, and expressed in language which every man can understand. If a deluge of despotism were to overthrow the world, and destroy all institutions under which freedom is protected, so that they should no longer be remembered among men, this sentence, preserved, would be sufficient to rekindle the fires of liberty and revive the race of free men. But, to preserve liberty, another must be added, that a free state does not confer office as a reward, especially for questionable services, unless she seeks her own ruin, but all officers are employed by her, in consideration solely of their will and ability to render service in the future, and therefore that the best and most competent are always to be preferred. For, if there is to be any other rule, that of hereditary succession is perhaps as good as any. By no other rule is it possible to preserve the liberties of the state. By no other to entrust the power of making the laws to those only who have that keen instinctive sense of injustice and wrong which enables them to detect baseness and corruption in their most secret hiding places, and that moral courage and generous manliness and gallant independence that make them fearless in dragging out the perpetrators to the light of day, and calling down upon them the scorn and indignation of the world. The flatterers of the people are never such men. On the contrary, a time always comes to a republic, when it is not content, like Tiberius, with a single Sejanus, but must have a host, and when those most prominent in the lead of affairs are men without reputation, statesmanship, ability, or information, the mere hacks of party, owing their places to trickery and want of qualification, with none of the qualities of head or heart that make great and wise men, and, at the same time, filled with all the narrow conceptions and bitter intolerance of political bigotry. These die, and the world is none the wiser for what they have said and done. Their names sink in the bottomless pit of oblivion, but their acts of folly or knavery curse the body politic and at last prove its ruin. Politicians, in a free state, are generally hollow, heartless, and selfish. Their own aggrandizement is the end of their patriotism, and they always look with secret satisfaction on the disappointment or fall of one whose loftier genius and superior talents overshadow their own self-importance, or whose integrity and incorruptible honor are in the way of their selfish ends. The influence of the small aspirants is always against the great man. His accession to power may be almost for a lifetime. One of themselves will be more easily displaced, and each hopes to succeed him, and so it at length comes to pass that men impudently aspire to and actually win the highest stations, who are unfit for the lowest clerkships, and incapacity and mediocrity become the surest passports to office. The consequence is, that those who feel themselves competent and qualified to serve the people, refuse with disgust to enter into the struggle for office, where the wicked and Jesuitical doctrine that all is fair in politics is an excuse for every species of low villainy. And those who seek even the highest places of the state do not rely upon the power of a magnanimous spirit, on the sympathizing impulses of a great soul, to stir and move the people to generous, noble, and heroic resolves, and to wise and manly action, but, like spaniels erect on their hind legs, with forepaws obsequiously suppliant, fawn, flatter, and actually beg for votes. Rather than descend to this, they stand contemptuously aloof, disdainfully refusing to court the people, and acting on the maxim, that mankind has no title to demand that we shall serve them in spite of themselves. It is lamentable to see a country split into factions, each following this or that great or brazen-fronted leader with a blind, unreasoning, unquestioning hero worship. It is contemptible to see it divided into parties, whose sole end is the spoils of victory, and their chiefs the low, the base, the venal and the small. Such a country is in the last stages of decay, and near its end, no matter how prosperous it may seem to be. It wrangles over the volcano and the earthquake. But it is certain that no government can be conducted by the men of the people, and for the people, without a rigid adherence to those principles which our reason commends as fixed and sound. These must be the tests of parties, men, and measures. Once determined, they must be inexorable in their application, and all must either come up to the standard or declare against it. Men may betray, principles never can. Oppression is one invariable consequence of misplaced confidence in treacherous man. It is never the result of the working or application of a sound, just, well-tried principle. Compromises which bring fundamental principles into doubt, in order to unite in one party men of antagonistic creeds, are frauds, and end in ruin, the just and natural consequence of fraud. Whenever you have settled upon your theory and creed, sanction no departure from it in practice, on any ground of expediency. It is the Master's word. Yield it up neither to flattery nor force. Let no defeat or persecution rob you of it. Believe that he who once blundered in statesmanship will blunder again, that such blunders are as fatal as crimes, and that political nearsightedness does not improve by age. There are always more impostors than seers among public men, more false prophets than true ones, more prophets of Baal than of Jehovah, and Jerusalem is always in danger from the Assyrians. Sallust said that after a state has been corrupted by luxury and idleness, it may by its mere greatness bear up under the burden of its vices. But even while he wrote, Rome, of which he spoke, had played out her masquerade of freedom. Other causes than luxury and sloth destroy republics. If small, their larger neighbors extinguish them by absorption. If of great extent, the cohesive force is too feeble to hold them together, and they fall to pieces by their own weight. The paltry ambition of small men disintegrates them. The want of wisdom in their counsels creates exasperating issues. Usurpation of power plays its part, incapacity seconds corruption, the storm rises, and the fragments of the incoherent raft strew the sandy shores, reading to mankind another lesson for it to disregard. The 47th proposition is older than Pythagoras. It is this: in every right-angled triangle, the sum of the squares of the base and perpendicular is equal to the square of the hypotenuse. The square of a number is the product of that number, multiplied by itself. Thus, for it is the square of 2, and 9 of 3. The first 10 numbers are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, their squares are 1, 4, 9, 16, 25, 36, 49, 64, 81, 100, and 3, 5, 7, 9, 11, 13, 15, 17, 19 are the differences between each square and that which precedes it, giving us the sacred numbers, 3, 5, 7, and 9. Of these numbers, the square of 3 and 4, added together, gives the square of 5, and those of 6 and 8, the square of 10, and if a right-angled triangle be formed, the base measuring 3 or 6 parts, and the perpendicular 4 or 8 parts, the hypotenuse will be 5 or 10 parts, and if a square is erected on each side, these squares being subdivided into squares each side of which is 1 part in length, there will be as many of these in the square erected on the hypotenuse as in the other 2 squares together. Now the Egyptians arranged their deities in triads, the Father or the Spirit or active principle or generative power, the Mother, or matter, or the passive principle, or the conceptive power, and the Son, issue, or product, the universe, proceeding from the 2 principles. These were Osiris, Isis, and Horus. In the same way, Plato gives us thought the Father, primitive matter the Mother, and cosmos the world, the Son, the universe animated by a soul. Triads of the same kind are found in the Kabbalah. Plutarch says, in his book De Icide et Osiride, but the better and diviner nature consists of 3, that which exists within the intellect only, and matter, and that which proceeds from these, which the Greeks call cosmos, of which 3, Plato is wont to call the intelligible, the idea, exemplar, and father, matter, the mother, the nurse, and the place and receptacle of generation, and the issue of these 2. The offspring in Genesis, the cosmos, a word signifying equally beauty and order, or the universe itself. You will not fail to notice that beauty is symbolized by the junior warden in the south. Plutarch continues to say that the Egyptians compared the universal nature to what they called the most beautiful and perfect triangle, as Plato does, in that nuptial diagram, as it is termed, which he has introduced into his Commonwealth. Then he adds that this triangle is right-angled, and its sides respectively as 3, 4, and 5, and he says, we must suppose that the perpendicular is designed by them to represent the masculine nature, the base the feminine, and that the hypotenuse is to be looked upon as the offspring of both, and accordingly the first of them will aptly enough represent Osiris, or the prime cause, the second, Isis, or the receptive capacity, the last, Horus, or the common effect of the other two. For 3 is the first number which is composed of even and odd, and 4 is a square whose side is equal to the even number 2, but 5, being generated, as it were, out of the preceding numbers, 2 and 3, may be said to have an equal relation to both of them, as to its common parents. The clasped hands is another symbol which was used by Pythagoras. It represented the number 10, the sacred number in which all the preceding numbers were contained, the number expressed by the mysterious tetractys, a figure borrowed by him and the Hebrew priests alike from the Egyptian sacred science, and which ought to be replaced among the symbols of the master's degree, where it of right belongs. The Hebrews formed it thus, with the letters of the divine name. The tetractys thus leads you, not only to the study of the Pythagorean philosophy as to numbers, but also to the Kabbalah, and will aid you in discovering the true word, and understanding what was meant by the music of the spheres. Modern science strikingly confirms the ideas of Pythagoras in regard to the properties of numbers, and that they govern in the universe. Long before his time, nature had extracted her cube roots and her squares. All the forces at man's disposal or under man's control, or subject to man's influence, are his working tools. The friendship and sympathy that knit heart to heart are a force like the attraction of cohesion, by which the sandy particles became the solid rock. If this law of attraction or cohesion were taken away, the material worlds and suns would dissolve in an instant into thin invisible vapor. If the ties of friendship, affection, and love were annulled, mankind would become a raging multitude of wild and savage beasts of prey. The sand hardens into rock under the immense superincumbent pressure of the ocean, aided sometimes by the irresistible energy of fire, and when the pressure of calamity and danger is upon an order or a country, the members or the citizens ought to be the more closely united by the cohesion of sympathy and interdependence. Morality is a force. It is the magnetic attraction of the heart toward truth and virtue. The needle, imbued with this mystic property, and pointing unerringly to the north, carries the mariner safely over the trackless ocean, through storm and darkness, until his glad eyes behold the beneficent beacons that welcome him to safe and hospitable harbor. Then the hearts of those who love him are gladdened, and his home made happy, and this gladness and happiness are due to the silent, unostentatious, unerring monitor that was the sailor's guide over the weltering waters. But if drifted too far northward, he finds the needle no longer true, but pointing elsewhere than to the north. What a feeling of helplessness falls upon the dismayed mariner, what utter loss of energy and courage. It is as if the great axioms of morality were to fail and be no longer true, leaving the human soul to drift helplessly, eyeless like Prometheus, at the mercy of the uncertain, faithless currents of the deep. Honor and duty are the pole stars of a Mason, the Dioscuri, by never losing sight of which he may avoid disastrous shipwreck. These Palinurus watched, until, overcome by sleep, and the vessel no longer guided truly, he fell into and was swallowed up by the insatiable sea. So the Mason who loses sight of these, and is no longer governed by their beneficent and potential force, is lost, and sinking out of sight, will disappear unhonored and unwept. The force of electricity, analogous to that of sympathy, and by means of which great thoughts or base suggestions, the utterances of noble or ignoble natures, flash instantaneously over the nerves of nations, the force of growth, fit type of immortality, lying dormant 3,000 years in the wheat grains buried with their mummies by the old Egyptians, the forces of expansion and contraction, developed in the earthquake and the tornado, and giving birth to the wonderful achievements of steam, have their parallelisms in the moral world, in individuals, and nations. Growth is a necessity for nations as for men. Its cessation is the beginning of decay. In the nation as well as the plant it is mysterious, and it is irresistible. The earthquakes that rend nations asunder, overturn thrones, and engulf monarchies and republics, have been long prepared for, like the volcanic eruption. Revolutions have long roots in the past. The force exerted is in direct proportion to the previous restraint and compression. The true statesman ought to see in progress the causes that are in due time to produce them, and he who does not is but a blind leader of the blind. The great changes in nations, like the geological changes of the earth, are slowly and continuously wrought. The waters, falling from heaven as rain and dews, slowly disintegrate the granite mountains, abrade the plains, leaving hills and ridges of denudation as their monuments, scoop out the valleys, fill up the seas, narrow the rivers, and after the lapse of thousands on thousands of silent centuries, prepare the great alluvia for the growth of that plant, the snowy envelope of whose seeds is to employ the looms of the world, and the abundance or penury of whose crops shall determine whether the weavers and spinners of other realms shall have work to do or starve. So public opinion is an immense force, and its currents are as inconstant and incomprehensible as those of the atmosphere. Nevertheless, in free governments, it is omnipotent, and the business of the statesman is to find the means to shape, control, and direct it. According as that is done, it is beneficial and conservative, or destructive and ruinous. The public opinion of the civilized world is international law, and it is so great a force, though with no certain and fixed boundaries, that it can even constrain the victorious despot to be generous, and aid an oppressed people in its struggle for independence. Habit is a great force, it is second nature, even in trees. It is as strong in nations as in men. So also are prejudices, which are given to men and nations as the passions are, as forces, valuable, if properly and skillfully availed of, destructive, if unskillfully handled. Above all, the love of country, state pride, the love of home, forces of immense power. Encourage them all. Insist upon them in your public men. Permanency of home is necessary to patriotism. A migratory race will have little love of country. State pride is a mere theory and chimera, where men remove from state to state with indifference, like the Arabs, who camp here today and there tomorrow. If you have eloquence, it is a mighty force. See that you use it for good purposes, to teach, exhort, ennoble the people, and not to mislead and corrupt them. Corrupt and venal orators are the assassins of the public liberties and of public morals. The will is a force, its limits as yet unknown. It is in the power of the will that we chiefly see the spiritual and divine in man. There is a seeming identity between his will that moves other men, and the creative will whose action seems so incomprehensible. It is the men of will and action, not the men of pure intellect, that govern the world. Finally, the three greatest moral forces are faith, which is the only true wisdom, and the very foundation of all government, hope, which is strength, and ensures success, and charity, which is beauty, and alone makes animated, united effort possible. These forces are within the reach of all men, and an association of men, actuated by them, ought to exercise an immense power in the world. If Masonry does not, it is because she has ceased to possess them. Wisdom in the man or statesman, in king or priest, largely consists in the due appreciation of these forces, and upon the general non-appreciation of some of them the fate of nations often depends. What hecatombs of lives often hang upon the not weighing or not sufficiently weighing the force of an idea, such as, for example, the reverence for a flag, or the blind attachment to a form or constitution of government. What errors in political economy and statesmanship are committed in consequence of the overestimation or underestimation of particular values, or the non-estimation of some among them. Everything, it is asserted, is the product of human labor, but the gold or the diamond which one accidentally finds without labor is not so. What is the value of the labor bestowed by the husbandman upon his crops, compared with the value of the sunshine and rain, without which his labor avails nothing? Commerce carried on by the labor of man, adds to the value of the products of the field, the mine, or the workshop, by their transportation to different markets, but how much of this increase is due to the rivers down which these products float, to the winds that urge the keels of commerce over the ocean? Who can estimate the value of morality and manliness in a state, of moral worth and intellectual knowledge? These are the sunshine and rain of the state. The winds, with their changeable, fickle, fluctuating currents, are apt emblems of the fickle humors of the populace, its passions, its heroic impulses, its enthusiasms. Woe to the statesman who does not estimate these as values. Even music and song are sometimes found to have an incalculable value. Every nation has some song of a proven value, more easily counted in lives than dollars. The Marseillaise was worth to revolutionary France, who shall say how many thousand men? Peace also is a great element of prosperity and wealth, a value not to be calculated. Social intercourse and association of men in beneficent orders have a value not to be estimated in coin. The illustrious examples of the past of a nation, the memories and immortal thoughts of her great and wise thinkers, statesmen, and heroes, are the invaluable legacy of that past to the present and future. And all these have not only the values of the loftier and more excellent and priceless kind, but also an actual money value, since it is only when cooperating with or aided or enabled by these, that human labor creates wealth. They are of the chief elements of material wealth, as they are of national manliness, heroism, glory, prosperity, and immortal renown. Providence has appointed the three great disciplines of war, the monarchy and the priesthood, all that the camp, the palace, and the temple may symbolize, to train the multitudes forward to intelligent and premeditated combinations for all the great purposes of society. The result will at length be free governments among men, when virtue and intelligence become qualities of the multitudes, but for ignorance such governments are impossible. Man advances only by degrees. The removal of one pressing calamity gives courage to attempt the removal of the remaining evils, rendering men more sensitive to them, or perhaps sensitive for the first time. Serfs that writhe under the whip are not disquieted about their political rights, manumitted from personal slavery, they become sensitive to political oppression. Liberated from arbitrary power, and governed by the law alone, they begin to scrutinize the law itself and desire to be governed, not only by law, but by what they deem the best law. And when the civil or temporal despotism has been set aside, and the municipal law has been molded on the principles of an enlightened jurisprudence, they may wake to the discovery that they are living under some priestly or ecclesiastical despotism, and become desirous of working a reformation there also. It is quite true that the advance of humanity is slow, and that it often pauses and retrogrades. In the kingdoms of the earth we do not see despotisms retiring and yielding the ground to self-governing communities. We do not see the churches and priesthoods of Christendom relinquishing their old task of governing men by imaginary terrors. Nowhere do we see a populace that could be safely manumitted from such a government. We do not see the great religious teachers aiming to discover truth for themselves and for others, but still ruling the world, and contented and compelled to rule the world, by whatever dogma is already accredited, themselves as much bound down by this necessity to govern, as the populace by their need of government. Poverty in all its most hideous form still exists in the great cities, and the cancer of pauperism has its roots in the hearts of kingdoms. Men there take no measure of their wants and their own power to supply them, but live and multiply like the beasts of the field, Providence having apparently ceased to care for them. Intelligence never visits these, or it makes its appearance as some new development of villainy. War has not ceased, still there are battles and sieges. Homes are still unhappy, and tears and anger and spite make hells where there should be heavens. So much the more necessity for Masonry. So much wider the field of its labors. So much the more need for it to begin to be true to itself, to revive from its asphyxia, to repent of its apostasy to its true creed. Undoubtedly, labor and death and the sexual passion are essential and permanent conditions of human existence, and render perfection and a millennium on earth impossible. Always, it is the decree of fate, the vast majority of men must toil to live, and cannot find time to cultivate the intelligence. Man, knowing he is to die, will not sacrifice the present enjoyment for a greater one in the future. The love of woman cannot die out, and it has a terrible and uncontrollable fate, increased by the refinements of civilization. Woman is the veritable siren or goddess of the young. But society can be improved, and free government is possible for states, and freedom of thought and conscience is no longer wholly utopian. Already we see that emperors prefer to be elected by universal suffrage, that states are conveyed to empires by vote, and that empires are administered with something of the spirit of a republic, being little else than democracies with a single head, ruling through one man, one representative, instead of an assembly of representatives. And if priesthoods still govern, they now come before the laity to prove, by stress of argument, that they ought to govern. They are obliged to evoke the very reason which they are bent on supplanting. Accordingly, men become daily more free, because the freedom of the man lies in his reason. He can reflect upon his own future conduct, and summon up its consequences. He can take wide views of human life, and lay down rules for constant guidance. Thus he is relieved of the tyranny of sense and passion, and enabled at any time to live according to the whole light of the knowledge that is within him, instead of being driven, like a dry leaf on the wings of the wind, by every present impulse. Herein lies the freedom of the man as regarded in connection with the necessity imposed by the omnipotence and foreknowledge of God. So much light, so much liberty. When emperor and church appeal to reason, there is naturally universal suffrage. Therefore no one need lose courage, nor believe that labor in the cause of progress will be labor wasted. There is no waste in nature, either of matter, force, act, or thought. A thought is as much the end of life as an action, and a single thought sometimes works greater results than a revolution, even revolutions themselves. Still there should not be divorce between thought and action. The true thought is that in which life culminates. But all wise and true thought produces action. It is generative, like the light, and light and the deep shadow of the passing cloud are the gifts of the prophets of the race. Knowledge, laboriously acquired, and inducing habits of sound thought, the reflective character, must necessarily be rare. The multitude of laborers cannot acquire it. Most men attain to a very low standard of it. It is incompatible with the ordinary and indispensable avocations of life. A whole world of error as well as of labor, go to make one reflective man. In the most advanced nation of Europe there are more ignorant than wise, more poor than rich, more automatic laborers, the mere creatures of habit, than reasoning and reflective men. The proportion is at least 1,000 to 1. Unanimity of opinion is so obtained. It only exists among the multitude who do not think, and the political or spiritual priesthood who think for that multitude, who think how to guide and govern them. When men begin to reflect, they begin to differ. The great problem is to find guides who will not seek to be tyrants. This is needed even more in respect to the heart than the head. Now, every man earns his special share of the produce of human labor, by an incessant scramble, by trickery and deceit. Useful knowledge, honorably acquired, is too often used after a fashion not honest or reasonable, so that the studies of youth are far more noble than the practices of manhood. The labor of the farmer in his fields, the generous returns of the earth, the benignant and favoring skies, tend to make him earnest, provident, and grateful. The education of the marketplace makes him querulous, crafty, envious, and an intolerable niggard. Masonry seeks to be this beneficent, unambitious, disinterested guide, and it is the very condition of all great structures that the sound of the hammer and the clink of the trowel should be always heard in some part of the building. With faith in man, hope for the future of humanity, loving kindness for our fellows, Masonry and the Mason must always work and teach. Let each do that for which he is best fitted. The teacher also is a workman. Praiseworthy as the active navigator is, who comes and goes and makes one climb partake of the treasures of the other, and one to share the treasures of all, he who keeps the beacon light upon the hill is also at his post. Masonry has already helped cast down some idols from their pedestals, and grind to impalpable dust some of the links of the chains that held men's souls in bondage. That there has been progress needs no other demonstration than that you may now reason with men, and urge upon them, without danger of the rack or stake, that no doctrines can be apprehended as truths if they contradict each other, or contradict other truths given us by God. Long before the Reformation, a monk, who had found his way to heresy without the help of Martin Luther, not venturing to breathe aloud into any living ear his antipapal and treasonable doctrines, wrote them on parchment, and sealing up the perilous record, hid it in the massive walls of his monastery. There was no friend or brother to whom he could entrust his secret or pour forth his soul. It was some consolation to imagine that in a future age some one might find the parchment, and the seed be found not to have been sown in vain. What if the truth should have to lie dormant as long before germinating as the wheat in the Egyptian mummy? Speak it, nevertheless, again and again, and let it take its chance. The rose of Jericho grows in the sandy deserts of Arabia and on the Syrian housetops. Scarcely 6 inches high, it loses its leaves after the flowering season, and dries up into the form of a ball. Then it is uprooted by the winds, and carried, blown, or tossed across the desert, into the sea. There, feeling the contact of the water, it unfolds itself, expands its branches, and expels its seeds from their seed vessels. These, when saturated with water, are carried by the tide and laid on the seashore. Many are lost, as many individual lives of men are useless. But many are thrown back again from the seashore into the desert, where, by the virtue of the sea water that they have imbibed, the roots and leaves sprout and they grow into fruitful plants, which will, in their turns, like their ancestors, be whirled into the sea. God will not be less careful to provide for the germination of the truths you may boldly utter forth. Cast, he has said, thy bread upon the waters, and after many days it shall return to thee again. Initiation does not change, we find it again and again, and always the same, through all the ages. The last disciples of Paschalis Martinez are still the children of Orpheus, but they adore the realizer of the antique philosophy, the incarnate word of the Christians. Pythagoras, the great divulger of the philosophy of numbers, visited all the sanctuaries of the world. He went into Judea, where he procured himself to be circumcised, that he might be admitted to the secrets of the Kabbalah, which the prophets Ezekiel and Daniel, not without some reservations, communicated to him. Then, not without some difficulty, he succeeded in being admitted to the Egyptian initiation, upon the recommendation of King Amasis. The power of his genius supplied the deficiencies of the imperfect communications of the Hierophants, and he himself became a master and a revealer. Pythagoras defined God, a living, absolute verity clothed with light. He said that the word was number manifested by form. He made all descend from the tetracties, that is to say, from the quaternary. God, he said again, is the supreme music, the nature of which is harmony. Pythagoras gave the magistrates of Crotona this great religious, political and social precept. There is no evil that is not preferable to anarchy. Pythagoras said, even as there are 3 divine notions and 3 intelligible regions, so there is a triple word, for the hierarchical order always manifests itself by threes. There are the word simple, the word hieroglyphical, and the word symbolic. In other terms, there are the word that expresses, the word that conceals, and the word that signifies. The whole hieratratic intelligence is in the perfect knowledge of these 3 degrees. Pythagoras enveloped doctrine with symbols, but carefully eschewed personifications and images, which, he thought, sooner or later produced idolatry. The Holy Kabbalah, or tradition of the children of Seth, was carried from Chaldea by Abraham, taught to the Egyptian priesthood by Joseph, recovered and purified by Moses, concealed under symbols in the Bible, revealed by the Savior to St. John, and contained, entire, under hieratratic figures analogous to those of all antiquity, in the Apocalypse of that apostle. The Kabbalists consider God as the intelligent, animated, living infinite. He is not, for them, either the aggregate of existences, or existence in the abstract, or a being philosophically definable. He is in all, distinct from all, and greater than all. His name even is ineffable, and yet this name only expresses the human ideal of his divinity. What God is in himself, it is not given to man to comprehend. God is the absolute of faith, but the absolute of reason is being. I am that I am, is a wretched translation. Being, existence, is by itself, and because it is. The reason of being, is being itself. We may inquire, why does something exist, that is, why does such or such a thing exist? But we cannot, without being absurd, ask, why is being? That would be to suppose being before being. If being had a cause, that cause would necessarily be, that is, the cause and effect would be identical. Reason and science demonstrate to us that the modes of existence and being balance each other in equilibrium according to harmonious and hierarchic laws. But a hierarchy is synthesized, in ascending, and becomes ever more and more monarchical. Yet the reason cannot pause at a single chief, without being alarmed at the abysses which it seems to leave above this supreme monarch. Therefore it is silent, and gives place to the faith it adores. What is certain, even for science and the reason, is, that the idea of God is the grandest, the most holy, and the most useful of all the aspirations of man, that upon this belief morality reposes, with its eternal sanction. This belief, then, is in humanity, the most real of the phenomena of being, and if it were false, nature would affirm the absurd, nothingness would give form to life, and God would at the same time be and not be. It is to this philosophic and incontestable reality, which is termed the idea of God, that the Kabbalists give a name. In this name all others are contained. Its ciphers contain all the numbers, and the hieroglyphics of its letters express all the laws and all the things of nature. Being is being, the reason of being is in being, in the beginning is the Word, and the Word in logic formulated speech, the spoken reason, the Word is in God, and is God Himself, manifested to the intelligence. Here is what is above all the philosophies. This we must believe, under the penalty of never truly knowing anything, and relapsing into the absurd skepticism of Pyrrho. The priesthood, custodian of faith, wholly rests upon this basis of knowledge, and it is in its teachings we must recognize the divine principle of the eternal Word. Light is not spirit, as the Indian hierophants believed it to be, but only the instrument of the spirit. It is not the body of the protoplasts, as the theurgists of the school of Alexandria taught, but the first physical manifestation of the divine afflatus. God eternally creates it, and man, in the image of God, modifies and seems to multiply it. The high magic is styled the sacerdotal art, and the royal art. In Egypt, Greece, and Rome, it could not but share the greatnesses and decadences of the priesthood and of royalty. Every philosophy hostile to the national worship and to its mysteries, was of necessity hostile to the great political powers, which lose their grandeur, if they cease, in the eyes of the multitudes, to be the images of the divine power. Every crown is shattered, when it clashes against the tiara. Plato, writing to Dionysius the Younger, in regard to the nature of the first principle, says, "I must write to you in enigmas, so that if my letter be intercepted by land or sea, he who shall read it may in no degree comprehend it." And then he says, "All things surround their king, they are, on account of him, and he alone is the cause of good things, second for the seconds and third for the thirds." There is in these few words a complete summary of the theology of the Sephiroth. The king is Ein Sof, being supreme and absolute. From this center, which is everywhere, all things ray forth, but we especially conceive of it in three manners and in three different spheres. In the divine world, Aziluth, which is that of the first cause, and wherein the whole eternity of things in the beginning existed as unity, to be afterward, during eternity uttered forth, clothed with form, and the attributes that constitute the matter, the first principle is single and first, and yet not the very illimitable deity, incomprehensible, undefinable, but himself in so far as manifested by the creative thought. To compare littleness with infinity, Arkwright, as inventor of the spinning jenny, and not the man Arkwright otherwise and beyond that. All we can know of the very God is, compared to his wholeness, only as an infinitesimal fraction of a unit, compared with an infinity of units. In the world of creation, which is that of second causes, the Kabbalistic world Brah, the autocracy of the first principle is complete, but we conceive of it only as the cause of the second causes. Here it is manifested by the binary, and is the creative principle passive. Finally, in the third world, Yazira, or of formation, it is revealed in the perfect form, the form of forms, the world, the supreme beauty and excellence, the created perfection. Thus the principle is at once the first, the second, and the third, since it is all in all, the center and cause of all. It is not the genius of Plato that we here admire. We recognize only the exact knowledge of the initiate. The great apostle St. John did not borrow from the philosophy of Plato the opening of his gospel. Plato, on the contrary, drank at the same springs with St. John and Philo, and John in the opening verses of his paraphrase, states the first principles of a dogma common to many schools, but in language especially belonging to Philo, whom it is evident he had read. The philosophy of Plato, the greatest of human revealers, could yearn toward the Word made man, the gospel alone could give him to the world. Doubt, in presence of being and its harmonies, skepticism, in the face of the eternal mathematics and the immutable laws of life which make the divinity present and visible everywhere, as the human is known and visible by its utterances of word and act, is this not the most foolish of superstitions, and the most inexcusable as well as the most dangerous of all credulities? Thought, we know, is not a result or consequence of the organization of matter, of the chemical or other action or reaction of its particles, like effervescence and gaseous explosions. On the contrary, the fact that thought is manifested and realized in act human or act divine, proves the existence of an entity, or unity, that thinks. And the universe is the infinite utterance of one of an infinite number of infinite thoughts, which cannot but emanate from an infinite and thinking source. The cause is always equal, at least, to the effect, and matter cannot think, nor could it cause itself, or exist without cause, nor could nothing produce either forces or things, for in void nothingness no forces can inhere. Admit a self-existent force, and its intelligence, or an intelligent cause of it is admitted, and at once God is. The Hebrew allegory of the fall of man, which is but a special variation of a universal legend, symbolizes one of the grandest and most universal allegories of science. Moral evil is falsehood in actions, as falsehood is crime in words. Injustice is the essence of falsehood, and every false word is an injustice. Injustice is the death of the moral being, as falsehood is the poison of the intelligence. The perception of the light is the dawn of the eternal life, in being. The word of God, which creates the light, seems to be uttered by every intelligence that can take cognizance of forms and will look. Let the light be. The light, in fact, exists, in its condition of splendor, for those eyes alone that gaze at it, and the soul, amorous of the spectacle of the beauties of the universe, and applying its attention to that luminous writing of the infinite book which is called, the visible, seems to utter, as God did on the dawn of the first day, that sublime and creative word, be. Light. It is not beyond the tomb, but in life itself, that we are to seek for the mysteries of death. Salvation or reprobation begins here below, and the terrestrial world too has its heaven and its hell. Always, even here below, virtue is rewarded, always, even here below vice is punished, and that which makes us sometimes believe in the impunity of evildoers is that riches, those instruments of good and of evil, seem sometimes to be given them at hazard. But woe to unjust men, when they possess the key of gold. It opens, for them, only the gate of the tomb and of hell. All the true initiates have recognized the usefulness of toil and sorrow. Sorrow, says a German poet, is the dog of that unknown shepherd who guides the flock of men. To learn to suffer, to learn to die, is the discipline of eternity, the immortal novitiate. The allegorical picture of Cebes, in which the Divine Comedy of Dante was sketched in Plato's time, the description whereof has been preserved for us, and which many painters of the Middle Age have reproduced by this description, is a monument at once philosophical and magical. It is a most complete moral synthesis, and at the same time the most audacious demonstration ever given of the grand arcanum, of that secret whose revelation would overturn earth and heaven. Let no one expect us to give them its explanation. He who passes behind the veil that hides this mystery, understands that it is in its very nature inexplicable, and that it is death to those who win it by surprise, as well as to him who reveals it. This secret is the royalty of the sages, the crown of the initiate whom we see redescend victorious from the summit of trials, in the fine allegory of Cebes. The grand arcanum makes him master of gold and the light, which are at bottom the same thing. He has solved the problem of the quadrature of the circle, he directs the perpetual movement, and he possesses the philosophical stone. Here the adepts will understand us. There is neither interruption in the toil of nature, nor gap in her work. The harmonies of heaven correspond to those of earth, and the eternal life accomplishes its evolutions in accordance with the same laws as the life of a dog. God has arranged all things by weight, number, and measure, says the Bible, and this luminous doctrine was also that of Plato. Humanity has never really had but one religion and one worship. This universal light has had its uncertain mirages, its deceitful reflections, and its shadows, but always, after the nights of error, we see it reappear, one and pure like the sun. The magnificences of worship are the life of religion, and if Christ wishes poor ministers, his sovereign divinity does not wish paltry altars. Some Protestants have not comprehended that worship is a teaching, and that we must not create in the imagination of the multitude a mean or miserable God. Those oratories that resemble poorly furnished offices or inns, and those worthy ministers clad like notaries or lawyers' clerks, do they not necessarily cause religion to be regarded as a mere puritanic formality, and God as a justice of the peace? We scoff at the augurs. It is so easy to scoff, and so difficult well to comprehend. Did the deity leave the whole world without light for 20 centuries, to illuminate only a little corner of Palestine and a brutal, ignorant, and ungrateful people? Why always calumniate God and the sanctuary? Were there never any others than rogues among the priests? Could no honest and sincere men be found among the hierophants of Ceres or Diana, of Dionysos or Apollo, of Hermes or Mithras? Were these, then, all deceived, like the rest? Who, then, constantly deceived them, without betraying themselves, during a series of centuries, for the cheats are not immortal? Arago said, that outside of the pure mathematics, he who utters the word impossible, is wanting in prudence and good sense. The true name of Satan, the Kabbalists say, is that of Yahweh reversed, for Satan is not a black god, but the negation of God. The devil is the personification of atheism or idolatry. For the initiates, this is not a person, but a force, created for good, but which may serve for evil. It is the instrument of liberty or free will. They represent this force, which presides over the physical generation, under the mythologic and horned form of the god Pan. Thence came the he-goat of the Sabbath, brother of the ancient serpent, and the light-bearer or phosphor, of which the poets have made the false Lucifer of the legend. Gold, to the eyes of the initiates, is light condensed. They style the sacred numbers of the Kabbalah golden numbers, and the moral teachings of Pythagoras his golden verses. For the same reason, a mysterious book of Apuleius, in which an ass figures largely, was called the Golden Ass. The pagans accused the Christians of worshipping an ass, and they did not invent this reproach, but it came from the Samaritan Jews, who, figuring the data of the Kabbalah in regard to the divinity by Egyptian symbols, also represented the intelligence by the figure of the magical star adored under the name of Remphan, science under the emblem of Anubis, whose name they changed to Nibba, and the vulgar faith or credulity under the figure of Thartak, a god represented with a book, a cloak, and the head of an ass. According to the Samaritan doctors, Christianity was the reign of Thartak, blind faith and vulgar credulity erected into a universal oracle, and preferred to intelligence and science. Synesius, bishop of Ptolemy, a great Kabbalist, but of doubtful orthodoxy, wrote, "The people will always mock at things easy to be misunderstood, it must needs have impostures. A spirit," he said, "that loves wisdom and contemplates the truth close at hand, is forced to disguise it, to induce the multitudes to accept it. Fictions are necessary to the people, and the truth becomes deadly to those who are not strong enough to contemplate it in all its brilliance. If the sacerdotal laws allowed the reservation of judgments and the allegory of words, I would accept the proposed dignity on condition that I might be a philosopher at home, and abroad a narrator of apologues and parables. In fact, what can there be in common between the vile multitude and sublime wisdom? The truth must be kept secret, and the masses need a teaching proportioned to their imperfect reason. Moral disorders produce physical ugliness, and in some sort realize those frightful faces which tradition assigns to the demons. The first Druids were the true children of the Magi, and their initiation came from Egypt and Chaldea, that is to say, from the pure sources of the primitive Kabbalah. They adored the Trinity under the names of Isis or Hesus, the supreme harmony, of Belen or Bel, which in Assyrian means Lord, a name corresponding to that of Adonai, and of Camel or Camel, a name that in the Kabbalah personifies the divine justice. Below this triangle of light they supposed a divine reflection, also composed of three personified rays, first, tutates or tuth, the same as the thoth of the Egyptians, the word, or the intelligence formulated, then force and beauty, whose names varied like their emblems. Finally, they completed the sacred septenary by a mysterious image that represented the progress of the dogma and its future realizations. This was a young girl veiled, holding a child in her arms, and they dedicated this image to the Virgin who will become a mother, Virgini Perituro. Hertha or Wertha, the young Isis of Gaul, Queen of Heaven, the Virgin who was to bear a child, held the spindle of the fates, filled with wool half white and half black, because she presides over all forms and all symbols, and weaves the garment of the ideas. One of the most mysterious pantacles of the Kabbalah, contained in the Enchiridion of Leo III, represents an equilateral triangle reversed, inscribed in a double circle. On the triangle are written, in such manner as to form the prophetic Tau, the two Hebrew words so often found appended to the ineffable name, Elohim, or the powers, and Sabaoth, or the starry armies and their guiding spirits, words also which symbolize the equilibrium of the forces of nature and the harmony of numbers. To the three sides of the triangle belong the three great names Iahava, Adona, and Agla. Above the first is written in Latin, Formatio, above, the second Reformatio, and above the third, Transformatio. So creation is ascribed to the Father, redemption or reformation to the Son, and sanctification or transformation to the Holy Spirit, answering unto the mathematical laws of action, reaction, and equilibrium. Iahava is also, in effect, the genesis or formation of dogma, by the elementary signification of the four letters of the sacred tetragram. Adona is the realization of this dogma in the human form, in the visible Lord, who is the Son of God or the perfect man, and Agla, formed of the initials of the four words Adh Jeber Lalem Adonai, expresses the synthesis of the whole dogma and the totality of the Kabbalistic science, clearly indicating by the hieroglyphics of which this admirable name is formed the triple secret of the great work. Masonry, like all the religions, all the mysteries, Hermeticism and alchemy, conceals its secrets from all except the adepts and sages, or the elect, and uses false explanations and misinterpretations of its symbols to mislead those who deserve only to be misled, to conceal the truth, which it calls light, from them, and to draw them away from it. Truth is not for those who are unworthy or unable to receive it, or would pervert it. So God himself incapacitates many men, by color blindness, to distinguish colors, and leads the masses away from the highest truth, giving them the power to attain only so much of it as it is profitable to them to know. Every age has had a religion suited to its capacity. The teachers, even of Christianity, are, in general, the most ignorant of the true meaning of that which they teach. There is no book of which so little is known as the Bible. To most who read it, it is as incomprehensible as the Zohar. So Masonry jealously conceals its secrets, and intentionally leads conceited interpreters astray. There is no sight under the sun more pitiful and ludicrous at once, than the spectacle of the Prestons and the Webbs, not to mention the later incarnations of dullness and commonplace, undertaking to explain the old symbols of Masonry, and adding to and improving them, or inventing new ones. To the circle enclosing the central point, and itself traced between two parallel lines, a figure purely Kabbalistic, these persons have added the superimposed Bible, and even reared on that the latter with 3 or 9 rounds, and then given a vapid interpretation of the whole, so profoundly absurd as actually to excite admiration. Albert Pike, Morals and Dogma of Freemasonry. Chapter 4, Secret Master. Masonry is a succession of allegories, the mere vehicles of great lessons in morality and philosophy. You will more fully appreciate its spirit, its object, its purposes, as you advance in the different degrees, which you will find to constitute a great, complete, and harmonious system. If you have been disappointed in the first 3 degrees, as you have received them, and if it has seemed to you that the performance has not come up to the promise, that the lessons of morality are not new, and the scientific instruction is but rudimentary, and the symbols are imperfectly explained, remember that the ceremonies and lessons of those degrees have been for ages more and more accommodating themselves, by curtailment and sinking into commonplace, to the often limited memory and capacity of the master and instructor, and to the intellect and needs of the pupil and initiate, that they have come to us from an age when symbols were used, not to reveal but to conceal, when the commonest learning was confined to a select few, and the simplest principles of morality seemed newly discovered truths, and that these antique and simple degrees now stand like the broken columns of a roofless Druidic temple, in their rude and mutilated greatness, in many parts, also, corrupted by time, and disfigured by modern additions and absurd interpretations. They are but the entrance to the great Masonic temple, the triple columns of the portico. You have taken the first step over its threshold, the first step toward the inner sanctuary and heart of the temple. You are in the path that leads up the slope of the mountain of truth, and it depends upon your secrecy, obedience, and fidelity, whether you will advance or remain stationary. Imagine not that you will become indeed a Mason by learning what is commonly called the work, or even by becoming familiar with our traditions. Masonry has a history, a literature, a philosophy. Its allegories and traditions will teach you much, but much is to be sought elsewhere. The streams of learning that now flow full and broad must be followed to their heads in the springs that well up in the remote past, and you will there find the origin and meaning of Masonry. A few rudimentary lessons in architecture, a few universally admitted maxims of morality, a few unimportant traditions, whose real meaning is unknown or misunderstood, will no longer satisfy the earnest inquirer after Masonic truth. Let whoso is content with these seek to climb no higher. He who desires to understand the harmonious and beautiful proportions of Freemasonry must read, study, reflect, digest, and discriminate. The true Mason is an ardent seeker after knowledge, and he knows that both books and the antique symbols of Masonry are vessels which come down to us full freighted with the intellectual riches of the past, and that in the lading of these argosies is much that sheds light on the history of Masonry, and proves its claim to be acknowledged the benefactor of mankind, born in the very cradle of the race. Knowledge is the most genuine and real of human treasures, for it is light, as ignorance is darkness. It is the development of the human soul, and its acquisition the growth of the soul, which at the birth of man knows nothing, and therefore, in one sense, may be said to be nothing. It is the seed, which has in it the power to grow, to acquire, and by acquiring to be developed, as the seed is developed into the shoot, the plant, the tree. We need not pause at the common argument that by learning man excelleth man, in that wherein man excelleth beasts, that by learning man ascendeth to the heavens and their motions, wherein body he cannot come, and the like. Let us rather regard the dignity and excellency of knowledge and learning in that whereunto man's nature doth most aspire, which is immortality or continuance. For to this tendeth generation, and raising of houses and families, to this buildings, foundations, and monuments, to this tendeth the desire of memory, fame, and celebration, and in effect the strength of all other human desires. That our influences shall survive us, and be living forces when we are in our graves, and not merely that our names shall be remembered, but rather that our works shall be read, our acts spoken of, our names recollected and mentioned when we are dead, as evidences that those influences live and rule, sway and control some portion of mankind and of the world. This is the aspiration of the human soul. We see then how far the monuments of genius and learning are more durable than monuments of power or of the hands. For have not the verses of Homer continued 2,500 years or more, without the loss of a syllable or letter, during which time infinite palaces, temples, castles, cities, have decayed and been demolished? It is not possible to have the true pictures or statues of Cyrus, Alexander, Caesar, no, nor of the kings or great personages of much later years, for the originals cannot last, and the copies cannot but lose of the life and truth. But the images of men's genius and knowledge remain in books, exempted from the wrong of time, and capable of perpetual renovation. Neither are they fitly to be called images, because they generate still, and cast their seeds in the minds of others, provoking and causing infinite actions and opinions in succeeding ages, so that if the invention of the ship was thought so noble, which carrieth riches and commodities from place to place, and consociateth the most remote regions in participation of their fruits, how much more are letters to be magnified, which, as ships, pass through the vast seas of time, and make ages so distant to participate of the wisdom, illumination, and inventions, the one of the other. To learn, to attain knowledge, to be wise, is a necessity for every truly noble soul, to teach, to communicate that knowledge, to share that wisdom with others, and not churlishly to lock up his exchequer, and place a sentinel at the door to drive away the needy, is equally an impulse of a noble nature, and the worthiest work of man. There was a little city, says the preacher, the son of David, and few men within it, and there came a great king against it and besieged it, and built great bulwarks against it. Now there was found in it a poor wise man, and he by his wisdom delivered the city, yet no man remembered that same poor man. Then, said I, wisdom is better than strength, nevertheless, the poor man's wisdom is despised, and his words are not heard. If it should chance to you, my brother, to do mankind good service, and be rewarded with indifference and forgetfulness only, still be not discouraged, but remember the further advice of the wise king. In the morning sow the seed, and in the evening withhold not thy hand, for thou knowest not which shall prosper, this or that, or whether both shall be alike good. Sow you the seed, whoever reaps. Learn, that you may be enabled to do good and do so because it is right, finding in the act itself ample reward and recompense. To attain the truth, and to serve our fellows, our country, and mankind, this is the noblest destiny of man. Hereafter and all your life it is to be your object. If you desire to ascend to that destiny, advance. If you have other and less noble objects, and are contented with a lower flight, halt here. Let others scale the heights, and Masonry fulfill her mission. If you will advance, gird up your loins for the struggle. For the way is long and toilsome. Pleasure, all smiles, will beckon you on the one hand, and indolence will invite you to sleep among the flowers, upon the other. Prepare, by secrecy, obedience, and fidelity, to resist the allurements of both. Secrecy is indispensable in a Mason of whatever degree. It is the first and almost the only lesson taught to the entered apprentice. The obligations which we have each assumed toward every Mason that lives, requiring of us the performance of the most serious and onerous duties toward those personally unknown to us until they demand our aid, duties that must be performed, even at the risk of life, or our solemn oaths be broken and violated, and we be branded as false Masons and faithless men, teach us how profound a folly it would be to betray our secrets to those who, bound to us by no tie of common obligation, might, by obtaining them, call on us in their extremity, when the urgency of the occasion should allow us no time for inquiry, and the peremptory mandate of our obligation compel us to do a brother's duty to a base impostor. The secrets of our brother, when communicated to us, must be sacred, if they be such as the law of our country warrants us to keep. We are required to keep none other, when the law that we are called on to obey is indeed a law, by having emanated from the only source of power, the people. Edicts which emanate from the mere arbitrary will of a despotic power, contrary to the law of God or the great law of nature, destructive of the inherent rights of man, violative of the right of free thought, free speech, free conscience, it is lawful to rebel against and strive to abrogate. For obedience to the law does not mean submission to tyranny, nor that, by a profligate sacrifice of every noble feeling, we should offer to despotism the homage of adulation. As every new victim falls, we may lift our voice in still louder flattery. We may fall at the proud feet, we may beg, as a boon, the honor of kissing that bloody hand which has been lifted against the helpless. We may do more, we may bring the altar and the sacrifice, and implore the God not to ascend too soon to heaven. This we may do, for this we have the sad remembrance that beings of a human form and soul have done. But this is all we can do. We can constrain our tongues to be false, our features to bend themselves to the semblance of that passionate adoration which we wish to express, our knees to fall prostrate, but our heart we cannot constrain. Their virtue must still have a voice which is not to be drowned by hymns and acclamations, they're the crimes which we laud as virtues, are crimes still, and he whom we have made a god is the most contemptible of mankind, if, indeed, we do not feel, perhaps, that we are ourselves still more contemptible. But that law which is the fair expression of the will and judgment of the people, is the enactment of the whole and of every individual. Consistent with the law of God and the great law of nature, consistent with pure and abstract right as tempered by necessity and the general interest, as contradistinguished from the private interest of individuals, it is obligatory upon all, because it is the work of all, the will of all, the solemn judgment of all, from which there is no appeal. In this degree, my brother, you are especially to learn the duty of obedience to that law. There is one true and original law, conformable to reason and to nature, diffused over all, invariable, eternal, which calls to the fulfillment of duty, and to abstinence from injustice, and calls with that irresistible voice which is felt in all its authority wherever it is heard. This law cannot be abrogated or diminished, or its sanctions affected, by any law of man. A whole Senate, a whole people, cannot dissent from its paramount obligation. It requires no commentator to render it distinctly intelligible, nor is it one thing at Rome, another at Athens, one thing now, and another in the ages to come, but in all times and in all nations, it is, and has been, and will be, one and everlasting, one as that God, its great author and promulgator, who is the common sovereign of all mankind, is himself one. No man can disobey it without flying, as it were, from his own bosom, and repudiating his nature, and in this very act he will inflict on himself the severest of retributions, even though he escape what is regarded as punishment. It is our duty to obey the laws of our country, and to be careful that prejudice or passion, fancy or affection, error and illusion, be not mistaken for conscience. Nothing is more usual than to pretend conscience in all the actions of man which are public and cannot be concealed. The disobedient refuse to submit to the laws, and they also in many cases pretend conscience, and so disobedience and rebellion become conscience, in which there is neither knowledge nor revelation, nor truth nor charity, nor reason nor religion. Conscience is tied to laws. Right or sure conscience is right reason reduced to practice, and conducting moral actions, while perverse conscience is seated in the fancy or affections, a heap of irregular principles and irregular defects, and is the same in conscience as deformity is in the body, or peevishness in the affections. It is not enough that the conscience be taught by nature, but it must be taught by God, conducted by reason, made operative by discourse, assisted by choice, instructed by laws and sober principles, and then it is right, and it may be sure. All the general measures of justice, are the laws of God, and therefore they constitute the general rules of government for the conscience, but necessity also hath a large voice in the arrangement of human affairs, and the disposal of human relations, and the dispositions of human laws, and these general measures, like a great river into little streams, are deduced into little rivulets and particularities, by the laws and customs, by the sentences and agreements of men, and by the absolute despotism of necessity, that will not allow perfect and abstract justice and equity to be the sole rule of civil government in an imperfect world, and that must needs be law which is for the greatest good of the greatest number. When thou vowest a vow unto God, defer not to pay it. It is better thou shouldest not vow than thou shouldest vow and not pay. Be not rash with thy mouth, and let not thine heart be hasty to utter anything before God, for God is in heaven, and thou art upon earth, therefore let thy words be few. Weigh well what it is you promise, but once the promise and pledge are given, remember that he who is false to his obligation will be false to his family, his friends, his country, and his God. Fides servanda est, faith plighted is ever to be kept, was a maxim and an axiom even among pagans. The virtuous Roman said, either let not that which seems expedient be base, or if it be base, let it not seem expedient. What is there which that so-called expediency can bring, so valuable as that which it takes away, if it deprives you of the name of a good man and robs you of your integrity and honor? In all ages, he who violates his plighted word has been held unspeakably base. The word of a mason, like the word of a knight in the times of chivalry, once given must be sacred, and the judgment of his brothers, upon him who violates his pledge, should be stern as the judgments of the Roman censors against him who violated his oath. Good faith is revered among Masons as it was among the Romans, who placed its statue in the Capitol, next to that of Jupiter Maximus Optimus, and we, like them, hold that calamity should always be chosen rather than baseness, and with the knights of old, that one should always die rather than be dishonored. Be faithful, therefore, to the promises you make, to the pledges you give, and to the vows that you assume, since to break either is base and dishonorable. Be faithful to your family, and perform all the duties of a good father, a good son, a good husband, and a good brother. Be faithful to your friends, for true friendship is of a nature not only to survive through all the vicissitudes of life, but to continue through an endless duration, not only to stand the shock of conflicting opinions, and the roar of a revolution that shakes the world, but to last when the heavens are no more, and to spring fresh from the ruins of the universe. Be faithful to your country, and prefer its dignity and honor to any degree of popularity and honor for yourself, consulting its interest rather than your own, and rather than the pleasure and gratification of the people, which are often at variance with their welfare. Be faithful to Masonry, which is to be faithful to the best interests of mankind. Labor, by precept and example, to elevate the standard of Masonic character, to enlarge its sphere of influence, to popularize its teachings, and to make all men know it for the great apostle of peace, harmony, and goodwill on earth among men, of liberty, equality, and fraternity. Masonry is useful to all men, to the learned, because it affords them the opportunity of exercising their talents upon subjects eminently worthy of their attention, to the illiterate, because it offers them important instruction, to the young, because it presents them with salutary precepts and good examples, and accustoms them to reflect on the proper mode of living, to the man of the world, whom it furnishes with noble and useful recreation, to the traveler, whom it enables to find friends and brothers in countries where else he would be isolated and solitary, to the worthy man in misfortune, to whom it gives assistance, to the afflicted, on whom it lavishes consolation, to the charitable man, whom it enables to do more good, by uniting with those who are charitable like himself, and to all who have souls capable of appreciating its importance, and of enjoying the charms of a friendship founded on the same principles of religion, morality, and philanthropy. A Freemason, therefore, should be a man of honor and of conscience, preferring his duty to everything beside, even to his life, independent in his opinions, and of good morals, submissive to the laws, devoted to humanity, to his country, to his family, kind and indulgent to his brethren, friend of all virtuous men, and ready to assist his fellows by all means in his power. Thus will you be faithful to yourself, to your fellows, and to God, and thus will you do honor to the name and rank of Secret Master, which, like other Masonic honors, degrades if it is not deserved. Albert Pike, Morals and Dogma of Freemasonry. Chapter 5, Perfect Master. The Master Currum was an industrious and an honest man. What he was employed to do he did diligently, and he did it well and faithfully. He received no wages that were not his due. Industry and honesty are the virtues peculiarly inculcated in this degree. They are common and homely virtues, but not for that beneath our notice. As the bees do not love or respect the drones, so Masonry neither loves nor respects the idle and those who live by their wits, and least of all those parasitic acari that live upon themselves. For those who are indolent are likely to become dissipated and vicious, and perfect honesty, which ought to be the common qualification of all, is more rare than diamonds. To do earnestly and steadily, and to do faithfully and honestly that which we have to do, perhaps this wants but little, when looked at from every point of view, of including the whole body of the moral law, and even in their commonest and homeliest application, these virtues belong to the character of a perfect master. Idleness is the burial of a living man. For an idle person is so useless to any purposes of God and man, that he is like one who is dead, unconcerned in the changes and necessities of the world, and he only lives to spend his time, and eat the fruits of the earth. Like a vermin or a wolf, when his time comes, he dies and perishes, and in the meantime is not. He neither plows nor carries burdens, all that he does is either unprofitable or mischievous. It is a vast work that any man may do, if he never be idle, and it is a huge way that a man may go in virtue, if he never go out of his way by a vicious habit or a great crime, and he who perpetually reads good books, if his parts be answerable, will have a huge stock of knowledge. Saint Ambrose, and from his example, Saint Augustine, divided every day into these tertias of employment: 8 hours they spent in the necessities of nature and recreation, 8 hours in charity, in doing assistance to others, dispatching their business, reconciling their enmities, reproving their vices, correcting their errors, instructing their ignorance, and in transacting the affairs of their diocese, and the other 8 hours they spent in study and prayer. We think, at the age of 20, that life is much too long for that which we have to learn and do, and that there is an almost fabulous distance between our age and that of our grandfather. But when, at the age of 60, if we are fortunate enough to reach it, or unfortunate enough, as the case may be, and according as we have profitably invested or wasted our time, we halt, and look back along the way we have come, and cast up and endeavor to balance our accounts with time and opportunity, we find that we have made life much too short, and thrown away a huge portion of our time. Then we, in our mind, deduct from the sum total of our years the hours that we have needlessly passed in sleep, the working hours each day, during which the surface of the mind's sluggish pool has not been stirred or ruffled by a single thought, the days that we have gladly got rid of, to attain some real or fancied object that lay beyond, in the way between us and which stood irksomely the intervening days, the hours worse than wasted in follies and dissipation, or misspent in useless and unprofitable studies, and we acknowledge, with a sigh, that we could have learned and done, in half a score of years well spent, more than we have done in all our 40 years of manhood. To learn and to do, this is the soul's work here below. The soul grows as truly as an oak grows. As the tree takes the carbon of the air, the dew, the rain, and the light, and the food that the earth supplies to its roots, and by its mysterious chemistry transmutes them into sap and fiber, into wood and leaf, and flower and fruit, and color and perfume, so the soul imbibes knowledge and by a divine alchemy changes what it learns into its own substance, and grows from within outwardly with an inherent force and power like those that lie hidden in the grain of wheat. The soul hath its senses, like the body, that may be cultivated, enlarged, refined, as itself grows in stature and proportion, and he who cannot appreciate a fine painting or statue, a noble poem, a sweet harmony, a heroic thought, or a disinterested action, or to whom the wisdom of philosophy is but foolishness and babble, and the loftiest truths of less importance than the price of stocks or cotton, or the elevation of baseness to office, merely lives on the level of commonplace, and fitly prides himself upon that inferiority of the soul's senses, which is the inferiority and imperfect development of the soul itself. To sleep little, and to study much, to say little, and to hear and think much, to learn, that we may be able to do, and then to do, earnestly and vigorously, whatever may be required of us by duty, and by the good of our fellows, our country, and mankind, these are the duties of every Mason who desires to imitate the Master Curum. The duty of a Mason as an honest man is plain and easy. It requires of us honesty in contracts, sincerity in affirming, simplicity in bargaining, and faithfulness in performing. Lie not at all, neither in a little thing nor in a great, neither in the substance nor in the circumstance, neither in word nor deed, that is, pretend not what is false, cover not what is true, and let the measure of your affirmation or denial be the understanding of your contractor, for he who deceives the buyer or the seller by speaking what is true, in a sense not intended or understood by the other, is a liar and a thief. A perfect master must avoid that which deceives, equally with that which is false. Let your prices be according to that measure of good and evil which is established in the fame and common accounts of the wisest and most merciful men, skilled in that manufacture or commodity, and the gain such, which, without scandal, is allowed to persons in all the same circumstances. In intercourse with others, do not do all which thou mayest lawfully do, but keep something within thy power, and, because there is a latitude of gain in buying and selling, take not thou the utmost penny that is lawful, or which thou thinkest so, for although it be lawful, yet it is not safe, and he who gains all that he can gain lawfully, this year, will possibly be tempted, next year, to gain something unlawfully. Let no man, for his own poverty, become more oppressing and cruel in his bargain, but quietly, modestly, diligently, and patiently recommend his estate to God, and follow his interest, and leave the success to him. Detain not the wages of the hireling, for every degree of detention of it beyond the time, is injustice and uncharitableness, and grinds his face till tears and blood come out, but pay him exactly according to covenant, or according to his needs. Religiously keep all promises and covenants, though made to your disadvantage, though afterward you perceive you might have done better, and let not any precedent act of yours be altered by any after accident. Let nothing make you break your promise, unless it be unlawful or impossible, that is, either out of your nature or out of your civil power, yourself being under the power of another, or that it be intolerably inconvenient to yourself and of no advantage to another, or that you have leave expressed or reasonably presumed. Let no man take wages or fees for a work that he cannot do, or cannot with probability undertake, or in some sense profitably, and with ease, or with advantage manage. Let no man appropriate to his own use, what God, by a special mercy, or the Republic, hath made common, for that is against both justice and charity. That any man should be the worse for us, and for our direct act, and by our intention, is against the rule of equity, of justice, and of charity. We then do not that to others, which we would have done to ourselves, for we grow richer upon the ruins of their fortune. It is not honest to receive anything from another without returning him an equivalent therefor. The gamester who wins the money of another is dishonest. There should be no such thing as bets and gaming among Masons, for no honest man should desire that for nothing which belongs to another. The merchant who sells an inferior article for a sound price, the speculator who makes the distresses and needs of others fill his exchequer are neither fair nor honest, but base, ignoble, unfit for immortality. It should be the earnest desire of every perfect master so to live and deal and act, that when it comes to him to die, he may be able to say, and his conscience to adjudge, that no man on earth is poorer, because he is richer, that what he hath he has honestly earned, and no man can go before God, and claim that by the rules of equity administered in his great chancery, this house in which we die, this land we devise to our heirs, this money that enriches those who survive to bear our name, is his and not ours, and we in that forum are only his trustees. For it is most certain that God is just, and will sternly enforce every such trust, and that to all whom we despoil, to all whom we defraud, to all from whom we take or win anything whatever, without fair consideration and equivalent, he will decree a full and adequate compensation. Be careful, then, that thou receive no wages, here or elsewhere, that are not thy due. For if thou dost, thou wrongest some one, by taking that which in God's chancery belongs to him, and whether that which thou takest thus be wealth, or rank, or influence, or reputation or affection, thou wilt surely be held to make full satisfaction. Albert Pike, Morals and Dogma of Freemasonry. Chapter 6, Intimate Secretary. You are especially taught in this degree to be zealous and faithful, to be disinterested and benevolent, and to act the peacemaker, in case of dissensions, disputes, and quarrels among the brethren. Duty is the moral magnetism which controls and guides the true Mason's course over the tumultuous seas of life. Whether the stars of honor, reputation, and reward do or do not shine, in the light of day or in the darkness of the night of trouble and adversity, in calm or storm, that unerring magnet still shows him the true course to steer, and indicates with certainty whereaway lies the port which not to reach involves shipwreck and dishonor. He follows its silent bidding, as the mariner, when land is for many days not in sight, and the ocean without path or landmark spreads out all around him, follows the bidding of the needle, never doubting that it points truly to the north. To perform that duty, whether the performance be rewarded or unrewarded, is his sole care. And it doth not matter, though of this performance there may be no witnesses, and though what he does will be forever unknown to all mankind. A little consideration will teach us that fame has other limits than mountains and oceans, and that he who places happiness in the frequent repetition of his name, may spend his life in propagating it, without any danger of weeping for new worlds, or necessity of passing the Atlantic Sea. If, therefore, he who imagines the world to be filled with his actions and praises, shall subduct from the number of his encomiasts all those who are placed below the flight of fame, and who hear in the valley of life no voice but that of necessity, all those who imagine themselves too important to regard him, and consider the mention of his name as a usurpation of their time, All who are too much or too little pleased with themselves to attend to anything external, all who are attracted by pleasure, or chained down by pain to unvaried ideas, all who are withheld from attending his triumph by different pursuits, and all who slumber in universal negligence, he will find his renown straitened by nearer bounds than the rocks of Caucasus, and perceive that no man can be venerable or formidable, but to a small part of his fellow creatures. And therefore, that we may not languish in our endeavors after excellence, it is necessary that, as Africanus counsels his descendants, we raise our eyes to higher prospects and contemplate our future and eternal state, without giving up our hearts to the praise of crowds, or fixing our hopes on such rewards as human power can bestow. We are not born for ourselves alone, and our country claims her share, and our friends their share of us. As all that the earth produces is created for the use of man, so men are created for the sake of men, that they may mutually do good to one another. In this we ought to take nature for our guide, and throw into the public stock the offices of general utility, by a reciprocation of duties, sometimes by receiving, sometimes by giving, and sometimes to cement human society by arts, by industry, and by our resources. Suffer others to be praised in thy presence, and entertain their good and glory with delight, but at no hand disparage them, or lessen the report, or make an objection, and think not the advancement of thy brother is a lessening of thy worth. Upbraid no man's weakness to him to discomfit him, neither report it to disparage him, neither delight to remember it to lessen him, or to set thyself above him, nor ever praise thyself or dispraise any man else, unless some sufficient worthy end do hallow it. Remember that we usually disparage others upon slight grounds and little instances, and if a man be highly commended, we think him sufficiently lessened, if we can but charge one sin of folly or inferiority in his account. We should either be more severe to ourselves, or less so to others, and consider that whatsoever good anyone can think or say of us, we can tell him of many unworthy and foolish and perhaps worse actions of ours, any one of which, done by another, would be enough, with us, to destroy his reputation. If we think the people wise and sagacious, and just and appreciative, when they praise and make idols of us, let us not call them unlearned and ignorant, and ill and stupid judges, when our neighbor is cried up by public fame and popular noises. Every man hath in his own life sins enough, in his own mind trouble enough, in his own fortunes evil enough, and in performance of his offices failings more than enough, to entertain his own inquiry, so that curiosity after the affairs of others cannot be without envy and an ill mind. The generous man will be solicitous and inquisitive into the beauty and order of a well-governed family, and after the virtues of an excellent person, but anything for which men keep locks and bars, or that blushes to see the light, or that is either shameful in manner or private in nature, this thing will not be his care and business. It should be objection sufficient to exclude any man from the society of Masons, that he is not disinterested and generous, both in his acts, and in his opinions of men, and his constructions of their conduct. He who is selfish and grasping, or censorious and ungenerous, will not long remain within the strict limits of honesty and truth, but will shortly commit injustice. He who loves himself too much must needs love others too little, and he who habitually gives harsh judgment will not long delay to give unjust judgment. The generous man is not careful to return no more than he receives, but prefers that the balances upon the ledgers of benefits shall be in his favor. He who hath received pay in full for all the benefits and favors that he has conferred, is like a spendthrift who has consumed his whole estate, and laments over an empty exchequer. He who requites my favors with ingratitude adds to, instead of diminishing, my wealth, and he who cannot return a favor is equally poor, whether his inability arises from poverty of spirit, sordidness of soul, or pecuniary indigence. If he is wealthy who hath large sums invested, and the mass of whose fortune consists in obligations that bind other men to pay him money, he is still more so to whom many owe large returns of kindnesses and favors. Beyond a moderate sum each year, the wealthy man merely invests his means, and that which he never uses is still like favors unreturned and kindnesses unreciprocated, an actual and real portion of his fortune. Generosity and a liberal spirit make men to be humane and genial, open-hearted, frank, and sincere, earnest to do good, easy and contented, and well-wishers of mankind. They protect the feeble against the strong, and the defenseless against rapacity and craft. They succor and comfort the poor, and are the guardians, under God, of his innocent and helpless wards. They value friends more than riches or fame, and gratitude more than money or power. They are noble by God's patent, and their escutcheons and quarterings are to be found in heaven's great book of heraldry. Nor can any man any more be a Mason than he can be a gentleman, unless he is generous, liberal, and disinterested. To be liberal, but only of that which is our own, to be generous, but only when we have first been just, to give, when to give deprives us of a luxury or a comfort, this is Masonry indeed. He who is worldly, covetous, or sensual must change before he can be a good Mason. If we are governed by inclination and not by duty, if we are unkind, severe, censorious, or injurious, in the relations or intercourse of life, if we are unfaithful parents or undutiful children, if we are harsh masters or faithless servants, if we are treacherous friends or bad neighbors or bitter competitors or corrupt unprincipled politicians or overreaching dealers in business, we are wandering at a great distance from the true Masonic light. Masons must be kind and affectionate one to another. Frequenting the same temples, kneeling at the same altars, they should feel that respect and that kindness for each other, which their common relation and common approach to one God should inspire. There needs to be much more of the spirit of the ancient fellowship among us, more tenderness for each other's faults, more forgiveness, more solicitude for each other's improvement and good fortune, somewhat of brotherly feeling, that it be not shame to use the word brother. Nothing should be allowed to interfere with that kindness and affection, neither the spirit of business, absorbing, eager, and overreaching, ungenerous and hard in its dealings, keen and bitter in its competitions, low and sordid in its purposes, nor that of ambition, selfish, mercenary, restless, circumventing, living only in the opinion of others, envious of the good fortune of others, miserably vain of its own success, unjust, unscrupulous, and slanderous. He that does me a favor, hath bound me to make him a return of thankfulness. The obligation comes not by covenant, nor by his own express intention, but by the nature of the thing, and is a duty springing up within the spirit of the obliged person, to whom it is more natural to love his friend, and to do good for good, than to return evil for evil, because a man may forgive an injury, but he must never forget a good turn. He that refuses to do good to them whom he is bound to love, or to love that which did him good, is unnatural and monstrous in his affections, and thinks all the world born to minister to him, with a greediness worse than that of the sea, which, although it receives all rivers into itself, yet it furnishes the clouds and springs with a return of all they need. Our duty to those who are our benefactors is, to esteem and love their persons, to make them proportionable returns of service, or duty, or profit, according as we can, or as they need, or as opportunity presents itself, and according to the greatness of their kindnesses. The generous man cannot but regret to see dissensions and disputes among his brethren. Only the base and ungenerous delight in discord. It is the poorest occupation of humanity to labor to make men think worse of each other, as the press, and too commonly the pulpit, changing places with the hustings and the tribune, do. The duty of the Mason is to endeavor to make man think better of his neighbor, to quiet, instead of aggravating difficulties, to bring together those who are severed or estranged, to keep friends from becoming foes, and to persuade foes to become friends. To do this, he must needs control his own passions, and be not rash and hasty, nor swift to take offense, nor easy to be angered. For anger is a professed enemy to counsel. It is a direct storm, in which no man can be heard to speak or call from without, for if you counsel gently, you are disregarded, if you urge it and be vehement, you provoke it more. It is neither manly nor ingenuous. It makes marriage to be a necessary and unavoidable trouble, friendships and societies and familiarities, to be intolerable. It multiplies the evils of drunkenness, and makes the levities of wine to run into madness. It makes innocent jesting to be the beginning of tragedies. It turns friendship into hatred, it makes a man lose himself, and his reason in his argument, in disputation. It turns the desires of knowledge into an itch of wrangling. It adds insolency to power. It turns justice into cruelty, and judgment into oppression. It changes discipline into tediousness and hatred of liberal institution. It makes a prosperous man to be envied, and the unfortunate to be unpitied. See, therefore, that first controlling your own temper, and governing your own passions, you fit yourself to keep peace and harmony among other men, and especially the brethren. Above all remember that Masonry is the realm of peace, and that, among Masons there must be no dissension, but only that noble emulation, which can best work and best agree. Wherever there is strife and hatred among the brethren, there is no Masonry, for Masonry is peace, and brotherly love, and concord. Masonry is the great peace society of the world. Wherever it exists, it struggles to prevent international difficulties and disputes, and to bind republics, kingdoms, and empires together in one great band of peace and amity. It would not so often struggle in vain, if Masons knew their power and valued their oaths. Who can sum up the horrors and woes accumulated in a single war? Masonry is not dazzled with all its pomp and circumstance, all its glitter and glory. War comes with its bloody hand into our very dwellings. It takes from 10,000 homes those who live there in peace and comfort, held by the tender ties of family and kindred. It drags them away, to die untended, of fever or exposure, in infectious climes, or to be hacked, torn, and mangled in the fierce fight, to fall on the gory field, to rise no more, or to be borne away, in awful agony, to noisome and horrid hospitals. The groans of the battlefield are echoed in sighs of bereavement from thousands of desolated hearths. There is a skeleton in every house, a vacant chair at every table. Returning, the soldier brings worse sorrow to his home, by the infection which he has caught, of camp vices. The country is demoralized. The national mind is brought down, from the noble interchange of kind offices with another people, to wrath and revenge, and base pride, and the habit of measuring brute strength against brute strength, in battle. Treasures are expended, that would suffice to build 10,000 churches, hospitals, and universities, or rib and tie together a continent with rails of iron. If that treasure were sunk in the sea, it would be calamity enough, but it is put to worse use, for it is expended in cutting into the veins and arteries of human life, until the earth is deluged with a sea of blood. Such are the lessons of this degree. You have vowed to make them the rule, the law, and the guide of your life and conduct. If you do so, you will be entitled, because fitted, to advance in Masonry. If you do not, you have already gone too far. Albert Pike, Morals and Dogma of Freemasonry. Chapter 7, Provost and Judge. The lesson which this degree inculcates is justice, in decision and judgment, and in our intercourse and dealing with other men. In a country where trial by jury is known, every intelligent man is liable to be called on to act as a judge either of fact alone, or of fact and law mingled, and to assume the heavy responsibilities which belong to that character. Those who are invested with the power of judgment should judge the causes of all persons uprightly and impartially, without any personal consideration of the power of the mighty, or the bribe of the rich, or the needs of the poor. That is the cardinal rule, which no one will dispute, though many fail to observe it. But they must do more. They must divest themselves of prejudice and preconception. They must hear patiently, remember accurately, and weigh carefully the facts and the arguments offered before them. They must not leap hastily to conclusions, nor form opinions before they have heard all. They must not presume crime or fraud. They must neither be ruled by stubborn pride of opinion, nor be too facile and yielding to the views and arguments of others. In deducing the motive from the proven act, they must not assign to the act either the best or the worst motives, but those which they would think it just and fair for the world to assign to it, if they themselves had done it, nor must they endeavor to make many little circumstances, that weigh nothing separately, weigh much together, to prove their own acuteness and sagacity. These are sound rules for every juror, also, to observe. In our intercourse with others, there are two kinds of injustice, the first of those who offer an injury, the second, of those who have it in their power to avert an injury from those to whom it is offered, and yet do it not. So active injustice may be done in two ways, by force and by fraud, of which force is lion-like, and fraud fox-like, both utterly repugnant to social duty, but fraud the more detestable. Every wrong done by one man to another, whether it affect his person, his property, his happiness, or his reputation, is an offense against the law of justice. The field of this degree is therefore a wide and vast one, and Masonry seeks for the most impressive mode of enforcing the law of justice, and the most effectual means of preventing wrong and injustice. To this end it teaches this great and momentous truth, that wrong and injustice once done cannot be undone, but are eternal in their consequences, once committed, are numbered with the irrevocable past, that the wrong that is done contains its own retributive penalty as surely and as naturally as the acorn contains the oak. Its consequences are its punishment, it needs no other, and can have no heavier, they are involved in its commission, and cannot be separated from it. A wrong done to another is an injury done to our own nature, an offense against our own souls, a disfiguring of the image of the beautiful and good. Punishment is not the execution of a sentence, but the occurrence of an effect. It is ordained to follow guilt, not by the decree of God as a judge, but by a law enacted by him as the creator and legislator of the universe. It is not an arbitrary and artificial annexation, but an ordinary and logical consequence, and therefore must be borne by the wrongdoer, and through him may flow on to others. It is the decision of the infinite justice of God, in the form of law. There can be no interference with, or remittance of, or protection from, the natural effects of our wrongful acts. God will not interpose between the cause and its consequence, and in that sense there can be no forgiveness of sins. The act which has debased our soul may be repented of, may be turned from, but the injury is done. The debasement may be redeemed by after efforts, the stain obliterated by bitterer struggles and severer sufferings, but the efforts and the endurance which might have raised the soul to the loftiest heights are now exhausted in merely regaining what it has lost. There must always be a wide difference between him who only ceases to do evil, and him who has always done well. He will certainly be a far more scrupulous watcher over his conduct, and far more careful of his deeds, who believes that those deeds will inevitably bear their natural consequences, exempt from after intervention, than he who believes that penitence and pardon will at any time unlink the chain of sequences. Surely we shall do less wrong and injustice, if the conviction is fixed and embedded in our souls that everything done is done irrevocably, that even the omnipotence of God cannot uncommit a deed, cannot make that undone which has been done, that every act of ours must bear its allotted fruit, according to the everlasting laws, must remain forever ineffaceably inscribed on the tablets of universal nature. If you have wronged another, you may grieve, repent, and resolutely determine against any such weakness in future. You may, so far as it is possible, make reparation. It is well. The injured party may forgive you, according to the meaning of human language, but the deed is done, and all the powers of nature, were they to conspire in your behalf, could not make it undone. The consequences to the body, the consequences to the soul, though no man may perceive them, are there, are written in the annals of the past, and must reverberate throughout all time. Repentance for a wrong done, bears, like every other act, its own fruit, the fruit of purifying the heart and amending the future, but not of effacing the past. The commission of the wrong is an irrevocable act, but it does not incapacitate the soul to do right for the future. Its consequences cannot be expunged, but its course need not be pursued. Wrong and evil perpetrated, though ineffaceable, call for no despair, but for efforts more energetic than before. Repentance is still as valid as ever, but it is valid to secure the future, not to obliterate the past. Even the pulsations of the air, once set in motion by the human voice, cease not to exist with the sounds to which they gave rise. Their quickly attenuated force soon becomes inaudible to human ears. But the waves of air thus raised perambulate the surface of earth and ocean, and in less than 20 hours, every atom of the atmosphere takes up the altered movement due to that infinitesimal portion of primitive motion which has been conveyed to it through countless channels, and which must continue to influence its path throughout its future existence. The air is one vast library on whose pages is forever written all that man has ever said or even whispered. There, in their mutable, but unerring characters, mixed with the earliest, as well as the latest signs of mortality, stand forever recorded, vows unredeemed, promises unfulfilled, perpetuating, in the movements of each particle, all in unison, the testimony of man's changeful will. God reads that book, though we cannot. So earth, air, and ocean are the eternal witnesses of the acts that we have done. No motion impressed by natural causes or by human agency is ever obliterated. The track of every keel which has ever disturbed the surface of the ocean remains forever registered in the future movements of all succeeding particles which may occupy its place. Every criminal is by the laws of the Almighty irrevocably chained to the testimony of his crime, for every atom of his mortal frame, through whatever changes its particles may migrate, will still retain, adhering to it through every combination, some movement derived from that very muscular effort by which the crime itself was perpetrated. What if our faculties should be so enhanced in a future life as to enable us to perceive and trace the ineffaceable consequences of our idle words and evil deeds, and render our remorse and grief as eternal as those consequences themselves? No more fearful punishment to a superior intelligence can be conceived, than to see still in action, with the consciousness that it must continue in action forever, a cause of wrong put in motion by itself ages before. Masonry, by its teachings, endeavors to restrain men from the commission of injustice and acts of wrong and outrage. Though it does not endeavor to usurp the place of religion, still its code of morals proceeds upon other principles than the municipal law, and it condemns and punishes offenses which neither that law punishes nor public opinion condemns. In the Masonic law, to cheat and overreach in trade, at the bar, in politics, are deemed no more venial than theft, nor a deliberate lie than perjury, nor slander than robbery, nor seduction than murder. Especially it condemns those wrongs of which the doer induces another to partake. He may repent, he may, after agonizing struggles, regain the path of virtue, his spirit may re-achieve its purity through much anguish, after many strifes, but the weaker fellow creature whom he led astray, whom he made a sharer in his guilt, but whom he cannot make a sharer in his repentance and amendment, whose downward course, the first step of which he taught, he cannot check, but is compelled to witness, what forgiveness of sins can avail him there? There is his perpetual, his inevitable punishment, which no repentance can alleviate, and no mercy can remit. Let us be just, also, in judging of other men's motives. We know but little of the real merits or demerits of any fellow creature. We can rarely say with certainty that this man is more guilty than that, or even that this man is very good or very wicked. Often the basest men leave behind them excellent reputations. There is scarcely one of us who has not, at some time in his life, been on the edge of the commission of a crime. Every one of us can look back, and shuddering see the time when our feet stood upon the slippery crags that overhung the abyss of guilt, and when, if temptation had been a little more urgent, or a little longer continued, if penury had pressed us a little harder, or a little more wine had further disturbed our intellect, dethroned our judgment, and aroused our passions, our feet would have slipped, and we should have fallen, never to rise again. We may be able to say, this man has lied, has pilfered, has forged, has embezzled monies entrusted to him, and that man has gone through life with clean hands. But we cannot say that the former has not struggled long, though unsuccessfully, against temptations under which the second would have succumbed without an effort. We can say which has the cleanest hands before man, but not which has the cleanest soul before God. We may be able to say, this man has committed adultery, and that man has been ever chaste, but we cannot tell but that the innocence of one may have been due to the coldness of his heart, to the absence of a motive, to the presence of a fear, to the slight degree of the temptation, nor but that the fall of the other may have been preceded by the most vehement self-contest, caused by the most overmastering frenzy, and atoned for by the most hallowing repentance. Generosity as well as niggardliness may be a mere yielding to native temperament, and in the eye of heaven, a long life of beneficence in one man may have cost less effort, and may indicate less virtue and less sacrifice of interest, than a few rare hidden acts of kindness wrung by duty out of the reluctant and unsympathizing nature of the other. There may be more real merit, more self-sacrificing effort, more of the noblest elements of moral grandeur, in a life of failure, sin, and shame, than in a career, to our eyes, of stainless integrity. When we condemn or pity the fallen, how do we know that, tempted like him, we should not have fallen like him, as soon, and perhaps with less resistance? How can we know what we should do if we were out of employment, famine crouching, gaunt, and hungry, on our fireless hearth, and our children wailing for bread? We fall not because we are not enough tempted. He that hath fallen may be at heart as honest as we. How do we know that our daughter, sister, wife, could resist the abandonment, the desolation, the distress, the temptation, that sacrificed the virtue of their poor abandoned sister of shame? Perhaps they also have not fallen, because they have not been sorely tempted. Wisely are we directed to pray that we may not be exposed to temptation. Human justice must be ever uncertain. How many judicial murders have been committed through ignorance of the phenomena of insanity? How many men hung for murder who were no more murderers at heart than the jury that tried and the judge that sentenced them? It may well be doubted whether the administration of human laws, in every country, is not one gigantic mass of injustice and wrong. God seeth not as man seeth, and the most abandoned criminal, black as he is before the world, may yet have continued to keep some little light burning in a corner of his soul, which would long since have gone out in that of those who walk proudly in the sunshine of immaculate fame, if they had been tried and tempted like the poor outcast. We do not know even the outside life of men. We are not competent to pronounce even on their deeds. We do not know half the acts of wickedness or virtue, even of our most immediate fellows. We cannot say, with certainty, even of our nearest friend, that he has not committed a particular sin, and broken a particular commandment. Let each man ask his own heart. Of how many of our best and of our worst acts and qualities are our most intimate associates utterly unconscious? How many virtues does not the world give us credit for, that we do not possess, or vices condemn us for, of which we are not the slaves? It is but a small portion of our evil deeds and thoughts that ever comes to light, and of our few redeeming goodnesses, the largest portion is known to God alone. We shall, therefore, be just in judging of other men, only when we are charitable, and we should assume the prerogative of judging others only when the duty is forced upon us, since we are so almost certain to err, and the consequences of error are so serious. No man need covet the office of judge, for in assuming it he assumes the gravest and most oppressive responsibility. Yet you have assumed it, we all assume it, for man is ever ready to judge, and ever ready to condemn his neighbor, while upon the same state of case he acquits himself. See, therefore, that you exercise your office cautiously and charitably, lest, in passing judgment upon the criminal, you commit a greater wrong than that for which you condemn him, and the consequences of which must be eternal. The faults and crimes and follies of other men are not unimportant to us, but form a part of our moral discipline. War and bloodshed at a distance, and frauds which do not affect our pecuniary interest, yet touch us in our feelings, and concern our moral welfare. They have much to do with all thoughtful hearts. The public eye may look unconcernedly on the miserable victim of vice, and that shattered wreck of a man may move the multitude to laughter or to scorn. But to the Mason, it is the form of sacred humanity that is before him, it is an erring fellow being, a desolate, forlorn, forsaken soul, and his thoughts, enfolding the poor wretch, will be far deeper than those of indifference, ridicule, or contempt. All human offenses, the whole system of dishonesty, evasion, circumventing, forbidden indulgence, and intriguing ambition, in which men are struggling with each other, will be looked upon by a thoughtful Mason, not merely as a scene of mean toils and strifes, but as the solemn conflicts of immortal minds, for ends vast and momentous as their own being. It is a sad and unworthy strife, and may well be viewed with indignation, but that indignation must melt into pity. For the stakes for which these gamesters play are not those which they imagine, not those which are in sight. For example, this man plays for a petty office, and gains it, but the real stake he gains is sycophancy, uncharitableness, slander, and deceit. Good men are too proud of their goodness. They are respectable, dishonor comes not near them, their countenance has weight and influence, their robes are unstained, the poisonous breath of calumny has never been breathed upon their fair name. How easy it is for them to look down with scorn upon the poor degraded offender, to pass him by with a lofty step, to draw up the folds of their garment around them, that they may not be soiled by his touch. Yet the great master of virtue did not so, but descended to familiar intercourse with publicans and sinners, with the Samaritan woman, with the outcasts and the pariahs of the Hebrew world. Many men think themselves better, in proportion as they can detect sin in others. When they go over the catalogue of their neighbor's unhappy derelictions of temper or conduct, they often, amidst much apparent concern, feel a secret exultation, that destroys all their own pretensions to wisdom and moderation, and even to virtue. Many even take actual pleasure in the sins of others, and this is the case with every one whose thoughts are often employed in agreeable comparisons of his own virtues with his neighbor's faults. The power of gentleness is too little seen in the world, the subduing influences of pity, the might of love, the control of mildness over passion, the commanding majesty of that perfect character which mingles grave displeasure with grief and pity for the offender. So it is that a Mason should treat his brethren who go astray. Not with bitterness, nor yet with good-natured easiness, nor with worldly indifference, nor with the philosophic coldness, nor with a laxity of conscience, that accounts everything well, that passes under the seal of public opinion, but with charity, with pitying loving kindness. The human heart will not bow willingly to what is infirm and wrong in human nature. If it yields to us, it must yield to what is divine in us. The wickedness of my neighbor cannot submit to my wickedness, his sensuality, for instance, to my anger against his vices. My faults are not the instruments that are to arrest his faults. And therefore impatient reformers, and denouncing preachers, and hasty reprovers, and angry parents, and irritable relatives generally fail, in their several departments, to reclaim the erring. A moral offense is sickness, pain, loss, dishonor, in the immortal part of man. It is guilt, and misery added to guilt. It is itself calamity, and brings upon itself, in addition, the calamity of God's disapproval, the abhorrence of all virtuous men, and the soul's own abhorrence. Deal faithfully, but patiently and tenderly, with this evil. It is no matter for petty provocation, nor for personal strife, nor for selfish irritation. Speak kindly to your erring brother. God pities him, Christ has died for him, providence waits for him, heaven's mercy yearns toward him, and heaven's spirits are ready to welcome him back with joy. Let your voice be in unison with all those powers that God is using for his recovery. If one defrauds you, and exults at it, he is the most to be pitied of human beings. He has done himself a far deeper injury than he has done you. It is he, and not you, whom God regards with mingled displeasure and compassion, and his judgment should be your law. Among all the benedictions of the Holy Mount there is not one for this man, but for the merciful, the peacemakers, and the persecuted they are poured out freely. We are all men of like passions, propensities, and exposures. There are elements in us all, which might have been perverted, through the successive processes of moral deterioration, to the worst of crimes. The wretch whom the execration of the thronging crowd pursues to the scaffold, is not worse than any one of that multitude might have become under similar circumstances. He is to be condemned indeed, but also deeply to be pitied. It does not become the frail and sinful to be vindictive toward even the worst criminals. We owe much to the good providence of God, ordaining for us a lot more favorable to virtue. We all had that within us, that might have been pushed to the same excess. Perhaps we should have fallen as he did, with less temptation. Perhaps we have done acts, that, in proportion to the temptation or provocation, were less excusable than his great crime. Silent pity and sorrow for the victim should mingle with our detestation of the guilt. Even the pirate who murders in cold blood on the high seas, is such a man as you or I might have been. Orphanage in childhood, or base and dissolute and abandoned parents, an unfriended youth, evil companions, ignorance and want of moral cultivation, the temptations of sinful pleasure or grinding poverty, familiarity with vice, a scorned and blighted name, seared and crushed affections, desperate fortunes, these are steps that might have led any one among us to unfurl upon the high seas the bloody flag of universal defiance, to wage war with our kind, to live the life and die the death of the reckless and remorseless freebooter. Many affecting relationships of humanity plead with us to pity him. His head once rested on a mother's bosom. He was once the object of sisterly love and domestic endearment. Perhaps his hand, since often red with blood, once clasped another little loving hand at the altar. Pity him then, his blighted hopes and his crushed heart. It is proper that frail and erring creatures like us should do so, should feel the crime, but feel it as weak, tempted, and rescued creatures should. It may be that when God weighs men's crimes, he will take into consideration the temptations and the adverse circumstances that led to them, and the opportunities for moral culture of the offender, and it may be that our own offenses will weigh heavier than we think, and the murderers lighter than according to man's judgment. On all accounts, therefore, let the true Mason never forget the solemn injunction, necessary to be observed at almost every moment of a busy life: judge not, lest ye yourselves be judged, for whatsoever judgment ye measure unto others, the same shall in turn be measured unto you. Such is the lesson taught the Provost and Judge. Albert Pike, Morals and Dogma of Freemasonry. Chapter 8, Intendant of the Building. In this degree you have been taught the important lesson, that none are entitled to advance in the ancient and accepted Scottish rite, who have not by study and application made themselves familiar with Masonic learning and jurisprudence. The degrees of this rite are not for those who are content with the mere work and ceremonies, and do not seek to explore the mines of wisdom that lie buried beneath the surface. You still advance toward the light, toward that star, blazing in the distance, which is an emblem of the divine truth, given by God to the first men, and preserved amid all the vicissitudes of ages in the traditions and teachings of Masonry. How far you will advance, depends upon yourself alone. Here, as everywhere in the world, darkness struggles with light, and clouds and shadows intervene between you and the truth. When you shall have become imbued with the morality of Masonry, with which you yet are, and for some time will be exclusively occupied, when you shall have learned to practice all the virtues which it inculcates, when they become familiar to you as your household gods, then will you be prepared to receive its lofty philosophical instruction, and to scale the heights upon whose summit light and truth sit enthroned. Step by step men must advance toward perfection, and each Masonic degree is meant to be one of those steps. Each is a development of a particular duty, and in the present you are taught charity and benevolence, to be to your brethren an example of virtue, to correct your own faults, and to endeavor to correct those of your brethren. Here, as in all the degrees, you meet with the emblems and the names of deity, the true knowledge of whose character and attributes it has ever been a chief object of Masonry to perpetuate. To appreciate his infinite greatness and goodness, to rely implicitly on his providence, to revere and venerate him as the supreme architect, creator, and legislator of the universe, is the first of Masonic duties. The battery of this degree, and the 5 circuits which you made around the lodge, allude to the 5 points of fellowship, and are intended to recall them vividly to your mind. To go upon a brother's errand or to his relief, even barefoot and upon flinty ground, to remember him in your supplications to the deity, to clasp him to your heart, and protect him against malice and evil speaking, to uphold him when about to stumble and fall, and to give him prudent, honest, and friendly counsel, are duties plainly written upon the pages of God's great code of law, and first among the ordinances of Masonry. The first sign of the degree is expressive of the diffidence and humility with which we inquire into the nature and attributes of the deity, the second, of the profound awe and reverence with which we contemplate his glories, and the third, of the sorrow with which we reflect upon our insufficient observance of our duties, and our imperfect compliance with his statutes. The distinguishing property of man is to search for and follow after truth. Therefore, when relaxed from our necessary cares and concerns, we then covet to see, to hear, and to learn somewhat, and we esteem knowledge of things, either obscure or wonderful, to be the indispensable means of living happily. Truth, simplicity, and candor are most agreeable to the nature of mankind. Whatever is virtuous consists either in sagacity, and the perception of truth, or in the preservation of human society, by giving to every man his due, and observing the faith of contracts, or in the greatness and firmness of an elevated and unsubdued mind, or in observing order and regularity in all our words and in all our actions, in which consist moderation and temperance. Masonry has in all times religiously preserved that enlightened faith from which flows sublime devotedness, the sentiment of fraternity fruitful of good works, the spirit of indulgence and peace, of sweet hopes and effectual consolations, and inflexibility in the accomplishment of the most painful and arduous duties. It has always propagated it with ardor and perseverance, and therefore it labors at the present day more zealously than ever. Scarcely a Masonic discourse is pronounced that does not demonstrate the necessity and advantages of this faith, and especially recall the two constitutive principles of religion, that make all religion, love of God, and love of neighbor. Masons carry these principles into the bosoms of their families and of society. While the sectarians of former times enfeebled the religious spirit, Masonry, forming one great people over the whole globe, and marching under the great banner of charity and benevolence, preserves that religious feeling, strengthens it, extends it in its purity and simplicity, as it has always existed in the depths of the human heart, as it existed even under the dominion of the most ancient forms of worship, but where gross and debasing superstitions forbade its recognition. A Masonic lodge should resemble a beehive, in which all the members work together with ardor for the common good. Masonry is not made for cold souls and narrow minds, that do not comprehend its lofty mission and sublime apostolate. Here the anathema against lukewarm souls applies. To comfort misfortune, to popularize knowledge, to teach whatever is true and pure in religion and philosophy, to accustom men to respect order and the proprieties of life, to point out the way to genuine happiness, to prepare for that fortunate period, when all the factions of the human family, united by the bonds of toleration and fraternity, shall be but one household. These are labors that may well excite zeal and even enthusiasm. We do not now enlarge upon or elaborate these ideas. We but utter them to you briefly, as hints, upon which you may at your leisure reflect. Hereafter, if you continue to advance, they will be unfolded, explained, and developed. Masonry utters no impracticable and extravagant precepts, certain, because they are so, to be disregarded. It asks of its initiates nothing that it is not possible and even easy for them to perform. Its teachings are eminently practical, and its statutes can be obeyed by every just, upright, and honest man, no matter what his faith or creed. Its object is to attain the greatest practical good, without seeking to make men perfect. It does not meddle with the domain of religion, nor inquire into the mysteries of regeneration. It teaches those truths that are written by the finger of God upon the heart of man, those views of duty which have been wrought out by the meditations of the studious, confirmed by the allegiance of the good and wise, and stamped as sterling by the response they find in every uncorrupted mind. It does not dogmatize, nor vainly imagine dogmatic certainty to be attainable. Masonry does not occupy itself with crying down this world, with its splendid beauty, its thrilling interests, its glorious works, its noble and holy affections, nor exhort us to detach our hearts from this earthly life, as empty, fleeting, and unworthy, and fix them upon heaven, as the only sphere deserving the love of the loving or the meditation of the wise. It teaches that man has high duties to perform, and a high destiny to fulfill, on this earth, that this world is not merely the portal to another, and that this life, though not our only one, is an integral one, and the particular one with which we are here meant to be concerned, that the present is our scene of action, and the future for speculation and for trust, that man was sent upon the earth to live in it, to enjoy it, to study it, to love it, to embellish it, to make the most of it. It is his country, on which he should lavish his affections and his efforts. It is here his influences are to operate. It is his house, and not a tent, his home, and not merely a school. He is sent into this world, not to be constantly hankering after, dreaming of, preparing for another, but to do his duty and fulfill his destiny on this earth, to do all that lies in his power to improve it, to render it a scene of elevated happiness to himself, to those around him, to those who are to come after him. His life here is part of his immortality, and this world, also, is among the stars. And thus, Masonry teaches us, will man best prepare for that future which he hopes for. The unseen cannot hold a higher place in our affections than the seen and the familiar. The law of our being is love of life, and its interests and adornments, love of the world in which our lot is cast, engrossment with the interests and affections of earth. Not a low or sensual love, not love of wealth, of fame, of ease, of power, of splendor. Not low worldliness, but the love of earth as the garden on which the Creator has lavished such miracles of beauty, as the habitation of humanity, the arena of its conflicts, the scene of its illimitable progress, the dwelling place of the wise, the good, the active, the loving, and the dear, the place of opportunity for the development by means of sin and suffering and sorrow, of the noblest passions, the loftiest virtues, and the tenderest sympathies. They take very unprofitable pains, who endeavor to persuade men that they are obliged wholly to despise this world, and all that is in it, even whilst they themselves live here. God hath not taken all that pains in forming and framing and furnishing and adorning the world, that they who were made by him to live in it should despise it. It will be enough, if they do not love it too immoderately. It is useless to attempt to extinguish all those affections and passions which are and always will be inseparable from human nature. As long as the world lasts, and honor and virtue and industry have reputation in the world, there will be ambition and emulation and appetite in the best and most accomplished men in it, and if there were not, more barbarity and vice and wickedness would cover every nation of the world, than it now suffers under. Those only who feel a deep interest in, and affection for, this world, will work resolutely for its amelioration. Those who undervalue this life, naturally become querulous and discontented, and lose their interest in the welfare of their fellows. To serve them, and so to do our duty as Masons, we must feel that the object is worth the exertion, and be content with this world in which God has placed us, until he permits us to remove to a better one. He is here with us, and does not deem this an unworthy world. It is a serious thing to defame and belie a whole world, to speak of it as the abode of a poor, toiling, drudging, ignorant, contemptible race. You would not so discredit your family, your friendly circle, your village, your city, your country. The world is not a wretched and a worthless one, nor is it a misfortune, but a thing to be thankful for, to be a man. If life is worthless, so also is immortality. In society itself, in that living mechanism of human relationships that spreads itself over the world, there is a finer essence within, that as truly moves it, as any power, heavy or expansive, moves the sounding manufactory or the swift-flying car. The man-machine hurries to and fro upon the earth, stretches out its hands on every side, to toil, to barter, to unnumbered labors and enterprises, and almost always the motive, that which moves it, is something that takes hold of the comforts, affections, and hopes of social existence. True, the mechanism often works with difficulty, drags heavily, grates and screams with harsh collision. True, the essence of finer motive, becoming intermixed with baser and coarser ingredients, often clogs, obstructs, jars, and deranges the free and noble action of social life. But he is neither grateful nor wise, who looks cynically on all this, and loses the fine sense of social good in its perversions. That I can be a friend, that I can have a friend, though it were but one in the world, that fact, that wondrous good fortune, we may set against all the sufferings of our social nature. That there is such a place on earth as a home, that resort and sanctuary of inwalled and shielded joy, we may set against all the surrounding desolations of life. That one can be a true, social man, can speak his true thoughts, amidst all the janglings of controversy in the warring of opinions, that fact from within outweighs all facts from without. In the visible aspect and action of society, often repulsive and annoying, we are apt to lose the due sense of its invisible blessings. As in nature it is not the coarse and palpable, not soils and rains, nor even fields and flowers, that are so beautiful, as the invisible spirit of wisdom and beauty that pervades it, so in society, it is the invisible, and therefore unobserved, that is most beautiful. What nerves the arm of toil? If man minded himself alone, he would fling down the spade and axe, and rush to the desert, or roam through the world as a wilderness, and make that world a desert. His home, which he sees not, perhaps, but once or twice in a day, is the invisible bond of the world. It is the good, strong, and noble faith that men have in each other, which gives the loftiest character to business, trade, and commerce. Fraud occurs in the rush of business, but it is the exception. Honesty is the rule, and all the frauds in the world cannot tear the great bond of human confidence. If they could, commerce would furl its sails on every sea, and all the cities of the world would crumble into ruins. The bare character of a man on the other side of the world, whom you never saw, whom you never will see, you hold good for a bond of thousands. The most striking feature of the political state is not governments, nor constitutions, nor laws, nor enactments, nor the judicial power, nor the police, but the universal will of the people to be governed by the common weal. Take off that restraint, and no government on earth could stand for an hour. Of the many teachings of Masonry, one of the most valuable is, that we should not depreciate this life. It does not hold, that when we reflect on the destiny that awaits man on earth, we ought to bedew his cradle with our tears, but, like the Hebrews, it hails the birth of a child with joy, and holds that his birthday should be a festival. It has no sympathy with those who profess to have proved this life, and found it little worth, who have deliberately made up their minds that it is far more miserable than happy, because its employments are tedious, and their schemes often baffled, their friendships broken, or their friends dead, its pleasures palled, and its honors faded, and its paths beaten, familiar, and dull. Masonry deems it no mark of great piety toward God to disparage, if not despise, the state that he has ordained for us. It does not absurdly set up the claims of another world, not in comparison merely, but in competition, with the claims of this. It looks upon both as parts of one system. It holds that a man may make the best of this world and of another at the same time. It does not teach its initiates to think better of other works and dispensations of God, by thinking meanly of these. It does not look upon life as so much time lost, nor regard its employments as trifles unworthy of immortal beings, nor tell its followers to fold their arms, as if in disdain of their state and species, but it looks soberly and cheerfully upon the world, as a theatre of worthy action, of exalted usefulness, and of rational and innocent enjoyment. It holds that, with all its evils, life is a blessing. To deny that is to destroy the basis of all religion, natural and revealed. The very foundation of all religion is laid on the firm belief that God is good, and if this life is an evil and a curse, no such belief can be rationally entertained. To level our satire at humanity and human existence, as mean and contemptible, to look on this world as the habitation of a miserable race, fit only for mockery and scorn, to consider this earth as a dungeon or a prison, which has no blessing to offer but escape from it, is to extinguish the primal light of faith and hope and happiness, to destroy the basis of religion, and truth's foundation in the goodness of God. If it indeed be so, then it matters not what else is true or not true, speculation is vain and faith is vain, and all that belongs to man's highest being is buried in the ruins of misanthropy, melancholy, and despair. Our love of life, the tenacity with which, in sorrow and suffering, we cling to it, our attachment to our home, to the spot that gave us birth, to any place, however rude, unsightly, or barren, on which the history of our years has been written, all show how dear are the ties of kindred and society. Misery makes a greater impression upon us than happiness, because the former is not the habit of our minds. It is a strange, unusual guest, and we are more conscious of its presence. Happiness lives with us, and we forget it. It does not excite us, nor disturb the order and course of our thoughts. A great agony is an epoch in our life. We remember our afflictions, as we do the storm and earthquake, because they are out of the common course of things. They are like disastrous events, recorded because extraordinary, and with whole and unnoticed periods of prosperity between. We mark and signalize the times of calamity, but many happy days and unnoted periods of enjoyment pass, that are unrecorded either in the book of memory, or in the scanty annals of our thanksgiving. We are little disposed and less able to call up from the dim remembrances of our past years, the peaceful moments, the easy sensations, the bright thoughts, the quiet reveries, the throngs of kind affections in which life flowed on, bearing us almost unconsciously upon its bosom, because it bore us calmly and gently. Life is not only good, but it has been glorious in the experience of millions. The glory of all human virtue clothes it. The splendors of devotedness, beneficence, and heroism are upon it, the crown of 1,000 martyrdoms is upon its brow. The brightness of the soul shines through this visible and sometimes darkened life, through all its surrounding cares and labors. The humblest life may feel its connection with its infinite source. There is something mighty in the frail inner man, something of immortality in this momentary and transient being. The mind stretches away, on every side, into infinity. Its thoughts flash abroad, far into the boundless, the immeasurable, the infinite, far into the great, dark, teeming future, and become powers and influences in other ages. To know its wonderful author, to bring down wisdom from the eternal stars, to bear upward its homage, gratitude, and love, to the ruler of all worlds, to be immortal in our influences projected far into the slow approaching future, makes life most worthy and most glorious. Life is the wonderful creation of God. It is light, sprung from void darkness, power, waked from inertness and impotence, being created from nothing, and the contrast may well enkindle wonder and delight. It is a rill from the infinite, overflowing goodness, and from the moment when it first gushes up into the light, to that when it mingles with the ocean of eternity, that goodness attends it and ministers to it. It is a great and glorious gift. There is gladness in its infant voices, joy in the buoyant step of its youth, deep satisfaction in its strong maturity, and peace in its quiet age. There is good for the good, virtue for the faithful, and victory for the valiant. There is, even in this humble life, an infinity for those whose desires are boundless. There are blessings upon its birth, there is hope in its death, and eternity in its prospect. Thus earth, which binds many in chains, is to the Mason both the starting place and goal of immortality. Many it buries in the rubbish of dull cares and wearying vanities, but to the Mason it is the lofty mount of meditation, where heaven, and infinity and eternity are spread before him and around him. To the lofty-minded, the pure, and the virtuous, this life is the beginning of heaven, and a part of immortality. God hath appointed one remedy for all the evils in the world, and that is a contented spirit. We may be reconciled to poverty and a low fortune, if we suffer contentedness and equanimity to make the proportions. No man is poor who doth not think himself so, but if, in a full fortune, with impatience he desires more, he proclaims his wants and his beggarly condition. This virtue of contentedness was the sum of all the old moral philosophy, and is of most universal use in the whole course of our lives, and the only instrument to ease the burdens of the world and the enmities of sad chances. It is the great reasonableness of complying with the divine providence, which governs all the world, and hath so ordered us in the administration of his great family. It is fit that God should dispense his gifts as he pleases, and if we murmur here, we may, at the next melancholy, be troubled that he did not make us to be angels or stars. We ourselves make our fortunes good or bad, and when God lets loose a tyrant upon us, or a sickness, or scorn, or a lessened fortune, if we fear to die, or know not how to be patient, or are proud, or covetous, then the calamity sits heavy on us. But if we know how to manage a noble principle, and fear not death so much as a dishonest action, and think impatience a worse evil than a fever, and pride to be the greatest disgrace as well as the greatest folly, and poverty far preferable to the torments of avarice, we may still bear an even mind and smile at the reverses of fortune and the ill nature of fate. If thou hast lost thy land, do not also lose thy constancy, and if thou must die sooner than others, or than thou didst expect, yet do not die impatiently. For no chance is evil to him who is content, and to a man nothing is miserable unless it be unreasonable. No man can make another man to be his slave, unless that other hath first enslaved himself to life and death, to pleasure or pain, to hope or fear. Command these passions, and you are freer than the Parthian kings. When an enemy reproaches us, let us look on him as an impartial relater of our faults, for he will tell us truer than our fondest friend will, and we may forgive his anger, whilst we make use of the plainness of his declamation. The ox, when he is weary, treads truest, and if there be nothing else in abuse, but that it makes us to walk warily, and tread sure for fear of our enemies, that is better than to be flattered into pride and carelessness. If thou fallest from thy employment in public, take sanctuary in an honest retirement, being indifferent to thy gain abroad, or thy safety at home. When the north wind blows hard, and it rains sadly, we do not sit down in it and cry, but defend ourselves against it with a warm garment, or a good fire and a dry roof. So when the storm of a sad mischance beats upon our spirits, we may turn it into something that is good, if we resolve to make it so, and with equanimity and patience may shelter ourselves from its inclement pitiless pelting. If it develop our patience, and give occasion for heroic endurance, it hath done us good enough to recompense us sufficiently for all the temporal affliction, for so a wise man shall overrule his stars, and have a greater influence upon his own content, than all the constellations and planets of the firmament. Compare not thy condition with the few above thee, but to secure thy content, look upon those thousands with whom thou wouldst not, for any interest, change thy fortune and condition. A soldier must not think himself unprosperous, if he be not successful as Alexander or Wellington, nor any man deem himself unfortunate that he hath not the wealth of Rothschild, but rather let the former rejoice that he is not lessened like the many generals who went down horse and man before Napoleon, and the latter that he is not the beggar who, bareheaded in the bleak winter wind, holds out his tattered hat for charity. There may be many who are richer and more fortunate, but many thousands who are very miserable, compared to thee. After the worst assaults of fortune, there will be something left to us, a merry countenance, a cheerful spirit, and a good conscience, the providence of God, our hopes of heaven, our charity for those who have injured us, perhaps a loving wife, and many friends to pity, and some to relieve us, and light and air, and all the beauties of nature. We can read, discourse, and meditate, and having still these blessings, we should be much in love with sorrow and peevishness to lose them all, and prefer to sit down on our little handful of thorns. Enjoy the blessings of this day, if God sends them, and the evils of it bear patiently and calmly, for this day only is ours, we are dead to yesterday, and we are not yet born to the morrow. When our fortunes are violently changed, our spirits are unchanged, if they always stood in the suburbs in expectation of sorrows and reverses. The blessings of immunity, safeguard, liberty, and integrity deserve the thanksgiving of a whole life. We are quit from 1,000 calamities, every one of which, if it were upon us, would make us insensible of our present sorrow, and glad to receive it in exchange for that other greater affliction. Measure your desires by your fortune and condition, not your fortunes by your desires. Be governed by your needs, not by your fancy, by nature, not by evil customs and ambitious principles. It is no evil to be poor, but to be vicious and impatient. Is that beast better, that hath 2 or 3 mountains to graze on, than the little bee that feeds on dew or manna, and lives upon what falls every morning from the storehouses of heaven, clouds and providence? There are some instances of fortune and a fair condition that cannot stand with some others, but if you desire this, you must lose that, and unless you be content with one, you lose the comfort of both. If you covet learning, you must have leisure and a retired life. If honors of state and political distinctions, you must be ever abroad in public, and get experience, and do all men's business, and keep all company, and have no leisure at all. If you will be rich, you must be frugal. If you will be popular, you must be bountiful. If a philosopher, you must despise riches. If you would be famous as Epaminondas, accept also his poverty, for it added luster to his person, and envy to his fortune, and his virtue without it could not have been so excellent. If you would have the reputation of a martyr, you must needs accept his persecution. If of a benefactor of the world's injustice, if truly great, you must expect to see the mob prefer lesser men to yourself. God esteems it one of his glories, that he brings good out of evil, and therefore it were but reason we should trust him to govern his own world as he pleases, and that we should patiently wait until the change cometh, or the reason is discovered. A Mason's contentedness must by no means be a mere contented selfishness, like his who, comfortable himself, is indifferent to the discomfort of others. There will always be in this world wrongs to forgive, suffering to alleviate, sorrow asking for sympathy, necessities and destitution to relieve, and ample occasion for the exercise of active charity and beneficence. And he who sits unconcerned amidst it all, perhaps enjoying his own comforts and luxuries the more, by contrasting them with the hungry and ragged destitution and shivering misery of his fellows, is not contented, but selfish and unfeeling. It is the saddest of all sights upon this earth, that of a man lazy and luxurious, or hard and penurious, to whom want appeals in vain, and suffering cries in an unknown tongue. The man whose hasty anger hurries him into violence and crime is not half so unworthy to live. He is the faithless steward, that embezzles what God has given him in trust for the impoverished and suffering among his brethren. The true Mason must be and must have a right to be content with himself, and he can be so only when he lives not for himself alone, but for others also, who need his assistance and have a claim upon his sympathy. Charity is the great channel, it has been well said, through which God passes all his mercy upon mankind. For we receive absolution of our sins in proportion to our forgiving our brother. This is the rule of our hopes and the measure of our desire in this world, and on the day of death and judgment, the great sentence upon mankind shall be transacted according to our alms, which is the other part of charity. God himself is love, and every degree of charity that dwells in us is the participation of the divine nature. These principles Masonry reduces to practice. By them it expects you to be hereafter guided and governed. It especially inculcates them upon him who employs the labor of others, forbidding him to discharge them, when to want employment is to starve, or to contract for the labor of man or woman at so low a price that by overexertion they must sell him their blood and life at the same time with the labor of their hands. These degrees are also intended to teach more than morals. The symbols and ceremonies of Masonry have more than one meaning. They rather conceal than disclose the truth. They hint it only, at least, and their varied meanings are only to be discovered by reflection and study. Truth is not only symbolized by light, but as the ray of light is separable into rays of different colors, so is truth separable into kinds. It is the province of Masonry to teach all truths, not moral truth alone, but political and philosophical, and even religious truth, so far as concerns the great and essential principles of each. The SPHNX was a symbol. To whom has it disclosed its inmost meaning? Who knows the symbolic meaning of the pyramids? You will hereafter learn who are the chief foes of human liberty symbolized by the assassins of the Master Kuram, and in their fate you may see foreshadowed that which we earnestly hope will hereafter overtake those enemies of humanity, against whom Masonry has struggled so long. Albert Pike, Morals and Dogma of Freemasonry. Chapter 9, Elect of the Nine. Elu of the Nine. Originally created to reward fidelity, obedience, and devotion, this degree was consecrated to bravery, devotedness, and patriotism, and your obligation has made known to you the duties which you have assumed. They are summed up in the simple mandate: protect the oppressed against the oppressor, and devote yourself to the honor and interests of your country. Masonry is not speculative, nor theoretical, but experimental, not sentimental, but practical. It requires self-renunciation and self-control. It wears a stern face toward men's vices, and interferes with many of our pursuits and our fancied pleasures. It penetrates beyond the region of vague sentiment, beyond the regions where moralizers and philosophers have woven their fine theories and elaborated their beautiful maxims, to the very depths of the heart, rebuking our littlenesses and meannesses, arraigning our prejudices and passions, and warring against the armies of our vices. It wars against the passions that spring out of the bosom of a world of fine sentiments, a world of admirable sayings and foul practices, of good maxims and bad deeds, whose darker passions are not only restrained by custom and ceremony, but hidden even from itself by a veil of beautiful sentiments. This terrible solecism has existed in all ages. Romish sentimentalism has often covered infidelity and vice, Protestant straightness often lauds spirituality and faith, and neglects homely truth, candor, and generosity, and ultraliberal rationalistic refinement sometimes soars to heaven in its dreams, and wallows in the mire of earth in its deeds. There may be a world of Masonic sentiment, and yet a world of little or no Masonry. In many minds there is a vague and general sentiment of Masonic charity, generosity, and disinterestedness, but no practical, active virtue, nor habitual kindness, self-sacrifice, or liberality. Masonry plays about them like the cold though brilliant lights that flush and eddy over northern skies. There are occasional flashes of generous and manly feeling, transitory splendors, and momentary gleams of just and noble thought, and transient coruscations, that light the heaven of their imagination, but there is no vital warmth in the heart, and it remains as cold and sterile as the Arctic or Antarctic regions. They do nothing, they gain no victories over themselves, they make no progress, they are still in the northeast corner of the lodge, as when they first stood there as apprentices, and they do not cultivate masonry, with a cultivation, determined, resolute and regular, like their cultivation of their estate, profession, or knowledge. Their masonry takes its chance in general and inefficient sentiment, mournfully barren of results, in words and formulas and fine professions. Most men have sentiments, but not principles. The former are temporary sensations, the latter permanent and controlling impressions of goodness and virtue. The former are general and involuntary, and do not rise to the character of virtue. Everyone feels them. They flash up spontaneously in every heart. The latter are rules of action, and shape and control our conduct, and it is these that Masonry insists upon. We approve the right, but pursue the wrong. It is the old story of human deficiency. No one abets or praises injustice, fraud, oppression, covetousness, revenge, envy, or slander, and yet how many who condemn these things, are themselves guilty of them. It is no rare thing for him whose indignation is kindled at a tale of wicked injustice, cruel oppression, base slander, or misery inflicted by unbridled indulgence, whose anger flames in behalf of the injured and ruined victims of wrong, to be in some relation unjust, or oppressive, or envious, or self-indulgent, or a careless talker of others. How wonderfully indignant the penurious man often is, at the avarice or want of public spirit of another. A great preacher well said, "Therefore thou art inexcusable. O man, whosoever thou art, that judgest, for wherein thou judgest another, thou condemnest thyself, for thou that judgest, doest the same things." It is amazing to see how men can talk of virtue and honor, whose life denies both. It is curious to see with what a marvelous facility many bad men quote scripture. It seems to comfort their evil consciences, to use good words, and to gloze over bad deeds with holy texts, wrested to their purpose. Often, the more a man talks about charity and toleration, the less he has of either, the more he talks about virtue, the smaller stock he has of it. The mouth speaks out of the abundance of the heart, but often the very reverse of what the man practices. And the vicious and sensual often express, and in a sense feel, strong disgust at vice and sensuality. Hypocrisy is not so common as is imagined. Here, in the lodge, virtue and vice are matters of reflection and feeling only. There is little opportunity here, for the practice of either, and Masons yield to the argument here, with facility and readiness, because nothing is to follow. It is easy, and safe, here, to feel upon these matters. But tomorrow, when they breathe the atmosphere of worldly gains and competitions, and the passions are again stirred at the opportunities of unlawful pleasure, all their fine emotions about virtue, all their generous abhorrence of selfishness and sensuality, melt away like a morning cloud. For the time, their emotions and sentiments are sincere and real. Men may be really, in a certain way, interested in Masonry, while fatally deficient in virtue. It is not always hypocrisy. Men pray most fervently and sincerely, and yet are constantly guilty of acts so bad and base, so ungenerous and unrighteous, that the crimes that crowd the dockets of our courts are scarcely worse. A man may be a good sort of man in general, and yet a very bad man in particular, good in the lodge and bad in the world, good in public, and bad in his family, good at home, and bad on a journey or in a strange city. Many a man earnestly desires to be a good Mason. He says so, and is sincere. But if you require him to resist a certain passion, to sacrifice a certain indulgence, to control his appetite at a particular feast, or to keep his temper in a dispute, you will find that he does not wish to be a good Mason, in that particular case, or, wishing, is not able to resist his worse impulses. The duties of life are more than life. The law imposeth it upon every citizen, that he prefer the urgent service of his country before the safety of his life. If a man be commanded, saith a great writer, to bring ordnance or munition to relieve any of the king's towns that are distressed, then he cannot for any danger of tempest justify the throwing of them overboard, for there it holdeth which was spoken by the Roman, when the same necessity of weather was alleged to hold him from embarking, necess est utim, non uti vivum, it needs that I go, it is not necessary I should live. How ungratefully he slinks away, who dies, and does nothing to reflect a glory to heaven. How barren a tree he is, who lives, and spreads, and cumbers the ground, yet leaves not one seed, not one good work to generate another after him. All cannot leave alike, yet all may leave something, answering their proportions and their kinds. Those are dead and withered grains of corn, out of which there will not one ear spring. He will hardly find the way to heaven, who desires to go thither alone. Industry is never wholly unfruitful. If it bring not joy with the incoming profit, it will yet banish mischief from thy busied gates. There is a kind of good angel waiting upon diligence that ever carries a laurel in his hand to crown her. How unworthy was that man of the world who never did aught, but only lived and died. That we have liberty to do anything, we should account it a gift from the favoring heavens, that we have minds sometimes inclining us to use that liberty well, is a great bounty of the deity. Masonry is action, and not inertness. It requires its initiates to work, actively and earnestly, for the benefit of their brethren, their country, and mankind. It is the patron of the oppressed, as it is the comforter and consoler of the unfortunate and wretched. It seems to it a worthier honor to be the instrument of advancement and reform, than to enjoy all that rank and office and lofty titles can bestow. It is the advocate of the common people in those things which concern the best interests of mankind. It hates insolent power and impudent usurpation. It pities the poor, the sorrowing, the disconsolate, it endeavors to raise and improve the ignorant, the sunken, and the degraded. Its fidelity to its mission will be accurately evidenced, by the extent of the efforts it employs, and the means it sets on foot, to improve the people at large and to better their condition, chiefest of which, within its reach, is to aid in the education of the children of the poor. An intelligent people, informed of its rights, will soon come to know its power, and cannot long be oppressed, but if there be not a sound and virtuous populace, the elaborate ornaments at the top of the pyramid of society will be a wretched compensation for the want of solidity at the base. It is never safe for a nation to repose on the lap of ignorance, and if there ever was a time when public tranquility was ensured by the absence of knowledge, that season is past. Unthinking stupidity cannot sleep, without being appalled by phantoms and shaken by terrors. The improvement of the mass of the people is the grand security for popular liberty, in the neglect of which, the politeness, refinement, and knowledge accumulated in the higher orders and wealthier classes will some day perish like dry grass in the hot fire of popular fury. It is not the mission of Masonry to engage in plots and conspiracies against the civil government. It is not the fanatical propagandist of any creed or theory, nor does it proclaim itself the enemy of kings. It is the apostle of liberty, equality, and fraternity, but it is no more the high priest of republicanism than of constitutional monarchy. It contracts no entangling alliances with any sect of theorists, dreamers, or philosophers. It does not know those as its initiates who assail the civil order and all lawful authority, at the same time that they propose to deprive the dying of the consolations of religion. It sits apart from all sects and creeds, in its own calm and simple dignity, the same under every government. It is still that which it was in the cradle of the human race, when no human foot had trodden the soil of Assyria and Egypt, and no colonies had crossed the Himalayas into southern India, Media, or Etruria. It gives no countenance to anarchy and licentiousness, and no illusion of glory, or extravagant emulation of the ancients inflames it with an unnatural thirst for ideal and utopian liberty. It teaches that in rectitude of life and sobriety of habits is the only sure guarantee for the continuance of political freedom, and it is chiefly the soldier of the sanctity of the laws and the rights of conscience. It recognizes it as a truth, that necessity, as well as abstract right and ideal justice, must have its part in the making of laws, the administration of affairs, and the regulation of relations in society. It sees, indeed, that necessity rules in all the affairs of man. It knows that where any man, or any number or race of men, are so imbecile of intellect, so degraded, so incapable of self-control, so inferior in the scale of humanity, as to be unfit to be entrusted with the highest prerogatives of citizenship, the great law of necessity, for the peace and safety of the community and country, requires them to remain under the control of those of larger intellect and superior wisdom. It trusts and believes that God will, in His own good time, work out His own great and wise purposes, and it is willing to wait, where it does not see its own way clear to some certain good. It hopes and longs for the day when all the races of men, even the lowest, will be elevated, and become fitted for political freedom, when, like all other evils that afflict the earth, pauperism, and bondage or abject dependence, shall cease and disappear. But it does not preach revolution to those who are fond of kings, nor rebellion that can end only in disaster and defeat, or in substituting one tyrant for another, or a multitude of despots for one. Wherever a people is fit to be free and to govern itself, and generously strives to be so, there go all its sympathies. It detests the tyrant, the lawless oppressor, the military usurper, and him who abuses a lawful power. It frowns upon cruelty, and a wanton disregard of the rights of humanity. It abhors the selfish employer, and exerts its influence to lighten the burdens which want and dependence impose upon the workman, and to foster that humanity and kindness which man owes to even the poorest and most unfortunate brother. It can never be employed, in any country under heaven, to teach a toleration for cruelty, to weaken moral hatred for guilt, or to deprave and brutalize the human mind. The dread of punishment will never make a Mason an accomplice in so corrupting his countrymen, and a teacher of depravity and barbarity. If anywhere, as has heretofore happened, a tyrant should send a satirist on his tyranny to be convicted and punished as a libeller, in a court of justice, a Mason, if a juror in such a case, though in sight of the scaffold streaming with the blood of the innocent, and within hearing of the clash of the bayonets meant to overawe the court, would rescue the intrepid satirist from the tyrant's fangs, and send his officers out from the court with defeat and disgrace. Even if all law and liberty were trampled under the feet of Jacobinical demagogues or a military banditti, and great crimes were perpetrated with a high hand against all who were deservedly the objects of public veneration, if the people, overthrowing law, roared like a sea around the courts of justice, and demanded the blood of those who, during the temporary fit of insanity and drunken delirium, had chanced to become odious to it, for true words manfully spoken, or unpopular acts bravely done. The Masonic juror, unawed alike by the single or the many-headed tyrant, would consult the dictates of duty alone, and stand with a noble firmness between the human tigers and their coveted prey. The Mason would much rather pass his life hidden in the recesses of the deepest obscurity, feeding his mind even with the visions and imaginations of good deeds and noble actions, than to be placed on the most splendid throne of the universe, tantalized with a denial of the practice of all which can make the greatest situation any other than the greatest curse. And if he has been enabled to lend the slightest step to any great and laudable designs, if he has had any share in any measure giving quiet to private property and to private conscience, making lighter the yoke of poverty and dependence, or relieving deserving men from oppression, if he has aided in securing to his countrymen that best possession, peace, if he has joined in reconciling the different sections of his own country to each other, and the people to the government of their own creating, and in teaching the citizen to look for his protection to the laws of his country, and for his comfort to the goodwill of his countrymen, if he has thus taken his part with the best of men in the best of their actions, he may well shut the book, even if he might wish to read a page or two more. It is enough for his measure. He has not lived in vain. Masonry teaches that all power is delegated for the good, and not for the injury of the people, and that, when it is perverted from the original purpose, the compact is broken, and the right ought to be resumed. That resistance to power usurped is not merely a duty which man owes to himself and to his neighbor, but a duty which he owes to his God, in asserting and maintaining the rank which he gave him in the creation. This principle in either the rudeness of ignorance can stifle or the enervation of refinement extinguish. It makes it base for a man to suffer when he ought to act, and, tending to preserve to him the original destinations of providence, spurns at the arrogant assumptions of tyrants and vindicates the independent quality of the race of which we are a part. The wise and well-informed Mason will not fail to be the votary of liberty and justice. He will be ready to exert himself in their defense, wherever they exist. It cannot be a matter of indifference to him when his own liberty and that of other men, with whose merits and capacities he is acquainted, are involved in the event of the struggle to be made, but his attachment will be to the cause, as the cause of man, and not merely to the country. Wherever there is a people that understands the value of political justice, and is prepared to assert it, that is his country, wherever he can most contribute to the diffusion of these principles and the real happiness of mankind, that is his country. Nor does he desire for any country any other benefit than justice. The true Mason identifies the honor of his country with his own. Nothing more conduces to the beauty and glory of one's country than the preservation against all enemies of its civil and religious liberty. The world will never willingly let die the names of those patriots who in her different ages have received upon their own breasts the blows aimed by insolent enemies at the bosom of their country. But also it conduces, and in no small measure, to the beauty and glory of one's country, that justice should always be administered there to all alike, and neither denied, sold, nor delayed to any one, that the interest of the poor should be looked to, and none starve or be houseless, or clamor in vain for work, that the child and the feeble woman should not be overworked, or even the apprentice or slave be stinted of food or overtasked or mercilessly scourged, and that God's great laws of mercy, humanity, and compassion should be everywhere enforced, not only by the statutes, but also by the power of public opinion. And he who labors, often against reproach and obloquy, and oftener against indifference and apathy, to bring about that fortunate condition of things when that great code of divine law shall be everywhere and punctually obeyed, is no less a patriot than he who bears his bosom to the hostile steel in the ranks of his country's soldiery. For fortitude is not only seen resplendent on the field of battle and amid the clash of arms, but he displays its energy under every difficulty and against every assailant. He who wars against cruelty, oppression, and hoary abuses, fights for his country's honor, which these things soil, and her honor is as important as her existence. Often, indeed, the warfare against those abuses which disgrace one's country is quite as hazardous and more discouraging than that against her enemies in the field, and merits equal, if not greater reward. For those Greeks and Romans who are the objects of our admiration employed hardly any other virtue in the extirpation of tyrants, than that love of liberty, which made them prompt in seizing the sword, and gave them strength to use it. With facility they accomplished the undertaking, amid the general shout of praise and joy, nor did they engage in the attempt so much as an enterprise of perilous and doubtful issue, as a contest the most glorious in which virtue could be signalized, which infallibly led to present recompense, which bound their brows with wreaths of laurel, and consigned their memories to immortal fame. But he who assails hoary abuses, regarded perhaps with a superstitious reverence, and around which old laws stand as ramparts and bastions to defend them, who denounces acts of cruelty and outrage on humanity which make every perpetrator thereof his personal enemy, and perhaps make him looked upon with suspicion by the people among whom he lives, as the assailant of an established order of things of which he assails only the abuses, and of laws of which he attacks only the violations, he can scarcely look for present recompense, nor that his living brows will be wreathed with laurel. And if, contending against a dark array of long-received opinions, superstitions, obloquy, and fears, which most men dread more than they do an army terrible with banners, the Mason overcomes, and emerges from the contest victorious, or if he does not conquer, but is borne down and swept away by the mighty current of prejudice, passion, and interest, in either case, the loftiness of spirit which he displays merits for him more than a mediocrity of fame. He has already lived too long who has survived the ruin of his country, and he who can enjoy life after such an event deserves not to have lived at all. Nor does he any more deserve to live who looks contentedly upon abuses that disgrace, and cruelties that dishonor, and scenes of misery and destitution and brutalization that disfigure his country, or sordid meanness and ignoble revenges that make her a byword and a scoff among all generous nations, and does not endeavor to remedy or prevent either. Not often is a country at war, nor can every one be allowed the privilege of offering his heart to the enemy's bullets. But in these patriotic labors of peace, in preventing, remedying, and reforming evils, oppressions, wrongs, cruelties, and outrages, every Mason can unite, and every one can effect something, and share the honor and glory of the result. For the cardinal names in the history of the human mind are few and easily to be counted up, but thousands and tens of thousands spend their days in the preparations which are to speed the predestined change, in gathering and amassing the materials which are to kindle and give light and warmth, when the fire from heaven shall have descended on them. Numberless are the sutlers and pioneers, the engineers and artisans, who attend the march of intellect. Many move forward in detachments, and level the way over which the chariot is to pass, and cut down the obstacles that would impede its progress, and these too have their reward. If they labor diligently and faithfully in their calling, not only will they enjoy that calm contentment which diligence in the lowliest task never fails to win, not only will the sweat of their brows be sweet, and the sweetener of the rest that follows, but, when the victory is at last achieved, they will come in for a share in the glory, even as the meanest soldier who fought at Marathon or at King's Mountain became a sharer in the glory of those saving days, and within his own household circle, the approbation of which approaches the nearest to that of an approving conscience, was looked upon as the representative of all his brother heroes, and could tell such tales as made the tear glisten on the cheek of his wife, and lit up his boy's eyes with an unwonted sparkling eagerness. Or, if he fell in the fight, and his place by the fireside and at the table at home was thereafter vacant, that place was sacred, and he was often talked of there in the long winter evenings, and his family was deemed fortunate in the neighborhood, because it had had a hero in it, who had fallen in defense of his country. Remember that life's length is not measured by its hours and days, but by that which we have done therein for our country and kind. A useless life is short, if it last a century, but that of Alexander was long as the life of the oak, though he died at 35. We may do much in a few years, and we may do nothing in a lifetime. If we but eat and drink and sleep, and let everything go on around us as it pleases, or if we live but to amass wealth or gain office or wear titles, we might as well not have lived at all, nor have we any right to expect immortality. Forget not, therefore, to what you have devoted yourself in this degree, defend weakness against strength, the friendless against the great, the oppressed against the oppressor. Be ever vigilant and watchful of the interests and honor of your country. And may the grand architect of the universe give you that strength and wisdom which shall enable you well and faithfully to perform these high duties. Chapter 10, Illustrious Elect of the 15. Elu of the 15. This degree is devoted to the same objects as those of the Elu of 9, and also to the cause of toleration and liberality against fanaticism and persecution, political and religious, and to that of education, instruction, and enlightenment against error, barbarism, and ignorance. To these objects you have irrevocably and forever devoted your hand, your heart, and your intellect, and whenever in your presence a chapter of this degree is opened, you will be most solemnly reminded of your vows here taken at the altar. Toleration, holding that every other man has the same right to his opinion and faith that we have to ours, and liberality, holding that as no human being can with certainty say, in the clash and conflict of hostile faiths and creeds, what is truth, or that he is surely in possession of it, so every one should feel that it is quite possible that another equally honest and sincere with himself, and yet holding the contrary opinion, may himself be in possession of the truth, and that whatever one firmly and conscientiously believes, is truth, to him. These are the mortal enemies of that fanaticism which persecutes for opinion's sake, and initiates crusades against whatever it, in its imaginary holiness, deems to be contrary to the law of God or verity of dogma. And education, instruction, and enlightenment are the most certain means by which fanaticism and intolerance can be rendered powerless. No true Mason scoffs at honest convictions and an ardent zeal in the cause of what one believes to be truth and justice. But he does absolutely deny the right of any man to assume the prerogative of deity, and condemn another's faith and opinions as deserving to be punished because heretical. Nor does he approve the course of those who endanger the peace and quiet of great nations, and the best interest of their own race by indulging in a chimerical and visionary philanthropy, a luxury which chiefly consists in drawing their robes around them to avoid contact with their fellows, and proclaiming themselves holier than they. For he knows that such follies are often more calamitous than the ambition of kings, and that intolerance and bigotry have been infinitely greater curses to mankind than ignorance and error. Better any error than persecution. Better any opinion than the thumbscrew, the rack, and the stake. And he knows also how unspeakably absurd it is, for a creature to whom himself and everything around him are mysteries, to torture and slay others, because they cannot think as he does in regard to the profoundest of those mysteries, to understand which is utterly beyond the comprehension of either the persecutor or the persecuted. Masonry is not a religion. He who makes of it a religious belief, falsifies and denaturalizes it. The Brahmin, the Jew, the Mahometan, the Catholic, the Protestant, each professing his peculiar religion, sanctioned by the laws, by time, and by climate, must needs retain it and cannot have two religions, for the social and sacred laws adapted to the usages, manners, and prejudices of particular countries, are the work of men. But Masonry teaches, and has preserved in their purity, the cardinal tenets of the old primitive faith, which underlie and are the foundation of all religions. All that ever existed have had a basis of truth, and all have overlaid that truth with errors. The primitive truths taught by the Redeemer were sooner corrupted, and intermingled and alloyed with fictions than when taught to the first of our race. Masonry is the universal morality which is suitable to the inhabitants of every clime, to the man of every creed. It has taught no doctrines, except those truths that tend directly to the well-being of man, and those who have attempted to direct it toward useless vengeance, political ends, and Jesuitism, have merely perverted it to purposes foreign to its pure spirit and real nature. Mankind outgrows the sacrifices and the mythologies of the childhood of the world. Yet it is easy for human indolence to linger near these helps, and refuse to pass further on. So the unadventurous nomad in the Tartarian wild keeps his flock in the same close-cropped circle where they first learned to browse, while the progressive man roves ever forth, to fresh fields and pastures new. The latter is the true Mason, and the best and indeed the only good Mason is he who with the power of business does the work of life, the upright mechanic, merchant, or farmer, the man with the power of thought, of justice, or of love, he whose whole life is one great act of performance of Masonic duty. The natural use of the strength of a strong man or the wisdom of a wise one, is to do the work of a strong man or a wise one. The natural work of Masonry is practical life, the use of all the faculties in their proper spheres, and for their natural function. Love of truth, justice, and generosity as attributes of God, must appear in a life marked by these qualities. That is the only effectual ordinance of Masonry. A profession of one's convictions, joining the order, assuming the obligations, assisting at the ceremonies, are of the same value in science as in Masonry. The natural form of Masonry is goodness, morality, living a true, just, affectionate, self-faithful life, from the motive of a good man. It is loyal obedience to God's law. The good Mason does the good thing which comes in his way, and because it comes in his way, from a love of duty, and not merely because a law, enacted by man or God, commands his will to do it. He is true to his mind, his conscience, heart, and soul, and feels small temptation to do to others what he would not wish to receive from them. He will deny himself for the sake of his brother near at hand. His desire attracts in the line of his duty, both being in conjunction. Not in vain does the poor or the oppressed look up to him. You find such men in all Christian sects, Protestant and Catholic, in all the great religious parties of the civilized world, among Buddhists, Mohammedans, and Jews. They are kind fathers, generous citizens, unimpeachable in their business, beautiful in their daily lives. You see their Masonry in their work and in their play. It appears in all the forms of their activity, individual, domestic, social, ecclesiastical, or political. True Masonry within must be morality without. It must become eminent morality, which is philanthropy. The true Mason loves not only his kindred in his country, but all mankind, not only the good, but also the evil, among his brethren. He has more goodness than the channels of his daily life will hold. It runs over the banks, to water and to feed 1,000 thirsty plants. Not content with the duty that lies along his track, he goes out to seek it, not only willing, he has a salient longing to do good, to spread his truth, his justice, his generosity, his masonry over all the world. His daily life is a profession of his masonry, published in perpetual goodwill to men. He cannot be a persecutor. Not more naturally does the beaver build or the mockingbird sing his own wild, gushing melody, than the true Mason lives in this beautiful outward life. So from the perennial spring swells forth the stream, to quicken the meadow with new access of green, and perfect beauty bursting into bloom. Thus Masonry does the work it was meant to do. The Mason does not sigh and weep, and make grimaces. He lives right on. If his life is, as whose is not, marked with errors, and with sins, he plows over the barren spot with his remorse, sows with new seed, and the old desert blossoms like a rose. He is not confined to set forms of thought, of action, or of feeling. He accepts what his mind regards as true, what his conscience decides is right, what his heart deems generous and noble, and all else he puts far from him. Though the ancient and the honorable of the earth bid him bow down to them, his stubborn knees bend only at the bidding of his manly soul. His masonry is his freedom before God, not his bondage unto men. His mind acts after the universal law of the intellect, his conscience according to the universal moral law, his affections and his soul after the universal law of each, and so he is strong with the strength of God, in this fourfold way communicating with him. The old theologies, the philosophies of religion of ancient times, will not suffice us now. The duties of life are to be done, we are to do them, consciously obedient to the law of God, not atheistically, loving only our selfish gain. There are sins of trade to be corrected. Everywhere morality and philanthropy are needed. There are errors to be made way with, and their place supplied with new truths, radiant with the glories of heaven. There are great wrongs and evils, in church and state, in domestic, social, and public life, to be righted and outgrown. Masonry cannot in our age forsake the broad way of life. She must journey on in the open street, appear in the crowded square, and teach men by her deeds, her life more eloquent than any lips. This degree is chiefly devoted to toleration, and it inculcates in the strongest manner that great leading idea of the ancient art, that a belief in the one true God, and a moral and virtuous life, constitute the only religious requisites needed to enable a man to be a Mason. Masonry has ever the most vivid remembrance of the terrible and artificial torments that were used to put down new forms of religion or extinguish the old. It sees with the eye of memory the ruthless extermination of all the people of all sexes and ages, because it was their misfortune not to know the God of the Hebrews, or to worship him under the wrong name, by the savage troops of Moses and Joshua. It sees the thumbscrews and the racks, the whip, the gallows, and the stake, the victims of Diocletian and Alva, the miserable Covenanters, the nonconformists, Servetus burned, and the unoffending Quaker hung. It sees Cranmer hold his arm, now no longer erring, in the flame until the hand drops off in the consuming heat. It sees the persecutions of Peter and Paul, the martyrdom of Stephen, the trials of Ignatius, Polycarp, Justin, and Irenaeus, and then in turn the sufferings of the wretched pagans under the Christian emperors, as of the papists in Ireland and under Elizabeth and the bloated Henry. The Roman Virgin naked before the hungry lions, young Margaret Graham tied to a stake at low water mark, and there left to drown, singing hymns to God until the savage waters broke over her head, and all that in all ages have suffered by hunger and nakedness, peril and prison, the rack, the stake, and the sword, it sees them all, and shudders at the long roll of human atrocities. And it sees also the oppression still practiced in the name of religion, men shot in a Christian jail in Christian Italy for reading the Christian Bible, in almost every Christian state, laws forbidding freedom of speech on matters relating to Christianity, and the gallows reaching its arm over the pulpit. The fires of Moloch in Syria, the harsh mutilations in the name of Astarte, Cybele, Jehovah, the barbarities of imperial pagan torturers, the still grosser torments which Roman Gothic Christians in Italy and Spain heaped on their brother men, the fiendish cruelties to which Switzerland, France, the Netherlands, England, Scotland, Ireland, America, have been witnesses, are none too powerful to warn man of the unspeakable evils which follow from mistakes and errors in the matter of religion, and especially from investing the God of love with the cruel and vindictive passions of erring humanity, and making blood to have a sweet savor in his nostrils, and groans of agony to be delicious to his ears. Man never had the right to usurp the unexercised prerogative of God, and condemn and punish another for his belief. Born in a Protestant land, we are of that faith. If we had opened our eyes to the light under the shadows of St. Peter's at Rome, we should have been devout Catholics. Born in the Jewish quarter of Aleppo, we should have contemned Christ as an impostor. In Constantinople, we should have cried, Allah Allah, God is great and Muhammad is his prophet. Birth, place, and education give us our faith. Few believe in any religion because they have examined the evidences of its authenticity, and made up a formal judgment, upon weighing the testimony. Not one man in 10,000 knows anything about the proofs of his faith. We believe what we are taught, and those are most fanatical who know least of the evidences on which their creed is based. Facts and testimony are not, except in very rare instances, the groundwork of faith. It is an imperative law of God's economy, unyielding and inflexible as himself, that man shall accept without question the belief of those among whom he is born and reared. The faith so made a part of his nature resists all evidence to the contrary, and he will disbelieve even the evidence of his own senses, rather than yield up the religious belief which has grown up in him, flesh of his flesh and bone of his bone. What is truth to me is not truth to another. The same arguments and evidences that convince one mind make no impression on another. This difference is in men at their birth. No man is entitled positively to assert that he is right, where other men, equally intelligent and equally well informed, hold directly the opposite opinion. Each thinks it impossible for the other to be sincere, and each, as to that, is equally in error. What is truth, was a profound question, the most suggestive one ever put to man. Many beliefs of former and present times seem incomprehensible. They startle us with a new glimpse into the human soul, that mysterious thing, more mysterious the more we note its workings. Here is a man superior to myself in intellect and learning, and yet he sincerely believes what seems to me too absurd to merit confutation, and I cannot conceive, and sincerely do not believe, that he is both sane and honest. And yet he is both. His reason is as perfect as mine, and he is as honest as I. The fancies of a lunatic are realities, to him. Our dreams are realities while they last, and, in the past, no more real than what we have acted in our waking hours. No man can say that he hath as sure possession of the truth as of a chattel. When men entertain opinions diametrically opposed to each other, and each is honest, who shall decide which hath the truth, and how can either say with certainty that he hath it? We know not what is the truth. That we ourselves believe and feel absolutely certain that our own belief is true, is in reality not the slightest proof of the fact, seem it never so certain and incapable of doubt to us. No man is responsible for the rightness of his faith, but only for the rightness of it. Therefore no man hath or ever had a right to persecute another for his belief, for there cannot be two antagonistic rights, and if one can persecute another, because he himself is satisfied that the belief of that other is erroneous, the other has, for the same reason, equally as certain a right to persecute him. The truth comes to us tinged and colored with our prejudices and our preconceptions, which are as old as ourselves, and strong with a divine force. It comes to us as the image of a rod comes to us through the water, bent and distorted. An argument sinks into and convinces the mind of one man, while from that of another it rebounds like a ball of ivory dropped on marble. It is no merit in a man to have a particular faith, excellent and sound and philosophic as it may be, when he imbibed it with his mother's milk. It is no more a merit than his prejudices and his passions. The sincere Moslem has as much right to persecute us, as we to persecute him, and therefore Masonry wisely requires no more than a belief in one great all-powerful deity, the Father and Preserver of the universe. Therefore it is she teaches her votaries that toleration is one of the chief duties of every good Mason, a component part of that charity without which we are mere hollow images of true Masons, mere sounding brass and tinkling cymbals. No evil hath so afflicted the world as intolerance of religious opinion. The human beings it has slain in various ways, if once and together brought to life, would make a nation of people, left to live and increase, would have doubled the population of the civilized portion of the globe, among which civilized portion it chiefly is that religious wars are waged. The treasure and the human labor thus lost would have made the earth a garden, in which, but for his evil passions, man might now be as happy as in Eden. No man truly obeys the Masonic law who merely tolerates those whose religious opinions are opposed to his own. Every man's opinions are his own private property, and the rights of all men to maintain each his own are perfectly equal. Merely to tolerate, to bear with an opposing opinion, is to assume it to be heretical, and assert the right to persecute, if we would, and claim our toleration of it as a merit. The Mason's creed goes further than that. No man, it holds, has any right in any way to interfere with the religious belief of another. It holds that each man is absolutely sovereign as to his own belief, and that belief is a matter absolutely foreign to all who do not entertain the same belief, and that, if there were any right of persecution at all, it would in all cases be a mutual right, because one party has the same right as the other to sit as judge in his own case, and God is the only magistrate that can rightfully decide between them. To that great judge, Masonry refers the matter, and opening wide its portals, it invites to enter there and live in peace and harmony, the Protestant, the Catholic, the Jew, the Moslem, every man who will lead a truly virtuous and moral life, love his brethren, minister to the sick and distressed, and believe in the one, all-powerful, all-wise, everywhere present God, architect, creator, and preserver of all things, by whose universal law of harmony ever rolls on this universe, the great, vast, infinite circle of successive death and life, to whose ineffable name let all true Masons pay profoundest homage. For whose thousand blessings poured upon us, let us feel the sincerest gratitude, now, henceforth, and forever. We may well be tolerant of each other's creed, for in every faith there are excellent moral precepts. Far in the south of Asia, Zoroaster taught this doctrine. On commencing a journey, the faithful should turn his thoughts toward Ormuzd, and confess him, in the purity of his heart, to be king of the world. He should love him, do him homage, and serve him. He must be upright and charitable, despise the pleasures of the body, and avoid pride and haughtiness, and vice in all its forms, and especially falsehood, one of the basest sins of which man can be guilty. He must forget injuries and not avenge himself. He must honor the memory of his parents and relatives. At night, before retiring to sleep, he should rigorously examine his conscience, and repent of the faults which weakness or ill fortune had caused him to commit. He was required to pray for strength to persevere in the good, and to obtain forgiveness for his errors. It was his duty to confess his faults to a magus, or to a layman renowned for his virtues, or to the son fasting and maceration were prohibited, and, on the contrary, it was his duty suitably to nourish the body and to maintain its vigor, that his soul might be strong to resist the genius of darkness, that he might more attentively read the divine word, and have more courage to perform noble deeds. And in the north of Europe the Druids taught devotion to friends, indulgence for reciprocal wrongs, love of deserved praise, prudence, humanity, hospitality, respect for old age, disregard of the future, temperance, contempt of death, and a chivalrous deference to woman. Listen to these maxims from the Hava Mal, or Sublime Book of Odin. If thou hast a friend, visit him often, the path will grow over with grass, and the trees soon cover it, if thou dost not constantly walk upon it. He is a faithful friend, who, having but 2 loaves, gives his friend 1. Be never first to break with thy friend, sorrow wrings the heart of him who has no one save himself with whom to take counsel. There is no virtuous man who has not some vice, no bad man who has not some virtue. Happy he who obtains the praise and goodwill of men, for all that depends on the will of another is hazardous and uncertain. Riches flit away in the twinkling of an eye, they are the most inconstant of friends, flocks and herds perish, parents die, friends are not immortal, thou thyself deest, I know but one thing that doth not die, the judgment that is passed upon the dead. Be humane toward those whom thou meetest on the road. If the guest that cometh to thy house is a cold, give him fire, the man who has journeyed over the mountains needs food and dry garments. Mock not at the aged, for words full of sense come often from the wrinkles of age. Be moderately wise, and not overprudent. Let no one seek to know his destiny, if he would sleep tranquilly. There is no malady more cruel than to be discontented with our lot. The glutton eats his own death, and the wise man laughs at the fool's greediness. Nothing is more injurious to the young than excessive drinking. The more one drinks the more he loses his reason. The bird of forgetfulness sings before those who intoxicate themselves, and whiles away their souls. Man devoid of sense believes he will live always if he avoids war, but, if the lances spare him, old age will give him no quarter. Better live well than live long. When a man lights a fire in his house, death comes before it goes out. And thus said the Indian books. Honor thy father and mother. Never forget the benefits thou hast received. Learn while thou art young. Be submissive to the laws of thy country. Seek the company of virtuous men. Speak not of God but with respect. Live on good terms with thy fellow citizens. Remain in thy proper place. Speak ill of no one. Mock at the bodily infirmities of none. Pursue not unrelentingly a conquered enemy. Strive to acquire a good reputation. Take counsel with wise men. The more one learns, the more he acquires the faculty of learning. Knowledge is the most permanent wealth. As well be dumb as ignorant. The true use of knowledge is to distinguish good from evil. Be not a subject of shame to thy parents. What one learns in youth endures like the engraving upon a rock. He is wise who knows himself. Let thy books be thy best friends. When thou attainest 100 years, cease to learn. Wisdom is solidly planted, even on the shifting ocean. Deceive no one, not even thine enemy. Wisdom is a treasure that everywhere commands its value. Speak mildly, even to the poor. It is sweeter to forgive than to take vengeance. Gaming and quarrels lead to misery. There is no true merit without the practice of virtue. To honor our mother is the most fitting homage we can pay the divinity. There is no tranquil sleep without a clear conscience. He badly understands his interest who breaks his word. 24 centuries ago these were the Chinese ethics. The philosopher, Confucius, said, San. My doctrine is simple, and easy to be understood. Tseng Tsu replied, that is certain. The philosopher having gone out, the disciples asked what their master had meant to say. Tseng Tsu responded, the doctrine of our master consists solely in being upright of heart, and loving our neighbor as we love ourselves. About a century later, the Hebrew law said, if any man hate his neighbor, then shall ye do unto him, as he had thought to do unto his brother. Better is a neighbor that is near, than a brother afar off. Thou shalt love thy neighbor as thyself. In the same 5th century before Christ, Socrates the Grecian said, thou shalt love thy neighbor as thyself. 3 generations earlier, Zoroaster had said to the Persians, offer up thy grateful prayers to the Lord, the most just and pure Ormuzd, the supreme and adorable God, who thus declared to his prophet Zerdusht, hold it not meet to do unto others what thou wouldst not desire done unto thyself, do that unto the people, which, when done to thyself, is not disagreeable unto thee. The same doctrine had been long taught in the schools of Babylon, Alexandria, and Jerusalem. A pagan declared to the Pharisee Hillel, that he was ready to embrace the Jewish religion, if he could make known to him in a few words a summary of the whole law of Moses. That which thou likest not done to thyself, said Hillel, do it not unto thy neighbor. Therein is all the law, the rest is nothing but the commentary upon it. Nothing is more natural, said Confucius, nothing more simple, than the principles of that morality which I endeavor, by salutary maxims, to inculcate in you. It is humanity, which is to say, that universal charity among all of our species, without distinction. It is uprightness, that is, that rectitude of spirit and of heart, which makes one seek for truth in everything, and desire it, without deceiving oneself or others. It is, finally, sincerity or good faith, which is to say, that frankness, that openness of heart, tempered by self-reliance, which excludes all feints and all disguising, as much in speech as in action. To diffuse useful information, to further intellectual refinement, sure forerunner of moral improvement, to hasten the coming of the great day, when the dawn of general knowledge shall chase away the lazy, lingering mists of ignorance and error, even from the base of the great social pyramid, is indeed a high calling, in which the most splendid talents and consummate virtue may well press onward, eager to bear a part. From the Masonic ranks ought to go forth those whose genius and not their ancestry ennoble them, to open to all ranks the temple of science, and by their own example to make the humblest man emulous to climb steps no longer inaccessible, and enter the unfolded gates burning in the sun. The highest intellectual cultivation is perfectly compatible with the daily cares and toils of working men. A keen relish for the most sublime truths of science belongs alike to every class of mankind. And, as philosophy was taught in the sacred groves of Athens, and under the portico, and in the old temples of Egypt and India, so in our lodges ought knowledge to be dispensed, the sciences taught, and the lectures become like the teachings of Socrates and Plato, of Agassiz and Cousin. Real knowledge never permitted either turbulence or unbelief, but its progress is the forerunner of liberality and enlightened toleration. Whoso dreads these may well tremble, for he may be well assured that their day is at length come, and must put to speedy flight the evil spirits of tyranny and persecution, which haunted the long night now gone down the sky. And it is to be hoped that the time will soon arrive, when, as men will no longer suffer themselves to be led blindfolded in ignorance, so will they no more yield to the vile principle of judging and treating their fellow creatures, not according to the intrinsic merit of their actions, but according to the accidental and involuntary coincidence of their opinions. Whenever we come to treat with entire respect those who conscientiously differ from ourselves, the only practical effect of a difference will be, to make us enlighten the ignorance on one side or the other, from which it springs, by instructing them, if it be theirs, ourselves, if it be our own, to the end that the only kind of unanimity may be produced which is desirable among rational beings, the agreement proceeding from full conviction after the freest discussion. The Elu of 15 ought therefore to take the lead of his fellow citizen, not in frivolous amusements, not in the degrading pursuits of the ambitious vulgar, but in the truly noble task of enlightening the mass of his countrymen, and of leaving his own name encircled, not with barbaric splendor, or attached to courtly gewgaws, but illustrated by the honors most worthy of our rational nature, coupled with the diffusion of knowledge, and gratefully pronounced by a few, at least, whom his wise beneficence has rescued from ignorance and vice. We say to him, in the words of the great Roman, men in no respect so nearly approach to the deity, as when they confer benefits on men. To serve and do good to as many as possible, there is nothing greater in your fortune than that you should be able, and nothing finer in your nature, than that you should be desirous to do this. This is the true mark for the aim of every man and mason who either prizes the enjoyment of pure happiness, or sets a right value upon a high and unsullied renown. And if the benefactors of mankind, when they rest from their noble labors, shall be permitted to enjoy hereafter, as an appropriate reward of their virtue, the privilege of looking down upon the blessings with which their exertions and charities, and perhaps their toils and sufferings have clothed the scene of their former existence, it will not, in a state of exalted purity and wisdom, be the founders of mighty dynasties, the conquerors of new empires, the Caesars, Alexanders, and Tamerlanes. Nor the mere kings and councillors, presidents and senators, who have lived for their party chiefly, and for their country only incidentally, often sacrificing to their own aggrandizement or that of their faction the good of their fellow creatures. It will not be they who will be gratified by contemplating the monuments of their inglorious fame, but those will enjoy that delight and march in that triumph, who can trace the remote effects of their enlightened benevolence in the improved condition of their species, and exult in the reflection, that the change which they at last, perhaps after many years, survey, with eyes that age and sorrow can make dim no more, of knowledge become power, virtue sharing that empire, superstition dethroned, and tyranny exiled, is, if even only in some small and very slight degree, yet still in some degree, the fruit, precious if costly, and though late repaid yet long enduring, of their own self-denial and strenuous exertion, of their own might. of charity and aid to education wisely bestowed, and of the hardships and hazards which they encountered here below. Masonry requires of its initiates and votaries nothing that is impracticable. It does not demand that they should undertake to climb to those lofty and sublime peaks of a theoretical and imaginary unpractical virtue, high and cold and remote as the eternal snows that wrap the shoulders of Chimborazo, and at least as inaccessible as they. It asks that alone to be done which is easy to be done. It overtasks no one's strength, and asks no one to go beyond his means and capacities. It does not expect one whose business or profession yields him little more than the wants of himself and his family require, and whose time is necessarily occupied by his daily vocations, to abandon or neglect the business by which he and his children live, and devote himself and his means to the diffusion of knowledge among men. It does not expect him to publish books for the people, or to lecture, to the ruin of his private affairs, or to found academies and colleges, build up libraries, and entitle himself to statues. But it does require and expect every man of us to do something, within and according to his means, and there is no Mason who cannot do something, if not alone, then by combination and association. If a lodge cannot aid in founding a school or an academy, it can still do something. It can educate one boy or girl, at least, the child of some poor or departed brother. And it should never be forgotten, that in the poorest unregarded child that seems abandoned to ignorance and vice may slumber the virtues of a Socrates, the intellect of a Bacon or a Bossuet, the genius of a Shakespeare, the capacity to benefit mankind of a Washington, and that in rescuing him from the mire in which he is plunged, and giving him the means of education and development, the lodge that does it may be the direct and immediate means of conferring upon the world as great a boon as that given it by John Faust the boy of Mentz, may perpetuate the liberties of a country and change the destinies of nations, and write a new chapter in the history of the world. For we never know the importance of the act we do. The daughter of Pharaoh little thought what she was doing for the human race, and the vast unimaginable consequences that depended on her charitable act, when she drew the little child of a Hebrew woman from among the rushes that grew along the bank of the Nile, and determined to rear it as if it were her own. How often has an act of charity, costing the doer little, given to the world a great painter, a great musician, a great inventor? How often has such an act developed the ragged boy into the benefactor of his race? On what small and apparently unimportant circumstances have turned and hinged the fates of the world's great conquerors? There is no law that limits the returns that shall be reaped from a single good deed. The widow's mite may not only be as acceptable to God, but may produce as great results as the rich man's costly offering. The poorest boy, helped by benevolence, may come to lead armies, to control senates, to decide on peace and war, to dictate to cabinets, and his magnificent thoughts and noble words may be law many years hereafter to millions of men yet unborn. But the opportunity to effect a great good does not often occur to any one. It is worse than folly for one to lie idle and inert, and expect the accident to befall him, by which his influences shall live forever. He can expect that to happen, only in consequence of one or many or all of a long series of acts. He can expect to benefit the world only as men attain other results, by continuance, by persistence, by a steady and uniform habit of laboring for the enlightenment of the world, to the extent of his means and capacity. For it is, in all instances, by steady labor, by giving enough of application to our work, and having enough of time for the doing of it, by regular painstaking, and the plying of constant assiduities, and not by any process of legerdemain, that we secure the strength and the staple of real excellence. It was thus that Demosthenes, clause after clause, and sentence after sentence, elaborated to the uttermost his immortal orations. It was thus that Newton pioneered his way, by the steps of an ascending geometry, to the mechanism of the heavens, and Leverrier added a planet to our solar system. It is a most erroneous opinion that those who have left the most stupendous monuments of intellect behind them, were not differently exercised from the rest of the species, but only differently gifted, that they signalized themselves only by their talent, and hardly ever by their industry, for it is in truth to the most strenuous application of those commonplace faculties which are diffused among all, that they are indebted for the glories which now encircle their remembrance and their name. We must not imagine it to be a vulgarizing of genius, that it should be lighted up in any other way than by a direct inspiration from heaven, nor overlook the steadfastness of purpose, the devotion to some single but great object, the unweariedness of labor that is given, not in convulsive and preternatural throes, but by little and little as the strength of the mind may bear it, the accumulation of many small efforts, instead of a few grand and gigantic, but perhaps irregular movements, on the part of energies that are marvelous, by which former alone the great results are brought out that write their enduring records on the face of the earth and in the history of nations and of man. We must not overlook these elements, to which genius owes the best and proudest of her achievements, nor imagine that qualities so generally possessed as patience and painstaking, and resolute industry, have no share in upholding a distinction so illustrious as that of the benefactor of his kind. We must not forget that great results are most ordinarily produced by an aggregate of many contributions and exertions, as it is the invisible particles of vapor, each separate and distinct from the other, that, rising from the oceans and their bays and gulfs, from lakes and rivers, and wide morasses and overflowed plains, float away as clouds, and distill upon the earth in dews, and fall in showers and rain and snows upon the broad plains and rude mountains, and make the great navigable streams that are the arteries along which flows the lifeblood of a country. And so Masonry can do much, if each Mason be content to do his share, and if their united efforts are directed by wise counsels to a common purpose. It is for God and for omnipotency to do mighty things in a moment, but by degrees to grow to greatness is the course that he hath left for man. If Masonry will but be true to her mission, and Masons to their promises and obligations, if, re-entering vigorously upon a career of beneficence, she and they will but pursue it earnestly and unfalteringly, remembering that our contributions to the cause of charity and education then deserve the greatest credit when it costs us something, the curtailing of a comfort or the relinquishment of a luxury, to make them, if we will but give aid to what were once Masonry's great schemes for human improvement, not fitfully and spasmodically, but regularly and incessantly, as the vapors rise and the springs run, and as the sun rises and the stars come up into the heavens, then we may be sure that great results will be attained and a great work done. And then it will most surely be seen that Masonry is not effete or impotent, nor degenerated nor drooping to a fatal decay.